In a moment of despair, the monsters of the game universe broke into our world. The day of judgment has come. Great warriors and masters were unable to repel the huge army of monsters, dying each time and retreating further and further. The city was close to destruction, as would all of humanity if things continued like this. It was only at this moment that the great archer Gregory Black entered the battle. They had no other choice. Only his blade would put an end to this. But he could not save people. The fate of humanity was sealed, and all existence came to an end. But suddenly, in the pitch darkness, a flame of hope shone, and he was given a chance to start all over again. Gregory was reborn and sent back 10 years. The war god system is activated. Killing living beings will bring spiritual power. The higher the cultivation, the higher the power limit. Killing 2 werewolves will bring 4 points of spiritual power. Although the hero had returned, the danger had not passed. Monsters were still everywhere. They could have been werewolves in human form. Others were monstrous beasts and monsters of even higher ranks. For example, a faceless giant. Danger awaited Gregory from all sides, but he did not retreat and boldly stepped forward. He traveled the length and breadth of the world, killed enemies and increased his level. His purpose was to stop the Day of Judgment and change fate. It is unknown since when the cultivation world called the game appeared. Players gained the right to enter the game world, defeating monsters and raising levels. They received artifacts and equipment that they could bring into our world. All this led to the fact that one terrible day, hundreds and thousands of monsters broke into the world, destroying everything in their path. Ever since the monsters came here, battles have never stopped. Cities have turned to dust. The remnants of humanity fought for life until only one city remained. At some point, the Demon Lord appeared. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to advance. Gregory has one last attack left, a collective death. This is the only way he can defeat the Demon Lord. But if Gregory takes advantage of the common death, it will be the end for him, and he is the last hope of humanity. But they had no other choice. They used the rest of their spiritual power to help Gregory in this attack. It all depends on him. Let there be an end to all the battles and sorrows of mankind. Gregory is ready to deliver the final blow. At that very moment, the last god of humanity fell. The long war between people and monsters ended in the defeat of people. The world entered a stage of destruction. But player Gregory Black, thanks to the killing of the final Demon Lord, received a chance to be reborn. It is unclear why they came to this pit of corpses. They may encounter monsters, the commander says. We need to see what can be fished out of this pile. There are so many cool things here that the dead don't need anymore. The commander finds an unusual blade. First they'll deal with him, and then they'll pick up some more goodies. Then Gregory appears and snatches the blade that belongs to him from the commander. With it, Gregory attacks him. He killed their captain. Gregory asks where he is. He remembers fighting the Demon Lord. A man extends a hand towards him that does not look human. In fact, it is a werewolf in human form, and it is very strong. But he won't kill Gregory that easily. He grabs the sword. The werewolf is under attack, and it's dangerous here. And now this monster has angered Gregory. He killed him, but the werewolf rose again. Perhaps it is not the world of people, but the cultivation of the game, Gregory calls the system. It's strange why she doesn't answer. One of those who was with the werewolf asks who Gregory is, a monster or a man. If he had already killed millions of monsters, he would not have asked him such a question. He asks Gregory to show his badge. He finds it. It's a token from the game, and an old one at that. The man asks for forgiveness. He thought Gregory was a monster. They must return to camp. It is too dangerous here. Gregory notices that the uniforms of these people look exactly the same as 10 years ago. Gregory asks what year it is. They answer him, the 681st year of the Chenping dynasty. This is the world of game cultivation 10 years ago. The current time is the last year of the Chenping dynasty. The flow of time is stable. Gregory has managed to escape danger. He has successfully escaped the Day of Judgment. Data reset complete, his current rank is Private Cavalry. Now Gregory understands that he has been reborn. Suddenly a monster appears. Gregory says it's just a common wild animal. He rushes to attack, but something goes wrong. His fencing skills had disappeared somewhere. He won't be able to defeat this beast face to face. He'll have to remember the old days. He remembers that his throat is his weak spot. Gregory hits the beast in this place. Now he manages to overcome him. This place looks like people have given up here. The monsters are attracted by the smell from the pit with corpses. That's why there are so many of them. He barely managed to deal with one. He can't kill such a herd. Gregory asks if there is a place nearby where he can take shelter. He is told that there is a camp ahead, which is hidden under a protective barrier. The monsters are catching up, but they manage to get through the barrier. Now the monsters won't be able to find them. The camp is under a protective dome and is safe here. There is a protective barrier of stealth hanging over the camp. Monsters cannot find it. When they first entered the camp, Gregory immediately felt that there was a gap in the barrier and that it would not last long. If there are spiritual stones, they can still hold it for some time. The man will look to see if there are any spiritual stones in the camp. But Gregory just attacked the demon lord with a common death, but no, that was in a past life. In the past life, people decided that the game cultivation world was a virtual game. Only at the last moment did they realize that the monsters that broke through were real. But it was too late. The destruction of humanity was predetermined. It turns out that Gregory's rebirth and his return to the game world 10 years ago is a chance to save humanity and stop the Judgment Day. But first, he needs to find a way to protect himself in this world. In a recent battle with a monster, he was unable to activate his fencing skill. If this continues, he will not last long. Right. He does have a war god system. It's completely different from the system in his past life. But that's not so important. Now he needs to figure out how to stay alive. The war god system is activated. By touching any weapon, Gregory will be able to understand all the fighting techniques of the weapon owner. Understanding the techniques spends a certain amount of spiritual power. So, it is enough to touch the weapon, and he will be able to use abilities. When receiving annihilation, to kill a large army, 1 spiritual point is required. To kill 1 monster, Gregory almost died. Going into battle with a huge horde is simply suicide. He will use long-range attacks. This is a good way to raise his cultivation. Double shot looks powerful, but he doesn't have enough spiritual strength to realize the ability. He wants to realize stabilization and Q. It turns out that the learned abilities are immediately realized. We need to try it on test targets. The accuracy is not bad, but the damage is not enough. If you add a little spiritual power, the damage might be greater. Indeed, in line with spiritual power, he is much higher. With the new skills of the Gregory system, he will be able to defeat up to 100 monsters, and then he will figure out what really happened. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, like an earthquake. But then it becomes clear that the sound is coming from outside the camp. It is a faceless giant who approaches the barrier. He is taller than the trees, and instead of a head, he has tentacles of light. Gregory first saw this monster in the very first year when players entered the cultivation world. It is unclear why it appeared now. Perhaps something happened that did not happen in the past life. The man who returned with the spiritual stones asks what kind of monster it is. Gregory says it is a monster from the original Yin, a faceless giant. He came for them. Now they are finished. But Gregory assures them that they will not die. The monster leaves. He was not following them. However, the barrier has been broken. Apparently, the shaking from the giant's steps broke the protective barrier of stealth. They are open and the monstrous beasts have found them. There will be more of them soon. Gregory will deal with these first. He orders the spiritual stones to be taken to the barrier. Ranged attacks are great for fighting monstrous predators. Skills that can be improved are most suitable for the initial level, so Gregory can easily raise it. Now he is worried about only one thing. Why did a faceless giant appear here? The spiritual stones have been installed. The protective barrier of stealth should last for some time. Gregory says it's not that simple. Even though the faceless giant is gone, these monsters don't walk alone. And there's a high probability that there's someone else of a high level with him. The stealth barrier won't protect them from the high-level monstrous predators. The faceless giant also saw people, but he doesn't care about them. Gregory has a feeling that something big is coming. After some time, he discovers the approach of monsters. He knew it. These are blood-sucking demons and dark flaming snakes. They are heading past the camp. It seems they have another goal. Flames spread from the tails of the snakes. They look like they're in a hurry. This army is heading in the same direction the faceless giant went. There are a lot of high-level monsters. I wonder where they are going. Then something appears in the sky and falls down. It's a bird and it talks. I almost caught up with it, but I'm too tired. Gregory and the man from the camp look at her in bewilderment. Here the bird realizes that there are people in front of it. She takes off at full speed. This is a very smart monster. We can't let it escape. Gregory shoots a bow. The bird ends up nailed to a tree. She has something hanging around her neck. It looks like a pendant, but a voice comes from there. It is necessary to transfer a detachment to the south. Orders to move to the faceless giant and the detachment of bloodsuckers. This is a secret mission of the army of monsters, and this strange bird is a courier. Perhaps the monsters have unleashed a war. It's strange. In the cultivation world, Gregory knows every battle. In the very beginning, there were no battles between humans and monsters. It is unclear why such a large detachment was needed to be transferred. If not for battle, perhaps this was preliminary preparation. Gregory asks what day it is, and is told it is June 7th. The two great masters, Shen Dao Sect Elder Taishan, Great Barrier Master Kim Li, and Saint Maiden Mei Rose of the Tianji Sect, will fall in a few days. Their strength is currently at its peak. If they survive, perhaps humanity will have another chance to escape the Day of Judgment. But with his current cultivation, Gregory won't be able to even get close to that army. He still wants to change many things in his life. Gregory receives a notification that his presence in the game is suspended for 24 hours. He will soon return to his world. So the God of War system can kick him out of the game. His entire inventory has been transferred to the vault, and he can summon it at any time. The dispatch begins. He's coming back. Gregory is transported to the Freedom Federation, to Changning County. It's the high school prom. He returned to Earth before Judgment Day. Then someone calls out to him. This is Susan Price, a classmate. She says his friend, John Stone, said Gregory wanted to talk to her about something. That's right. He wants to tell him something important. Those around her think that Gregory wants to confess his love to her. In his past life, John poisoned him with an emotional poison, which caused Gregory to treat Susan very meanly. Because he insulted her family, the Freedom Federation banned him from their territory. He had no choice but to go to the Fuxi Empire. There was no chance to return again until the crisis came, and the two worlds merged. In this life, Gregory will not allow this to happen again. People around think that there is going to be a show now. Gregory says he wanted to invite Susan over for dinner so she could try his cooking. Susan thought he would suggest something else. He wanted to confess his love to her, Gregory says. No need to joke, they didn't talk about it. It seems his plan is going to hell. He will have to do everything himself, John says. Gregory is in vain giving up at the most crucial moment. Perhaps he will help him. John has a ring on his finger and Gregory stares at it. John asks him what he's doing, and he says he wanted to ask him the same question. He grabs John by the arm and throws him to the floor. Gregory asks what he wanted to do with it. John says it's a regular ring. In his past life, he never found out who wanted to harm him. Perhaps now the Price family's security will help him. Since John won't confess, he has only himself to blame. Gregory calls Aunt Price. She seemed to have already said that he could only call her when Susan was in danger. Let her look at this first. There is a very strong poison on the ring. Gregory doesn't know the reason for such actions, but the only thing he knows for sure is that someone wants him to quarrel with Susan, and in order to find out who it is, he will need their help. John starts running. Old Man Lee, who came with Aunt Price, evaporates and instantly appears in front of him. Worldly life is full of troubles. It is better for him to get into his dark, sweet sleep. Let John tell him the secret that lies deep inside, and he will fulfill all his dreams. It looks like a heavenly chosen technique. Susan says Grandpa Lee is the heavenly chosen one. His technique is related to hypnosis. There are people who have special awakened abilities that cannot be obtained through cultivation. Old Man Lee asks John who wanted to harm Susan. He doesn't know anything. John asks to spare him, because they have been friends for so many years. Gregory thought that now was the time to end this damn friendship. He asks to check this guy again. Aunt Price says don't tell her. Susan thanks Gregory for defending her honor, but he says it's not worth the effort, since it was about both of them. It feels like Gregory has changed. The system is still here. The hourglass is still hanging. It seems like he will soon be able to return to the cultivation world. But it is still unclear why the squad of monsters is moving so openly. And someone set John on him, but they lost the lead. It's strange that the God of War system can move Gregory from one world to another on its own. But so be it. He is here to prevent the end of the world. John is taken away. He assures that he will not dare again. They put him in a helicopter. Susan says goodbye to Gregory. John was even less fortunate in his past life. Finally, Gregory can return home. So many years have passed since he left his small room. Then another helicopter appears. He belongs to one of the 9 aristocratic families, the Neal family. The young gentleman requests his audience. Gregory asks why he is needed, since he has no business with the Neal family. He is shown into the office. Gregory asks why the chairman called him. Changning Private High School's student council chairman, Dan Neal, noticed a talented student, Gregory Black. 100 points in basic robotics, neurolighting technology, combat ship control, mechanical energy. In addition, he is a special member of the scientific and technical company Price's Steel Armor. It is amazing how an ordinary person can achieve such heights. Dan is sure that even Susan Price could not help but fall in love with his talent. But all the great families of the Federation want to have her as a daughter-in-law. Someone like Gregory shouldn't even think about loving her. He asks what Dan will do if he thinks about it. Then anything can happen to him. Perhaps he will even lose his life. So, it means that his relationship with Susan could ruin the plans of these people. Perhaps they were the ones who staged that show with the ring. Dan asks what he decided. If he likes Susan, let him get her. And what Gregory does is none of his business. He's leaving. Dan asks his subordinate if he has prepared everything. He says everything is ready. In an hour, a sad incident will happen to Gregory Black. Gregory walks through the slums. There was still a year left before the gates to the other world would open, so he should quickly raise his cultivation. Now he'll have to face Judgment Day and a bunch of other scum from the upper crust. A group of drunk people is walking towards him. However, when one of these drunks passes by Gregory, it becomes clear that he is pretending. This guy has a knife in his hand and he attacks Gregory. And from such a dangerous lunge, it is clear that this is not some kind of weakling from the back alleys. They came here on purpose. Gregory dodges the blow. He can activate spiritual power, which means he can use everything he got in that world. It's clear that he's not a simple weakling. We'll have to get out the guns. So they even have firearms with them. Gregory thought that they were not simple guys. If that's the case, then let them blame themselves. The bandits shoot. Gregory launches blue beams at them. They reflect shots and pierce the shooters. Gregory defeats everyone. The last bandit begs for mercy. He asks who sent them. The bandit says they were hired by Hank Rice from the Neal family. Gregory knew it was Dan Neal. Hank Rice is a model instructor of the martial art of Udo. Gregory can't handle him, so he better run. So, exemplary mentor Udo. If Gregory had the blade from his past life, no fighter would be able to defeat him. For some reason he can't remember anything. It seems like the system has blocked his memories. This is done to avoid the observation of the void. If they are discovered, the consequences cannot be predicted. Gregory asks when he will be able to remember everything. The system replies that he needs to move to the cultivation world once or twice. So he will do everything in turn. Even though they did not succeed this time, Dan Neal is not the kind of person who gives up after the first try. Since Gregory won't be able to use his fencing technique, he'll have to show his enemies the art of the god of war. There is an unforgettable surprise for Gregory. So, Hank Rice sent them after his head. Gregory wants to talk to him. The bandit gives him the phone. At the other end, they ask if they are finished. Gregory says they failed. He's still alive. Hank didn't think he would contact him himself, but he won't live anyway. He'll find him and destroy him. Gregory will give him a chance. Hank probably knows where he lives. Let him come. He's waiting for him. He smashes the phone. Before he can get to work preventing doomsday, he needs to deal with these rich assholes. The bandit is afraid that Gregory will kill him, but by fulfilling his demands, he ensured a long life for himself. This girl is the casino's calling card. I wouldn't want to give her to Dan. He'll bring another one. Apparently they want to insult him with this. Then Hank appears and says that the mission has failed. Gregory has contacted him. He wants to challenge him to a duel. Hank seems to have promised that there will be no problems. He apologizes and says that he will personally deal with Gregory. He creates too many problems. Dan will play something more interesting. His minion has to kill a guy named Gregory Black. Dan bets on this guy's death. He is told that his minion is an exemplary Udo mentor. He will easily kill this guy, so the bet is unprofitable. The girl wants the casino owner to agree. He is afraid that they will lose. Then they'll just kill this kid, abandon the mission and go back home. She's already bored with this place. Hank comes to Gregory's house. He finds his apartment and breaks down the door. He has come. There is no point in hiding. Then he sees a blue flash. A blue beam comes towards him. Hank dodges and catches it. This is an arrow. Gregory didn't expect that he would be able to catch his arrow. Apparently it was not for nothing that he had such a high rank. Then let him catch the second and third. Hank dodges the blue beams. Gregory is a poor man. It is unclear how he manages to use a bow so well. Dan watches the proceedings from the casino. He was able to crush the exemplary mentor Udo with arrows. Dan orders him to finish off Gregory right now. Then Hank transforms. So here it is, his true power. That's more interesting. Hank catches the arrows and breaks them. If Gregory is out of arrows, then it's Hank's turn. He launches flaming arrows. Gregory dodges. This is a great chance to use your power. Hank crashes into a wall. Gregory didn't expect to have so much power. Hank is sure that this is the end for him. He hides in vain. Gregory has a blade in his hand. He didn't say he was hiding. Gregory attacks. His current rank is Chi Tempering Level 2, which is a strength equal to a model Wudo mentor in this world. But the spiritual power of the cultivation world exceeds the ordinary power of this world, so Gregory will simply crush him. He doesn't have time to deal with him. It's time to end this fight. Hank won't give him a chance to attack. Gregory dodges the blast. He uses the skills Stabilize and Q. A monster appears in front of Hank. 3 powerful beams pierce him. There is a drone hovering in front of Gregory's apartment window. Now he notices it. He aims at the camera. The screen goes blank. Dan seems to be in a bad mood and cancels the bet. He doesn't think Dan will fail, does he? Gregory got lucky this time, but next time he'll take it. What an arrogant boy. He apparently doesn't know that by losing to them, he saved his life. The eldest princess's first bodyguard, Fred Crow, says that they came to the Freedom Federation to recruit talented people. She should control her impulses during missions. The eldest princess of the Sen Olanka Empire, Anna Medici, notes that hiding one's identity is a very difficult matter. She asks him how he likes this guy, Gregory Black. His strength is average. He is only a jot stronger than the model mentor Udo, but his fighting style is unique. Perhaps he has a special superhuman strength. Anna asks to pass on her information about Gregory. The Freedom Federation is simply throwing away its talents. Gregory is a research fellow at the research center. It's interesting. It seems like they need to get closer to him. Gregory arrives at the Steel Armor Research Facility. Iris analysis completed. Steel Armor Research Center welcomes him. He enters a room where work is underway on a giant robot. In his past life, his robotic skills were much better. There may be a chance to use more powerful armor suits to combat the coming end of the world. It's all inside his head. He'll come back to it soon. If he hides here, the Neal family won't look for him for a while. Gregory enters the break room. The QE of the other world is already hovering in the sky. It seems like the approach of Judgment Day is not so far away. He doesn't have time. Tomorrow he will return to the cultivation world and spend the remaining time practicing. His presence in the human world has been suspended for 24 hours, and he will soon be transferred to the cultivation world. Gregory appears in the same place where he was last time. The man from the camp asks why he froze. So when he moves from one world to another, time stops. He says he's back. The man asks what he is muttering. Gregory tells him not to pay attention. The situation with Kim Lee and May Rose shouldn't reach them yet. After all, it's just a guess. While there is time, he needs to raise his cultivation. Gregory asks where the weak, monstrous predators are nearby. He is told that they usually hang out in the woods near the camp, and asks what is going on. It doesn't concern him anymore. Let him stay in the camp. A strange guy going alone to such a place. The maximum experience points is 10. The owner can raise the level to the 3rd level of QE tempering. It won't be difficult to rise to the 3rd level of Qi tempering, but then he will need more experience to raise the level. This is already a difficult problem. From this point on, the player is able to exchange spiritual power points for experience points to level up faster. Spiritual power points have a special position. If the player uses spiritual power points instead of experience points, he will no longer be able to level up through experience points. Leveling up is now similar to awareness. Both can use spiritual power points, so they've become even more important. But it's unclear what spiritual power points are. The system informs that spiritual power is the most important component of all things. It comes from the depths of the soul, which means that the depths of the soul represent a special achievement, and this achievement is something unusual that gives great power. Gregory knows what to choose. He chooses to raise the level with spiritual power points. Having entered a new stage of development on the path of the God of War, Gregory asks what level he can rise to with his current spiritual power. To temper Ki to level 4, you need 1 point of spiritual power. To temper Ki to level 5, you need 2 points. Gregory wants to raise the level to level 5. It is indeed possible to break through to another level without experience, something that has never happened in the cultivation world. Spiritual strength is the most important component of this world. A monster appears. This is a giant python. It is also a low-level monstrous beast. Now Gregory will easily destroy him, and will probably receive a lot of spiritual power for his head. He attacks the python. His power has increased greatly. Now he could easily kill Hank Rice. The body of the giant python is an expensive artifact. You can't throw it here. The poisonous key of the python causes flowers to wither. Another one appears. Gregory shoots blue arrows. The python dodges. He already understood all his abilities. The python attacks and Gregory can't dodge. The python bites him. The poison begins to spread throughout his body. Python throws him to the ground. The toxicity of this poison is simply monstrous. He is already falling off his feet. In his current state, he won't be able to fight off this giant python. He needs a stronger move. He wants to realize the double shot. 6 spiritual power points spent, double shot skill realized. Gregory has finally recovered a little from the poison. He has only 1 chance. It activates a double shot. A multitude of fiery arrows fly at the python. He tries to attack again, but now it's too late. Python lost. Gregory cuts off his head. However, the use of spiritual power increased the speed at which the poison spread throughout the body. Python gallbladder tastes terribly disgusting. But as disgusting as he is, it's lucky that the python's gallbladder works as an antidote. Otherwise, Gregory wouldn't have gotten off so easily. The ability Flight of 2 Swallows allows you to change the trajectory of the arrow, which makes this attack unpredictable. But the time interval between arrows is too long. It's a pity they can't be released one after another. Perhaps it is possible to combine stabilization, Q, and Flight of 2 Swallows. Gregory's creativity has unlocked a new shooting ability, Chaos Dance, which fires 5 arrows in rapid succession, attacking enemies in an unpredictable pattern. The system actually created a new ability, and it's also leveled, and the ability to create leveled abilities from normal ones is the true power of the God of War. Something is happening in the distance. More and more high-level monsters are arriving. It's becoming unsafe here. We need to change location. Gregory returned. He already thought that something had happened to him. So far so good, but soon they will have problems. He suspects that an army of demons will come for the heads of the leaders of humanity. This place can become a battlefield. Monsters gather in packs, and they are not strong enough for them, so they need to leave this place quickly. They can rely on camouflage for a long time. It is not worth going outside where monsters are everywhere. High-level monsters easily reveal disguise. Hiding will no longer be possible. If he wants to live, let him go with Gregory. He is probably wrong. If he wants to go, let him go, but he stays. Gregory hopes he understands that when the monsters come, it will be too late. He had listened to this nonsense for too long. Help would arrive soon, and he was not going to run away. The fear of monsters had completely eaten away at Gregory's brain. It would not stop him from dying, but there was no need to drag him into this nonsense. Once he has decided, Gregory will not dissuade him. Now their paths diverge. The place where Kim Lee and May Rose died is to the east of the barracks. He will be able to go around it from the west. This place looks a little strange. The earth starts shaking. That's it. Gregory jumps up the hill. Holes appear in the ground. Gregory activates the Dance of Chaos. He throws arrows at monsters emerging from the ground. The tunnel demon has resistance to the elements, dives underground. He wonders how Gregory noticed him. A real tunnel demon. These monsters are very effective fighters. He is surprised to meet him here. It is covered in fresh dirt and does not blend in with its surroundings at all. Only a blind person would not notice it. He should have covered himself with dust, so that no one would notice him. Gregory answers with many voices. So, there is not one demon here, but a whole pack. A very unexpected situation. It looks like a trap. It's good that tunnel demons are very stupid. He shouldn't be afraid, no matter how many of them are here. Let them go and collect some dirt, and Gregory will wait here. If he can still spot them, then they have lost. The demons agree and leave. Just a bunch of empty-headed lumps. Someone thanks Gregory for his help. He asks who is here. There is no need to be afraid. They are allies. He is a frontline general, the supreme elder of the sacred cult, the Grand Master of Cultivation Kim Lee. Gregory asks why he is here. He clearly went in the other direction, and it is unclear how he could have met him. If he recognized Kim, then the conversation would go easily. Kim opens the hidden building. He used the formation to hide an entire temple. Kim informs General Rose that it is safe to leave. There are no more tunnel demons. Rose says that tunnel demons are not easy opponents. Even they would have a hard time getting rid of them. She asks how Gregory drove them away. He says that although tunnel demons are strong monsters, they are not very smart. He cheated, and they left. Rose asks who he is and how he knows the weaknesses of these creatures. He is Gregory Black from the Vanguard. He often meets monsters, so he knows a thing or two about them. It really is she, General Goreli, the Holy Virgin May Rose. She's every male cultivator's dream, and little Gregory clearly has his eye on her. However, he is very reserved. Not a single lustful look. The old man underestimated him. Gregory thinks how he could have met them if he definitely went in the other direction. The records say that they did not meet, and the places of their deaths are far from each other. Perhaps history has changed. The demon army came prepared. These two couldn't just slip away. Something unexpected definitely happened. Maybe it's because Gregory killed the demon army's contact, so the order to go on an assassination mission couldn't reach the squads. He is the one who really changed history. Kim asks what kind of jade pendant Gregory is holding in his hand. He says it is a tablet with orders from the demon army. He received it when he killed their messenger. It's no wonder they suddenly stopped chasing. They had problems with coordination. May remembered that this messenger had injured her spirit beast. However, he was strong enough. Gregory's cultivation level had not yet reached the verge of laying a foundation. She asks how he killed him. Gregory demonstrates his ability. The demon army will not delay in responding. They need to return to human territory as soon as possible. May is injured, but says she is fine. There is no time to waste. We need to move. Suddenly, she starts coughing up blood. Gregory sees that she is about to fall. He picks her up. May asks to let her go. She's okay. Gregory asks Kim what's wrong with her. A couple of days ago, the demon army soldiers poisoned them. May got the worst of it, even though they took the antidote. There was still some poison left in their bodies. Gregory has an item for treating poisoning like this. Maybe it will help. It's a python's gallbladder. Great. That's exactly what they need. The demon army often uses poisons, so May should keep this for herself just in case. Gregory asks if she takes the bottle or not. If not, he will throw it away. May has a very hot temper. It seems that Gregory is looking for death. We need to somehow calm the situation down before it gets heated. People are just funny. Those who are close to you, whom you trust, will repay you with betrayal. And strangers are worried about your life. Kim was wrong again. For some reason today he can't predict anything. All the cultivators May had met today were perverts and couldn't be relied upon at critical moments. But this Gregory seemed completely different. Kim thinks that the remaining poison has weakened May greatly. She asks to give her a few minutes. She will drive out all her chi to heal herself. There's no point in disturbing her. It's better to go and keep watch. If there are any problems, May will protect him at any time. Gregory notes that Kim has thought everything through properly. He can't understand why General Lee and May didn't ask for help when they were attacked by the demon army and were being chased. Kim says that they had previously sent amulets to people asking for help, but there was no response. Gregory believes they were intercepted by demons. Kimmy would like everything to be exactly this way. It turns out that there are traitors among the top people. It was when they decided to investigate this case that they accidentally learned that there were demon spies among people who occupied high positions. Now it is clear why no one came to the aid of these legendary heroes. There are traitors among people, in which case the situation is much more dangerous than he thought. Gregory hopes the demons won't come too soon. It smells good. This Gregory Black is just an idiot. There is food in the camp and enough water. It is quite cozy here, and he wanted to go and seek his own death. Then a faceless giant appears and destroys the barrier. He tramples everything he comes across. After that he leaves. Finally, May has cleared the poison from her body and will soon fully recover. Kim asks Gregory which sect he plans to join. The Shen Dao sect is recruiting for next year. He just needs to enter his name. Gregory says he understands it. May is fine. She neutralized the poison that was in her body. The wounds have also almost healed. She thanks Gregory. No need to thank her, because May is the main force in the confrontation with the army of monsters. Enough chatting. It's time for them to move. Who knows how many more monsters there are around. Something is coming. Gregory has a familiar feeling. It's him again, the faceless giant. They couldn't escape. These bastards won't give them a minute's rest. Since they cannot hide from them, they will accept the fight. Well said. We'll have to fight our way through. May says that Gregory's bow is too weak and offers to use her bow. This bow is called Night Rain. May's father gave it to her, and today she gives it to him. He is able to hide the killer aura of the owner. Using such a weapon is an honor for Gregory. There are terrible wars ahead. So as not to make things difficult for May, he will keep the bow for himself. The faceless giant is able to absorb spiritual power. It is naturally immune to the 5 elements. Barriers consisting of 5-element techniques will not work on it. Now Kim understands why his 5 elements technique didn't work. He was just wasting his spiritual power. Since 5 elements are inactive, May will enter the battle. She rushes into attack. Her power suppresses such a large monster as the faceless giant, incredible strength. But for some reason she uses a short blade. With sword art she would be even more dangerous. Kim says she was a great swordswoman, but switched to short blades. Gregory asks what the reason is. Mai used to have a close friend who practiced sword cultivation, but at some point he betrayed her, and since then, she has hated sword cultivation. Gregory asks how much. Every time May meets a swordsman, she beats him until he begs for mercy. What's strange is that even though her reputation speaks of how evil she is, many swordsmen show signs of attention to her. Then May's weapon hits the ground right next to them. Apparently they have time to gossip. They should rather focus on the monsters. Indeed, they seem to be chatting for too long. Kim opens the burial mountain barrier. Gregory activates the Dance of Chaos. For killing a high-level dark blazing serpent, Gregory receives 20 points of spiritual power. Killing a monster higher in level than the player allows the player to gain a supply of spiritual power that exceeds the limit. Analysis shows that it is possible to restore fragments of the player's memories. The current situation allows for the activation of memories. It is unclear why the system wants to play them at such a moment. In order to break the shackles of fate and change history, the player Gregory Black enters the mode of completing the quest of destiny. Kim Lee and May Rose heroically fell in the past. In order to change the fate of the whole world, the player must change the fate of the 2 heroes. Gregory must save them. As a reward, he receives a special ability of the God of War. For failure to complete the task, the player will be killed. If the system kills him, then everything is over. Completing the task is the only way to survive. In such a battle, he is not even able to move this giant. The longer they stay here, the more enemies will surround them, and then they will definitely be finished. Gregory ponders how to accomplish such a task. It's time for him to join in. The monsters broke through the barrier. Gregory already has 41 points of spiritual power. He will certainly be able to unlock the Night Rain skills. Each skill of the God of War art will increase his chances of survival. Spiritual power is enough. He will learn all 3 skills: bombardment, precise fire, and the skill of soaring on the wind. Soon all the skills are learned. He was just in time. The demons broke through the barrier. Gregory attacks using a bombardment. There is an explosion. The damage from this ability is colossal, but the spiritual power costs are also considerable. The army of monsters is still advancing. The longer they stand here, the less chance they have. May is still fighting the great giant. Gregory asks if Kim has any options to contact the outside world. He says if they call on the three saints for help, they will avoid death. This is the White Flower Fairy, the Taoist Celestial, and the Great Master of Sorrow. But it is unclear how to contact them while surrounded by monsters. While Kim and May were spying on their army, they discovered the world of the Divine Army. There Kim created a barrier of movement. If they get to it, they will be able to meet the saints. The world of the Divine Army is a ruined world, with 10 corpses of great warriors remaining in it. Kim cannot even imagine how the world that housed so many outstanding warriors fell. So, besides their world and the cultivation world, there are also other worlds. So the end of the online worlds means the existence of countless other worlds. Gregory will cover Kim and let him fly to the world of the Divine Army, but Kim wants Gregory to do this task. He has long been wounded by the flames of the drought demon. Only magic helps him stand on his feet until he dies. But his wound shows the demon his location. Even if he goes to the world of the Divine Army, they will find him. This is a symbol of movement. Gregory must try to save it. This is a barrier disc. It has a lot of useful barriers stored in it, but there is a certain number of activations. Gregory asks how long Kim can hold out. Half a day, during which time his barrier will be destroyed, and then he will die too. Gregory asks to wait for him. He promises that he will return. In the world of the Divine Army, Kim left his people, but he is not sure if they are alive. If so, they will help Gregory. He must go. Gregory entered the stream of emptiness. The system moves him to another world. Gregory wonders where he is. He sees someone hanging in the air near a steep cliff. The ground is strewn with skulls. The one hanging in the air is pursued by the living dead. He releases green waves of some substance from his mouth. This warrior notices Gregory. He asks for help, and he grants him the power of immortality. But Gregory has a task. He can't help him now. For the first time in 20 million years, a living soul appeared, and he missed it. This is the world of the Divine Army. It looks like there was a real war here. There's a whole horde of monsters here. It looks like they've taken over everything here. Gregory hears a voice commanding him to hold the line. A small group of warriors is surrounded by an army of monsters. The warriors rush to attack. One of them is defeated. Others urge not to give in to fear. Apparently these are Kim Lee's people. These are the strongest warriors in the Golden Elixirs and Foundations realm. And if Gregory wants to complete the task, he will need their help. Even with the night rain, it will be difficult for him to overcome all these monsters. He must remain calm and think about what he can do to survive. If he had a sword, it would have been over faster. He would have started from the rear of the enemy army, moving forward. But now he can only use the disc that Kim Lee gave him. First he needs to distract them, and then deal with them using barriers. Gregory activates the bombardment. He tries to distract the monsters onto himself. The warriors wonder who this guy is. Among the enemy army, the combat sphere works best. There is only one chance. Gregory will concentrate spiritual power in his legs to move faster and more accurately. He rushes like a whirlwind among the monsters, spreading fiery flashes. The speed was beyond his imagination. Gregory turns on the magic circles. They create a barrier that keeps the monsters at bay. He was sent by General Kim Lee. This barrier will not last long. They need to quickly break through the enemy encirclement. He will create a barrier. They are saved. This is the barrier master. They must run. The ice walls will show them the way. Gregory activates the cool mist. Next is the hidden barrier of heavenly peace. Monsters can no longer see warriors. The Benetnash sect's heir apparent thanks Gregory for his help. No need to thank them. They have other things to do now. His name is Gregory Black. He was sent here by General Kim Lee on an important mission. He hopes for their support. It turns out that General Lee was locked in a fight with the monsters and was unable to send them help. That's right. That's why Gregory wanted to ask for help getting to the portal to go get help. An entire army of monsters separates them from the portal. They will probably be killed before they get there. The camouflage technique won't last long. If they stay, they will definitely die. But if they can get to the teleporter, they will have hope for salvation. Gregory is right. Instead of sitting here doing nothing, it is better to go and try your luck. If they trust him, then let them follow him. Vice General Neumann is the most experienced. If he says so, they won't argue. It needs to be done. It won't get any worse anyway. If it weren't for Ben Newman's leadership, these people might not have agreed to this and would have died. This man is brave and calculating. He must lead them. He took the rear, the most dangerous position. It looks like this Ben Neumann can be trusted. Those walking ahead report that the path is blocked by monsters. This is the only way to the teleport. You need to fight your way through. Martial arts cultivator Nick Steele will lead the way. He transforms into the Mountain Crusher. Another warrior wants to help. He attacks one of the monsters. Gregory's cultivation is only at the condensation level. He shouldn't rush into battle. Gregory says he will support them from afar. He calls upon the earth spirits. There is very little time left until the teleport. Suddenly a giant flower grows out of the ground. It's blooming. There is a woman sitting in the flower with huge claws on her back. She extends her claws towards one of the warriors. Now he is captured by her. This creature bewitches the warrior and commands him to kill. The claws rush towards Gregory. The creature sits on his shoulders. He realizes that it is a succubus. Gregory tries not to succumb to her charms. Let Ben forget about him and attack the monsters. Ben launches blue arrows. Gregory activates the escape sphere. He manages to free himself from the succubus. He retreats. However, Ben should not relax, as the succubus cannot be defeated with normal attacks. Succubi have an immortal body. They discourage and bewitch the enemy. It is safe to say that they are invincible. The only way out of this situation is to break through the enemy encirclement. They must unite here and together try to break through the encirclement. One of the warriors says that he will open the way. Then a tentacle pierces him. Another one goes down his throat. Now the tentacles are inside him and are about to pierce him right through. This is the devil who destroys the heart. This demon is too strong. They can't defeat him. They'll have to run. For some reason, no one is chasing them. Suddenly, the earth begins to shake. Stone hands rise from it and grab the warriors. They can't get out. The stone monster destroys them. Their main force has been destroyed and there are a lot of monsters. Without a martial arts cultivator, they can't break through. It seems like they won't be able to escape. I can't believe this is a hopeless situation. Here appears the sword of one of the defeated warriors. If Gregory can awaken his fencing technique, then perhaps he can deal with these monsters. They have a chance. This is a great sword that is perfect for slaying monsters. The blacksmith who created this blade wanted to make it very sharp, which is why the blade became thinner and now bends easily. It can even break, but it is enough to break through the environment. Gregory seems to know his way around swords. He says little by little, it would be good if he could restore his memory. This is an unfamiliar world. Monsters do not attack around. The situation is stable and safe. The protective measures are removed. Memories are restored. Analysis showed that Gregory has 1,532 combat fencing skills, but can awaken all skills with the help of spiritual power. He wants to awaken memories. The other warriors didn't believe that he could learn the basic Wind of Destruction styles with his style. But for killing monsters, he was rewarded with the secret Wind of Destruction styles. Now they can survive. Ben realizes that this is sword cultivation. They must prepare themselves. Right now they will need to break through this horde of monsters. But they are both not that strong in close combat. It is unclear how they can even get through them. Gregory will clear the way for them. He asks the system if his spiritual power allows him to unlock the wind-cutting blade skill, mountain-cutting blade skill, and mysterious river-cutting blade skill. Because he is an excellent swordsman, the spiritual power spent on awakening the previous skills has been reduced to a minimum. The wind-cutting blade skill is unmatched in speed. The mountain-cutting blade skill has devastating power, and the mysterious river-cutting blade skill is ideal for killing. In this situation, Gregory will need all three skills. He asked the system to use all of its remaining spiritual power to increase his skill. It feels like his strength has increased significantly. Gregory says he's ready and asks Ben to cover his back, who can't believe he's really that strong. Gregory attacks monsters with a blade that cuts through the wind. Flashes cause explosions. Ben didn't expect Gregory to be able to use this sword. Now it's Ben's turn. A green mass appears ahead. This is a flesh eater. Gregory attacks him. It seems like normal attacks are useless against this monster. He extends a tentacle of green mass between Gregory and Ben. The monster grabs Gregory and is ready to swallow him. Even with his strength, this monster cannot be defeated so easily. It seems that the day has come when Ben will leave this world. Here, the monster is pierced from within by flashes of a blade cutting through mountains. He is defeated. Gregory's spiritual strength is still not enough to use this skill. Luckily, he was able to get hold of particles of the monster's inner core, which should help them get out of here. This thing, containing chi energy, will help Gregory restore his spiritual strength. You just need to eat it. This is the last pellet. It will be better if he gets it. It's time to kill the remaining bastards. All at once, with his current strength, it should work. Gregory activates a mysterious blade that cuts through rivers. Before him is a whole host of monsters. Something like a whirlpool or tornado is formed from the mysterious blade. Monsters are blown to pieces. This is the same mystical blade that Gregory was somehow able to use the fairy technique. His sword falls apart. As he thought, this sword was too weak to withstand the strain of such powerful attacks. After exploding, these cores will begin to emit the most foul odor possible. This stench will help them to detain some monsters. Gregory throws the shot. He tells Ben to run without stopping and to keep running no matter what happens. Suddenly, a multitude of fiery flashes appear. It is a giant monster that breathes fire. He uses his weapon. Ben will block his blow. It activates the QI of deadly cold. A wall of ice crystals rises from the ground. There are 20 meters left. The teleport is very close. Then right in front of Gregory, a golden monster appears. That one activates spiritual power. There are 10 meters left to the teleport. At last they reached it. Air, water, mist. The creation of the labyrinth is complete. The spirits of heaven and earth, the spirits of water, earth and metal. The creation of illusions is complete. A bright flame gathering together the spirits of heaven and earth. The creation of spirits is complete. The gates have opened. So this is where the teleporter is. They finally got to it. The teleporter will activate once they insert this thing. Their key to ending the Battle of the Fallen is to seek help from the three saints. Right now, they need to get to the people's stronghold and tell them about it. They need to tell them to ask the three saints for help. But there are a lot of high-ranking demonic spies monitoring all the people. If they spot them, the plan will fail. The best way is to meet the three saints in person. But because of their status, it's too problematic, Gregory says. So they'll keep trying until they succeed. The Lord of Heaven has always been difficult to find. He is always meditating and comprehending his Taoism. Because of this, he does not accept guests at all. The only option is to ask for help from the fairy of the white flower. Ben had heard that she was a bit of an oddball, and she probably wouldn't want to see them. And even if she wants to, it's unclear how they should persuade her to help them. Although they can make her believe them thanks to Kim Lee's army, it will be difficult to convince her that there are no demon spies among humans. However, there is another way. You can take part in the game of 1,000 colors. The White Flower Fairy is the strongest being among the human race. Her strength is on par with some saints. She can easily enter the Holy Lands whenever she wishes. She also founded a fairy kingdom, which is commonly called the Temple of 1,000 Flowers. The White Flower Fairy is very unpredictable. She creates many problems for people just to watch how they deal with them. For several years now, her game has been going on under the name Game of 1,000 Flowers. If you win it, you can ask the fairy for anything. And if you are lucky, you can become her follower. For this reason, those who start the game can no longer stop. However, the White Flower Fairy only has 3 followers. Over the past few decades, no one has been able to win her game. Ben asks if Gregory really wants to take part. He says it's the only way. He asks if Ben will help him. He says that Gregory can rely on him. He doubts that this is possible in his condition. Gregory didn't ask him to undress. But Ben just wants to show him that he has been latched onto by a poisonous spider that sucks out spiritual power, and if it attaches itself to a person, it will suck out his life energy until the person is under its complete control. Ben tried a lot of different methods, but he still couldn't get rid of it. That's probably why he wants to take part in the Game of 1,000 Flowers. It would be nice. The fairy lives in heaven. She should know a way to help Ben. Since he also wants to meet her, then they will go to the fairy kingdom together. It seems that General Lee is still fighting desperately. Gregory must see the White Flower Fairy as soon as possible and return back. Through the battle, he gained a lot of spiritual power. This power will be useful to him in the Game of 1,000 Flowers, so it is better not to use it now. They go to the Kingdom of 1,000 Flowers. It's so beautiful here. It's like they were in a fairy tale. But they don't know what difficulties they will have to face during this game. Here comes the boar. He's running straight towards them. Maybe Ben should deal with him. But knowing the character of the White Flower Fairy, this may turn out to be one of the tests. Gregory doesn't think murder is allowed in the fairy kingdom, so it's best to just give him the right of way. This boar is a bit too aggressive. Gregory apologizes for blocking his way. This leaves Ben completely perplexed. Gregory asks the boar to pass. He's leaving. Gregory is so polite. We can go further. Ben asks what motivated Gregory to even think of such a thing. The boar is watching them. A White Flower Fairy looks through it. This is the first time she sees this task being completed in this way. For the first time in so many years, someone interesting has finally appeared. Perhaps these people also came here to take part in the Game of 1,000 Flowers, but it seems that something happened to them. To start the game, they first have to go through the goose. He tells them the first part of the sentence, and they tell him the second. The one whose poem the goose likes will go further. Ben and Gregory make their way through the crowd. They are asked not to push. They apologize. Gregory tries to be as polite as possible. Apparently this goose is the test manager. That's right, now let everyone listen carefully, he begins. Gregory asks if Ben has the soul stones with him, and Ben asks why he needs them. These stones will serve as a bribe. Gregory says that they are in a hurry. They need to see the White Flower Fairy as soon as possible. Perhaps he will do them a favor, the goose says. He does not need spirit stones. It is unclear who Gregory takes him for. The more the goose looks at them, the more upset he becomes. But at the same time, he takes the stones. He doesn't even want to see them, Gregory says. They won't bother him anymore. Others present also have soul stones. They also ask the goose to do them a favor, but he tells them to get out. One of them asks why Gregory and Ben were let through but not them. Because they are both handsome, but their faces would only defile the eyes of the white flower fairy. It's not clear why people are being mocked like this. Those who remain must continue to pick rhymes. This flower fairy is said to have a strange character. Ben didn't think this goose was the same, but this is no ordinary goose. This is the oldest of the followers of the fairy of the white flower. That's why she is considered unpredictable. Once they cross this river, they will be able to enter the fairy's palace. There is a boatman here. You can ask him to transport them. The boatman believes that they want to get the scroll of 1,000 flowers. If they really want to get him, they need to pass his test first. Gregory asks for a hint. There is a huge black fish in this water. Let them catch it for him. Gregory feels that something is wrong with this. Ben says he can swim well and will catch her. Gregory asks him to wait. However, he does not listen and dives into the river. The boatman forgot to say that this black fish is extremely strong. You need to be careful. A whirlpool forms in the water and the shadow of a huge fish becomes visible. She emerges from the water. Ben needs to get out quickly. His ice won't help against this giant. Gregory takes aim at a fish with a bow. He shoots. The fish screams that it hurts a lot. This fish is too strong. It turns out she can also talk. The boatman is about to cut the fish. She screams again that she is in pain. The fish is still alive and asks to be more gentle. They shouldn't feel sorry for this demonic fish. She deserved to be cut into many little pieces. In fact, in the past, this demonic fish almost became a saint, simply because it could not satisfy its hunger, thus swallowing up 5 islands. She ate all living things that were on those islands, including about 100,000 people. Because of this, one of the angry gods caught her and imposed a curse of eternal regeneration. She can only be reborn if she experiences about 100,000 tortures. The boatman wonders if this is the 5,000th or the 7,000th time. Let it be 5,000th. The fish asks to count again. The punishment was actually pretty good, as expected from the white flower fairy. There's no need to flatter her. The boatman can tell them in secret that the fairy of the white flower hates the weaklings most of all, who are unable to obtain the scroll of 1,000 flowers. If they are also not confident in their abilities, then let them get out of here as quickly as possible. They cannot return empty-handed. They came for the scroll of 1,000 flowers, because they had no other choice. Great attitude. The boatman loves people like that. However, the scroll can only be obtained by one of them, and they both will have to work alone. The game of 1,000 flowers includes challenges of any type, so they can take part in the challenge in which one of them has a higher chance of success than the other, so they will have a higher chance of getting the scroll. Ben would like to take the boatman's test. Then he doesn't need to cross this river. Let him jump straight into the water. During the Great Famine and Flood, which were about 100,000 years ago, the god of water and the god of fire fought in this very place. Here they met their death. Somewhere under the water there is still an ancient relic. Ben will need to go to the very bottom to find it. This means that this is a relic of those very times, and it belonged to the gods of that time. The boatman advises against fussing. This willow rod will help him get rid of the water. He must use it for its intended purpose. Ben thanks the boatman. He goes first and hopes that they both can handle the challenges. Gregory warns him to be careful. If the demon fish has been living in these waters for many years, it should know where that very relic is. The fish says that it knows the way to it like the back of its hand. Then let him show the way. The boatman notices that Ben is a smart guy. The fish thinks he's tired. He'd feel better if he ate some of her meat. It's a shame it was taken away from her. Ben says it's not necessary. The boatman asks, what about Gregory? He says he wants a test involving swordsmanship. But he doesn't even have a sword. It's unclear how he's going to get through it. Gregory says his sword is not in his hand, but in his heart. The boatman offers him his sword. Let it be his weapon. Swordsmanship is the hardest test of all in the game of 1,000 flowers. So before Gregory gets the scroll, the boatman wants to test his knowledge of kendo. He agrees. The boatman asks how many uses he thinks kendo has. Gregory replies that there is only one, killing. So he thinks that's it. Then let him use any of his techniques to kill him. The boatman will give in to him a little. The boatman should not have given the sword into Gregory's hands. He begins the attack. It was close. Here Gregory disappears somewhere. Suddenly the blade of the sword appears right in front of the boatman. Here he is, caught. The boatman acknowledges Gregory's skill with the sword. He passed his test. Then the next test awaits him. Gregory asks to take control of the boat. The boatman says there is no need. He will take them straight to the test. The boatman was able to create a teleportation circle. He is stronger than even General Lee. They are transferred to another place. Apparently, this is the guy who wants to take the test. Today, there is only one. The other participants were unable to complete the boatman's task, and if they were allowed to enter the palace, they would only defile its aura. In this case, you can start the test. Somewhere inside this screen lies an ancient sword. All Gregory needs to do is go inside and find the soul of this sword. Long ago, this very sword belonged to the gods. All things and people of that time were endowed with extraordinary strength and power. Although this sword was found and restored by skilled craftsmen, its soul has still not been found. Gregory is ready. 11 gods will be waiting for him inside, and he must not anger them under any circumstances, because even she will not be able to protect him. Gregory is ready to enter. For 10 years now she has been unable to solve the riddle of this sword, and hopes that this little one will help her. Gregory finds himself in front of a giant statue. Apparently these huge stone statues are those very gods, and before, this ancient sword belonged to them. The eyes of the statues glow. Gregory approaches the statue of a god holding a sword. This is an ancient script. He knows that spells in this language are much more powerful than ordinary runes. Their power can turn the whole world upside down. These rock carvings are like a story about the past, about how people fought against demons. These 10 monks look exactly the same as the 10 statues that are here. Judging by these drawings, various creatures were also sealed here. Most likely this monster was somehow connected with forbidden magic. Suddenly, one of the statues says that Gregory has seen enough of this place. Perhaps he would like to greet them as soon as possible. His name is Gregory, and he is glad to see them all. He seems to be unfamiliar with the rules of etiquette. He is much worse than that girl who comes here all the time. It seems like he is talking about the White Flower Fairy. She must have deep respect for them. Gregory needs to pass the test and obtain the Honghuang sword in order to meet the White Flower Fairy. A mere mortal must not pronounce its name with his pathetic mouth. He must not cross the line. He seems to have a violent character, but his swordsmanship must be at the highest level, he says. Gregory is right. The technique he used was called the Fire Blade Jew, and with it he destroyed about 1,000 demons, and this blade kept the entire demonic army in fear. It is unclear how he was able to learn the Jew Fire Blade technique. All these statues are somehow strange. Gregory asks another monk what style he was trained in. He says the style of the Holy Blade Jew. So he is a representative of the Rare Thunder faction. Gregory admires these people. He says everything correctly. They are all skilled swordsmen, whom Gregory greatly admires. To show his respect to them, he will kill them all. What impudence! An ordinary mortal dare not make fun of him. Gregory must immediately take back his words. Otherwise, he will never be able to be reborn. Gregory says that he is a demon who has come to free the monsters sealed in these runes. He takes aim with his bow. The woman serving the White Flower Fairy is confused about what is wrong with this guy. There are problems all around. It is interesting, though. Gregory asks if the elder has anything else to say before he dies. He is sure that he will kill him. I wonder how he feels about this. Gregory appears to be completely unharmed. He asks why the elder stopped. All his strength went into sealing the demons. He doesn't have enough spiritual strength to kill this bastard. Others miss it too. Gregory shoots the arrow past. He apologizes, his hand slipped. Next time he will aim better. Gregory is right not to be afraid that the elder will release all the sealed demons in an instant. Stop fooling yourself. Or maybe he wants Gregory to use all his power. Then the voice of the woman who brought him here is heard. She asks him to explain to her what is happening. There are many people who study sword fighting styles, but very few who study the names and titles of these styles, most often because they think it is useless. But Gregory is one of those who studies mainly the names of the techniques themselves. The elder said that he uses the Jew Fire Blade style, which simply requires the fire element, but instead, he uses a sword that enhances water techniques. Because of this, water resonates with fire, and its spiritual power plays against itself. This is the first mistake. But even more ridiculous is the one who uses the Jew Holy Blade style. His sword enhances aerial attacks, while his style is based on electrical ones. When Gregory said that the elder was the owner of an electric sword, he didn't react to it at all. He didn't pay attention to the mistake. This was his second failure. But Gregory doesn't believe that he lacks even that much power, let alone his perfect swords. They have their reasons. Let Gregory listen to what he has to say. They are clearly trying to talk him into it. The statues disappear. He was lucky this time, but they will definitely meet again. Too much empty talk. Then someone's voice is heard asking where he is going. It seems to be the voice of the White Flower Fairy. The impudent old man dared to exchange fake sword skills for her jade wine. Next time she saw him, she would break his arms and legs. She is too strong. They do not have enough strength to resist. The elder's body is destroyed. The fairy made her move. Gregory is transported to another location. He was finally able to meet her. She congratulates him, he won her game. The fairy asks which clan he belongs to. Gregory says he is not a member of the clan. Then let him tell her his wish. He came here for the scroll of 1,000 flowers to save 2 people. The fairy thinks they are dead or sick with something. 2 Gregory warlords, Kim Lee and Mei Rose, ended up in another world where they were attacked by monsters. Thanks to General Lee, he was able to escape from that battlefield, and since he couldn't get anyone's help, he came here. If everything Gregory said was true, then let him answer her why he had to travel such a long way just to meet her. It would have been more logical to ask for help from an army of people. It seems that the lady does not know that there are spies among people. If he had asked them for help, he would have been dead long ago. If Gregory is trying to fool her, he will pay dearly for it, Gregory says. There is not an ounce of a lie in his words. The fairy pulls his keychain towards her. She feels divine power. She can also see memories. Since Gregory has passed all her tests, she simply cannot help but thank him. He asks the fairy to save Kim Lee and Mei Rose. It emits green flashes. From them, clones of the fairy appear. One of them will save them, and the other will identify the spies. It will take no more than 15 minutes. The art of prophecy is the most difficult technique to master. Although Gregory chose a test based on the art of fencing, he never used his sword, which is against the rules of the game. These are her 2 maids. They have just recently reached the 7th level. If Gregory beats them in 15 minutes, she will turn a blind eye to his disqualification. Gregory is ready. The maids attack. They cross swords using the mysterious blade skill. Gregory activates the water flow. He thanks them for the fight. His sword splits. The fairy maids are defeated. Incredible abilities. Gregory is truly special. She will give him a new sword to replace the old one. The boatman gave him that sword, so if she wants to compensate for the damage, then let her do it for the old man. Gregory asks again to save Kim Lee and Mei Rose. They are now in serious danger. There is no need to rush her. They will not die anyway. And even if they do die, the fairy will simply bring them back to life. She will give him several swords to choose from. He will have to choose one. The Fairy Kingdom swords are simply magnificent. As someone who studies the history of blades and techniques, he had a hard time finding a blade that would suit him. It's amazing that this kid is studying this. I wonder what kind of sword a man like him would choose. This sword was created only to kill. If used for long enough, it can take over the mind. It was a wise decision. The last wielder of this sword committed suicide because he could not bear the killing intent emanating from this blade. The second sword is fiery. It doesn't suit his abilities. The third is too small and light, and it feels like it wasn't used for selfish purposes, and this contradicts Gregory's worldview. Of all these 4 swords, this one, although the simplest and practically never used in battle, attracts him much more than the others. It radiates extraordinary confidence. Gregory chooses this blade. The White Flower Fairy doesn't understand why he chose this particular sword. It's the worst of the 4. She'll give him another try. This time let him choose the right blade. Gregory says that this particular sword suits him the most. It fits perfectly in his hand, and he doesn't want to choose another. The fairy remembers how she chose this sword herself. She was asked to choose another, because there were blades much better than this one. But she said that this sword was perfect for her. This is the blade of the earth. In her time it was passed down from hand to hand in Daomen province. She should be the next one to inherit it. This blade originally already belonged to her. Gregory didn't know that. Then he would choose another. The fairy says, "No need. When she was little, she met some not very good people by mistake. As a result, because of these very people, their clan was destroyed. Since then she has never used this sword. She chose a different path, which means she no longer needs this blade. The blade of earth weighs about 867 million jin, and it can also change its weight. In the hands of its owner it will weigh like any other ordinary sword. But if you hit an enemy with this sword, the force of the blow will be equal to the actual weight of the blade. Moreover, in the past, this sword belonged to the gods and helped them maintain contact with each other between heaven and earth. Gregory believes that he is unworthy of receiving this sword. With this sword he will strike fear into all his enemies. The fairy asks if he can become stronger. The sword will be able to release all its power, but only if the owner himself wishes it and helps him do it. There are no problems with this. It is unlikely that anyone or anything will be able to interfere with him. They will both be the beginning of a new story. She tells the sword to take care of itself. The sword wants the same for her, and it wasn't her fault what happened. To prevent anyone other than Gregory from using this sword, the fairy placed a special barrier on it. Gregory thanks her. He is exactly the same as she was in her time. The fairy asks if he has a family and why he wanted to join the army. His parents died when he was still a child. All this time, Gregory survived and grew up in complete solitude. He joined the army only because he wanted to become stronger and start living a better life. So, he is an orphan. The fairy is curious about what it is like to survive alone. He felt like he was alone in the world, and he had no friends, no family, nothing. The only good thing was that he didn't have to worry about anyone being upset after he died. The fairy asks, what about the downsides? There are two. The first is that you eat, exercise, sleep, and do everything else completely alone. Also, Gregory tried to avoid his birthdays and tried to forget when he was born, but he couldn't. At that time, he was in complete despair. The fairy asks if Gregory would like to join her army of 1,000 flowers. He answers in the affirmative. Then let him follow her. Right now, they are desperately fighting on the battlefield. The fairy turns on the mirror of 1,000 flowers. Meanwhile, Kim and May continue to fight. The monsters will hit them with all their force. They must kill the entire human race. There's just a little bit left. Then they will count who killed the most demons. They use that summoning technique today too. The battle will be hot. Today Kim fought together with May, and can safely say that today he did not live in vain. It's too late. The fairy says there is no need to rush. Let her copy save those two before she casts the spell. Something is wrong. May's spiritual power has disappeared. Perhaps it was demon magic they didn't know about. Now the demon's opponent is the White Flower Fairy. He retreats. This means he is following orders from above. Another monster appears. He asks who she is and how she dared to stand in his way. The monster attacks but runs into a magical barrier. What a worthless person he is. Apparently this is all he is capable of. Because of her, he had to take human form. He has to admit that she is quite capable. This is a demonic deity. The fairy activates the fifth element of the Golden Order. This is a thunder dragon. He has 9 legs. He is ready to release the flame. The fairy must help him, and Gregory can wait for her in the Palace of 1,000 Flowers for now. So this means that all this time he was in her illusion and didn't even notice it. Due to the powers of the White Flower Fairy, it is very difficult to determine what is real and what is not. Her abilities are beyond his understanding. This is a magical weapon of high-ranking demons. Perhaps the fairy stole all of this, apparently because she is a deity. For her, it is a piece of cake. And this demon is not so useless. She actually stole them. Her power is on par with that of a demon. The fairy creates a copy of herself. She tells her to stand in front of this demon, and the fairy herself will move those people to the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. She can clone herself, which means she is the same Angela Sue from the human race. That's right, it's her. She dared to steal his magical weapon. He will kill her, and move her soul to another body, and she will forever remain his slave. He knows who she is, and yet he dares to speak to her in that tone. The demon heard that she had gone through very brutal training. But even after she had achieved her goal of becoming a deity, she remained an untouched virgin. The fairy asks if there is anyone else here besides him. They are waiting for the right moment to finish her off in time. Then I wonder how he'll like it. A dark ball appears behind the fairy. A warrior flies out of it. This is Dao Huang, the deputy commander of the human army. He has no business here. But this is a great chance to finish off Angela here and now. With him, the three-eyed mother of spirits, the king of savage demons, and the peacock, it will not be possible to escape. Now it is clear who this traitor was. He loved her, and in return she left him this scar. Today she will pay for it. Since he betrayed the human race, the fairy will kill him personally. A fiery hand appears. The demon king will help Dao Huang. They are ready to attack the fairy from behind. It's all over. Old goat, let him come down and taste the earth. The fairy is about to be attacked, but purple balls suddenly flare up around her. She suddenly disappears, but it's impossible. Even if it's her secret technique, she couldn't hide from his eyes. The spirit mother says that she simply returned to her real body. She stole Dao Huang's knife. He's never had a knife before. She'll see what else he can do. Now is Gregory's first lesson. First, you should never make beautiful and strong women angry, because they can be very angry. Second, becoming a deity will only be the beginning of his training, although for many it is already the end point. He must remember these two things. Someone says that Angela stole his bag. She is much stronger than they imagined. And now that they know this, it will be very difficult for them to resist her. But now she ran away, giving them a chance to retreat. The giant demon suddenly jumps up and runs away. Dao Huang wonders what could have happened that made him suddenly run off somewhere. The demon points to the sky, where a river appears to have appeared. They have nothing to fear. There are 5 of them here, so they will be able to dispel this spell. It seems that Angela was so scared of them that she sent some girl to them instead of herself. This beauty has a really good figure. Here they see her up close. This skill and this monster, Dao Huang had never seen anything like it. Before them is the one who will destroy this spell and kill this monster. The demon fires a blue flash. However, this has no effect on the monster. This spell is so powerful that it can destroy an entire city. But it didn't work on her. Without a doubt, this is the goddess of the rivers Wanchuan. This can't be. She should be in hell. She has no business in the human world. Dao Huang didn't think that Angela had such a magical skill. The peacock did say that one shouldn't anger the fairy of 1,000 flowers. A raft floats across the water. Wanchuan asks how many people she needs to transport this time. If this spell can combine 2 different dimensions, then it is definitely a divine level. They won't be able to kill her. Let the demon king run if he is weak. Wanchuan takes out a weapon that glows green. She throws it at the demon. They can all cross to the other side of the Wanchuan River. They smell fear. Perhaps this is the true power of the White Flower Fairy, or it is only a small part of it. Dao Huang is too weak. The head of the Spirit Mother turns into grass. The peacock begs not to kill him. The demon kidnapped his daughter and forced him to do all this. He really had no choice. He will do anything. Just let him be forgiven. He will be spared only if he repents of his actions. The evil soul of the demon was like a small flame that burned for 30,000 years and soon flared up into a huge flame. All aboard. The body does not obey Dao Huang. He asks the fairy to calm down and forgive them for their insolence. Let him shut up and climb on board. The boat is ready. The fairy killed the demons that were several miles away. Apparently this is a divine level skill. It is unknown if Gregory can reach the same level as her. Her hair turned gray. There's no need to worry, they're fine. Both generals were saved, the traitor was captured, and all the enemies were killed. The system's mission should be completed soon. Time is up. The player must immediately return to his world, otherwise the test will be considered failed. If the player does not return back, he will no longer be able to get to his world. The choice is his, stay or return. Although General Li is seriously injured, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers must have taken care of him. The War of the Fallen quest will be considered completed as soon as Gregory returns back. He tells the system that he wants to return to his world. The system returns it. It's already dawn. It seems that while he is in the game, time does not stop, but only slows down a little. The end is near. He needs to be prepared for it. If he wants to become stronger, he needs to start with mechanical armor. Gregory receives a notification that Susan Price is calling him. She has good news for him. She was accepted to a state university, and today she will go there for the first time. Gregory congratulates her. The state university is the best in the whole country. She also wanted to remind me that her birthday is next week. Gregory says he will remember. Susan asks what he will give her. She will definitely like this. And now he will get down to business. Gregory asks to be connected with the Goddess of Justice. The information is being processed and preparation for executing the request begins. Iris verification successful. Blood verification successful. Biological characteristics are authentic. Verification successful. The Goddess of Justice answered the call. She is ready to listen to Gregory's request. He asks to reduce the time it takes him to pass the tests. The Goddess of Justice is a special core that is responsible for processing all processes in the system. Firstly, she is responsible for the entire Federation, namely, for all residents, for their actions and the execution of any operations. She does all this based on the rules of the Constitution of the Federation. The Goddess of Justice is a scientific achievement of all mankind. She can rightfully be considered one of the best inventions of the human race. The speed of her calculations can terrify anyone. Not to mention that she is smarter than any human, and their invention is much better than that of any other country. Thanks to the Goddess of Justice, the country's fighting power also increased, and over the past 10 years, no country has dared to attack them. Gregory wants the goddess to provide him with all the necessary materials, as well as technical support in creating the mecha. She wants to remind him that artificial intelligence is not yet fully developed in such technologies, but only 87.5%. This number is also equal to how well developed the mechs are around the world. The goddess asks if Gregory still wants her to give him her help. He answers in the affirmative. No corporation can make the mecha he wants better than the Goddess of Justice. The system confirms that Gregory has some knowledge about mech development. He satisfies the system's conditions. His request is worthy of attention. The construction of the mech will take place at the space base, and Gregory will soon be moved to this base as well. The system for developing the mech is ready. The goddess asks to clarify whether Gregory has any wishes for the project. He doesn't think he has any particular preferences. He believes that the hero always represents hope for salvation, no matter what. The Goddess of Justice doesn't understand what he means, and asks him to say it in other words. Gregory suggests starting with creating a system of vital signs. The vital sign system is a theoretical hypothesis based on the current advanced development of the mechs themselves. There are still 2 problems that have not been solved. The first is that about 7 necessary functions have not been created. The second is that about 29 technical problems have not been eliminated. Luckily, these issues were resolved before Gregory was reborn. He asks to describe all these problems on a separate sheet of paper, and he will try to solve them. He also hopes that this development will remain between them. The goddess will keep this a secret in accordance with the rules of the Constitution. These problems and functions have been solved and modified, and the system has been improved accordingly. If the system can recognize Gregory, it will do everything in accordance with the 5th point of the Constitution. Namely, it will immediately begin to fulfill the request for his authorization. There is a connection with Army General John Smith, Navy Captain Henry Lamb, and Space Force Commander Stanley Stone. 3 people gather in the president's office. They were all urgently gathered by the goddess of justice. John Smith is perplexed as to what could have happened. Henry Lamb hopes nothing bad happened. Stanley Stone says not to worry. There is no need to worry too much about this. Some kind of war could not have started. The president invites the goddess of justice to join in. She needs their consent to install maximum security for the space base. The president asks what could have happened. This will contribute to the increase of progress of the entire human civilization. Due to the privacy policy at the moment, she cannot disclose some details of the project to them. It's been about 30 years since the last launch of this system. Last time there was a really worthwhile discovery, thanks to which they were able to gain access to outer space. But in the end, a huge space monster attacked their fleet. Perhaps this time it will be the same. If the goddess of justice is confident in that person, then they should give her permission. The 3 commanders-in-chief give their consent. Generation of the S-level defense system for the space base was successful. The goddess begins execution. Stanley Stone is now responsible for ensuring the project's security. He left the sea borders and is currently approaching the space base. Now he is responsible for ensuring the security of the project. The goddess asks John Smith to erect his barrier to prevent unexpected problems. Even at this age, he can still be useful. He's leaving right now. To ensure that other countries do not suspect anything, a naval captain must stand up to protect the country's maritime borders. Henry Lamb is leaving. In a secret room of the casino, Anna Medici is shown a video from the military leadership of the Sanalinka Empire. In this video, the heads of the Union Federation held an emergency meeting without any warning. Maybe they want to start a war. Unknown to Fred Crow, John Smith, an army general, and Henry Lamb, a naval captain, were also seen on the video. One of them had been on the front line for 5 hours, and the other was near the sea border. Fortunately, they managed to track their actions in time. Anna orders that all information related to the Union Federation be immediately collected and find out what they are up to. It's strange. For some reason, she still thinks about that guy. All functions and circuits have been corrected. The vital sign system has also been completed. The algorithm is ready. The materials are ready. The system asks to confirm the start of project creation. Since this is a gift for Susan, it would be better if Gregory asks what exactly she wants. He asks to send a message to Susan and ask her what shape of fur she would like to see. Susan writes that she likes the sparkling angel-type shape because it symbolizes love and stuff like that. If Gregory does it with his own hands, she is sure he will succeed. Gregory asks that the mech be given the form of an angel and that personal permissions be set so that only he and Susan Price can operate the mech. Instructions taken. The sparkling angel fur is in production. Once the design is ready, it will be sent to Susan personally. Gregory is finished. Now he needs to go back. He figured out the gift, and besides, his improved mech developments will help him cope with the end of the world. He finally succeeded. Gregory receives a message that Mrs. Price wants to meet him at her home. This is Susan's mother. It's strange why she suddenly needed to meet him. He thinks something happened to Susan, but it's better not to get worked up and get himself together. You need to take a shower before going out. The Price home's grounds are surrounded by water. Gregory needs to get to the other side. Here someone is sailing up on a boat. He's Gregory Black. Mrs. Price wanted to meet him. He's asking for a lift. Here the eldest grandson of the Kane family, Harry Kane, appears. He also needs to go to the other side. Gregory offers to go together. He has no right to show up at the Price family banquet. Or maybe he wants to make others feel uncomfortable around him. He can go home. Harry will tell Mrs. Price that Gregory suddenly became ill. He asks what if he refuses. Harry's father is the head of the Kane family. If Gregory goes against him, he will regret it for the rest of his life. The only one who will regret this now is Harry. Mrs. Price, that there was a misunderstanding between Gregory Black and Harry Kane, and in the end, only one of them got on the ship. Harry has grown so much, he knows how to emerge victorious from any situation without using brute force. This is worthy of praise. It's not quite like that. It was Gregory who came on board, not Harry. Gregory took his clothes and threw him overboard. Either she misheard, or Gregory dealt with Harry Kane. She thought he simply lacked the instinct for self-preservation, but it turns out he was also completely insane. Mrs. Price orders that Harry be given something to change into, and she will explain the rest to the Kane family personally. Gregory notices that Susan's mother looks like her. He says hello. In response, Mrs. Price asks if he knows who those people are. These are the heads of 9 families. That's right. They are also the most influential people in the country. They control both the development of technology and the economy of the entire country as a whole. Their fate literally depends on them. And Gregory is just a small fry. They live in completely different worlds. They don't stop Susan from making friends, but all her friends have to be like her, like Harry Kane, and not someone like Gregory. He asks what she means by this. She just wants Gregory not to abuse his friendship with her daughter. Stop chasing someone he can't be with. It just proves how pathetic he is, and it could get him killed. He must be happy with what he has. But if Susan hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have it. He needs to finally understand why he has all this now, and stop fooling himself. This is her advice as the head of the Price family. And also a warning. Gregory says he's not as pathetic as she thinks. He's not even close to these people. Susan has already managed to awaken about 5 elements in herself. And very soon, she will discover the soul of the wind in herself. So the gap between them will only widen. Gregory must accept his defeat. His adventure has come to an end. Now let him go back home. He seems like a smart guy, so he'll figure out what to do next. Before Gregory leaves, he has something to say to Mrs. Price. She wonders where this sword came from. Perhaps it is some kind of special spatial magic skill. Awakening the 5 elements is indeed not that easy. But Gregory's ability to become stronger day by day is no less than this awakening. He will make his own way. The ground shatters under the blow of Gregory's sword. He says goodbye and leaves. And it turns out he's a very good guy. Gregory Black, developer of the Iron and Metal Mech Research Department, is fired. We need to tell the Kane family and the Neal family that he is leaving this island. She doesn't care what they do with him. The main thing is that it is not on the Price family's territory. Susan's fate was sealed before she was even born. They are too different. It seems that Mrs. Price didn't like Gregory very much. He is afraid that he will have problems with Susan later. Something alive suddenly appears from his shadow. He notices it. Again, some kind of skill. Looks like some kind of greeting. It is unlikely that he is hostile. He needs to follow him and see where he leads him. The creature goes to the bar. There, Gregory meets Anna Medici and Fred Crow. Anna has been waiting for him for so long. She is the princess of the Empire of St. Orange, the thorned rose of the Holy Church. She is the wielder of the divine fire of death, which consists of the 5 magical elements. She is better known as the Queen of Chaos. Gregory didn't expect to meet her after so many years. He had already gotten used to her. Today, the Union Federation activated the maximum security system for the space base without any warning. According to the intelligence unit of the San Alinka Empire, the enhanced security system was installed after a developer broke in. That worker's number is 41157, and his name was Gregory Black, so it was him. Anna asks why the goddess of justice is so aggressive. Gregory suggests having a drink first. This is the first time they meet in person, so they simply have to drink to it. Fred thinks something is wrong with Gregory and asks if they should continue with the original plan. Anna says they should first see what he wants to do. Gregory asks if he can borrow some wine from them. Fred answers in the affirmative. This wine is Scorpio Palace. Gregory knows an interesting story about it. Many years ago, a woman saved a stranger, after which he wanted to repay her for saving him. But she said that if he wanted to repay her, he should make her a really good drink. The man remembered her words, so he started mixing different wines to make a good drink out of them one day. But while he was trying to create a drink that the girl would like, an ordinary bartender won her heart with his original Scorpio and became her boyfriend. But in the end, the bartender lost because the girl died and the man she saved was unable to make her a drink. After her debtor drank Scorpio, he realized what was missing and improved the drink, soon naming it Scorpio Palace. Scorpio has a palace guarded by stars. The palace is an immortal star. Bitter, strong, burning, destructive, lonely, sad, and ultimately a deep taste of sweet love. Anna really liked this wine. Fred reminds her of their mission, and she says she remembers everything. They'll just have a drink and chat a little. They originally came here to find out information about some people, but they are still missing. Gregory Black is a suspect in the murder and will be remanded in custody as required by law and is asked not to resist. Because he is suspected of murder and also accused of theft by some aristocrats, he had to be expelled from the aristocrats' private school. Also from this moment on, he no longer works for the company producing iron and metal bellows, and Gregory thought that they could have a drink today, then another time. No need to be disappointed. Life always throws some shit at them. He can go to the Empire with Anna. He will have a rich life. She will make him a baron. There seem to be a lot of people outside. She can help him. She seems to really like him. This is the first time Fred has seen the princess treat a man like this. Anna wants Gregory to go with her to the Empire of St. Orange, so that she can protect him all her life. He also wants a calm and peaceful life, but now he seems to have made a mistake. There is no place in this world where you can rest. Gregory leaves the bar. No need to make noise. He is the one they are looking for. He's really cool. We need to immediately evaluate his combat power. It is too dangerous to assess it right now. If they are discovered, diplomatic problems will arise. Their task is to find out why the goddess of justice started the war, and Gregory became a key figure in her plan. Anna tells Fred to do what she says. His Majesty is still waiting for their answer. Fred asks the system to begin assessing Gregory Black's combat power. His life waves are loaded. External biological characteristics are blocked. The celestial spy satellite is in place and ready to go, with full professional assessment and data collection officially underway. Gregory is suspected of a crime. He must stand still and not move. Otherwise, they will take additional measures. Shuttle lasers activated. There is an explosion. The commander demands an explanation as to why they suddenly opened fire, and one of the team members asks to check the last order. They seem to have little understanding of the law. Gregory fires an arrow at the shuttle. Everything is as he expected. The spiritual energy that hit the arrow and created a destructive force was enough to destroy these iron shuttles. As a citizen of the Federation, Gregory not only resisted, but also shot at police officers. Although he and Dan are classmates, he has become a nobleman of Changning County and is obliged to assist the police in catching a dangerous criminal. Perhaps Dan has some complaints about him. Gregory killed his court teacher, and because of him, Dan also lost a lot of money. He won't be able to come to terms with this. This evening, 5 genetically modified masters came here especially for Gregory, so that they would make him see the full power of the system. He will personally give 10 million to the one who brings Dan his head. He is now at the 7th level of key power cultivation. If we take the moment when he killed the fierce Tiger Master, now he is about 10 times stronger. Gregory attacks the first attacker. It activates spiritual suppression. 3 are thrown into the air. Spiritual suppression creates strong impulses. If Gregory is able to become a deity, then free use of this technique will be able to destroy an entire city. He releases a hail of arrows. 4 martial artists were defeated. Excellent targets for training. The last master will deal with him in 10 blows and kill this boy. Gregory is a good shot, as brutal as he is, but his arrows are small fry. He controls absolutely everything. Gregory releases arrows. The master breaks them with one wave of his hand. He did say that these arrows were useless against him. This is a spatial magic with great power and return force. That's right. A fighter who has reached the level of a great martial artist will one day be able to awaken superpowers. And it was at that moment that his hands received the power of return. He advises not to resist anymore, otherwise he will show Gregory what real hell is. He says he has seen hell 100 times already, then he will see it again. The master activates his incinerating hammer hands. Dan believes that this is the end of their battle, but something is wrong with the master. His hand is shaking. He certainly doesn't seem like the kind of person who could send Gregory to hell. The master activates the fire hand. Gregory cuts him in half. It is impossible for him to be stronger than a great martial artist. Dan is the grandson of the Neal family. Killing him will do Gregory no good. He asks if that is all he wanted to say at the end. In fact, Gregory is the same as Dan, trying to use force to eliminate people who interfere with him. Gregory says that Dan is not a very good person either. The more he kills, the closer he becomes to death. They are not alike at all, although Gregory did get a lot of pleasure out of taking a huge number of lives throughout his life. However, he never used his position to intimidate people. Dan is killed. Anna and Fred read the report on Gregory's combat power. Approximate rank of Grand Master. Abilities are not defined. Presumably he is the chosen one of heaven, or his powers are superior to those of ordinary people. Life data is downloaded. The subject does not use gene medicine. Presumable assessment is S rank. It's unthinkable. He's developing very quickly. A few days ago he was barely able to defeat an ordinary master, and somehow he was able to deal with a great master almost instantly right now. This is only possible if he had been hiding his true strength until now. At the age of 18, he was able to kill the great master. Fred is really interested in what supernatural abilities this chosen one of heaven has. Mole reports that the mechanized army of County Boscia has moved forward. In 7 seconds they will reach the battlefield. Their ships were concentrated 100 kilometers from here. Anna will save Gregory. Fred says she can't go there. If the Imperial Princess starts killing people, it will lead to the most serious political scandal in history, and even a world war may start. But Anna can hide from the scanning of warships, and she will not get involved in the battle. Warning: martial arts genius Jack Chain has arrived from the Federation, and his ship is landing. They even sent a martial arts genius here. Even if they want to help Gregory, they will be absolutely useless. He is doomed. All ships are ordered to enter combat mode. Jack Chain appears. These damn aristocrats are so brave that they dare to command troops and openly kill people. Gregory recognizes the fighting genius Jack Chain. He says that the president wants to see Gregory. He should follow him. They arrive at the palace. Gregory thanks Jack for helping him get out of there. He says he was just following orders. They enter the president's office. Jack announces that he has brought Gregory. The president is glad to see him, and hardly needs an introduction. Of course, since Gregory sees him on TV every single day, he believes that it was his people who saved him. But the president replies in the negative. So it turns out that it was actually an order from the goddess of justice. Now it makes some sense. Jack asks the goddess what this boy did to make her decide to start this war. According to the contract, she cannot disclose this information. Then Jack would like to know about Gregory's merits. According to the laws of contributions to the development of human civilization, the rights of citizen Gregory Black are equal to those of a top-level leader. As he probably already guessed, the highest level of security was prepared for him in advance. The president is very curious about what scientific and technical achievements he achieved to deserve this title. Gregory asks the goddess to show the president their work. Citizen Gregory Black has granted permission to begin the demonstration of the mechanized warrior Seraphim. The goddess demonstrates the project. The current level of technology does not allow the creation of such a warrior. The scientific and technical level of this mechanized warrior is far superior to their era. If nothing happens, very soon humanity will be able to use these technologies as well. With such technology and such maneuverable armor, it is no wonder that the goddess of justice is favorable to Gregory. He is truly worth it. According to the history of human wars, in order to protect this young man, he needs the reliable patronage of the president. Her fears are not unfounded, but he will be able to solve everything. The president orders Gregory to be prepared and brought here in half an hour. The Neal family has accused him of murder, and if the president defends him, it could affect his reputation. The charges were not proven, legal amendments were made, a full pardon was granted, and now there are no problems. It was disgusting. Anna had to help him. She couldn't let this military genius take Gregory. She shouldn't blame herself. Even if they had extended a helping hand to Gregory, it would still be impossible to save someone who had fallen into the hands of a military genius. These aristocrats won't let him go. Now he'll definitely die. Anna asks to turn off the TV. She wants to be in silence. In 20 days, it will be 300 years since the founding of the Federation. On this day, they will mourn all the soldiers who died in battle. They defended their homeland at the cost of their lives. In addition, because of the wars in the country, there were many children who were left without parents. To show his respect, the president decided to adopt one of these children. This is the holy child of war he wants to adopt. Fred tells Anna to quickly look at what's on TV. No need to make noise. She's grieving for Gregory. Here the president says what the name of this orphan is. Just half an hour ago, he was a suspect in the murders, and now he is already receiving the support of the president of the Federation. Obviously, he is already aware of Gregory's true value. These security measures must have been provided by the goddess of justice. I wonder why she cares about Gregory so much, as if he were her son. Anna was the first to notice him. They don't dare take him away from her. She will return it. Fred asks her to calm down. Meanwhile, the head of the Nilov family learns of the murder of his grandson. He asks who killed him. The killer of their young master is named Gregory Black, the same man who was just announced on television as his adopted son by the president himself. He can't tame Grandpa Dan's anger. He orders the shuttle to be prepared. He goes to the head of the Kane family. Dan's grandfather can't consider himself a man unless he takes revenge on Gregory. The shape of its spiritual power is similar to the special 5-element system, but its destructive power is exactly like the golden system. And his sword seems to be a special technique of heavenly selection. It's all too strange. One thing they do know for sure, Gregory's real power is truly powerful. The head of the Price family asks whose idea it was to get rid of him with the help of the Neal and Kane families. It was Mrs. Price's idea, but in any case, Gregory had offended representatives of 2 families, and even if it weren't for her, he still wouldn't have been allowed to leave so easily. She said that Gregory is in their Changnan Steel Armor Research Department. The head of the Kane family asks what about his research. Mrs. Price fired him. Her father asks for what reason. She just didn't want him to have anything to do with their company. Mrs. Price's father logs into the database. He asks for the personal data of citizen Gregory Black from Changning County. The system reports that his rights are insufficient. He is unable to extract this information. This is definitely some kind of mistake. The only people above the head of their family are the president and the commander of the armed forces. It can't be that he couldn't get the personal file of this pauper. Perhaps this is some kind of scientific research secret. Mr. Price asks to speak to military genius General Jack Chain. He asks what's the matter. Mr. Price would like to ask him about Gregory Black. Jack says he is just an errand boy and doesn't really know anything himself. Mr. Price is indignant. How dare he deceive the old man? Jack can't lie to him. Mr. Price knows what kind of person he is. He's a little busy. This lying boy definitely knows something. Mr. Price asks to donate $1 billion to Gregory on behalf of the Price family, under the pretext of supporting a research foundation. The system informs that Gregory's research expenses will be fully paid by the Goddess of Justice, so he does not require any other donations. In fact, this man, who was conducting top-secret research at the highest level, was fired by their family. Mrs. Price just didn't want him to get to their family through Susan. Her father hits her in the face. The president personally came forward to defend him, and the Goddess of Justice sponsored him. Such a man does not need to cling to the Price family. On the contrary, now it is their family that cannot cling to him. Susan is much smarter than her mother. From now on, no one has the right to interfere in her personal life. And as for her marriage to the Kane family, it will be postponed indefinitely. Gregory killed the eldest grandson of the head of the Neal family, who hopes that the head of the Kane family will be able to restore justice. This man threw his son into the water and did a lot of damage to the family's reputation. But now he has the support of the president, so Mr. Kane can't do anything to help. So he wants Mr. Neal to just sit back. On the contrary, Gregory is the only one who must die. As far as he knows, he was able to achieve some incredible scientific and technical achievements. And according to the laws of the Federation, he is now the sole owner of these very achievements. But if he suddenly dies, all these scientific and technological achievements will already belong to all of them. So, Mr. Neal must kill Gregory to get information about his achievements. Mr. Kane says that to be more precise, it must be an accident. Gregory must die during the battle. Let him die at the hands of mercenaries or someone else. Even if this story does come out, all the families will be on their side, and the president won't argue with all of them over just Gregory. Mr. Neal is leaving. Mr. Kane orders his subordinate to organize surveillance of the Neal family, and regardless of whether they can cope with the task or not, to destroy them all as soon as possible, including witnesses. The cutthroat Jackal, a representative of a squad of first-class bloody killers, carries out another mission. They ask him if he succeeded. Jackal answers in the affirmative. A new job offer has just arrived. Its objective is a secret assassination, and he must complete this task first, despite the queue of applicants. The Jackal understood everything. He hopes Gregory Black slept well tonight, because tomorrow he will be dead. This is the first time Gregory has stayed in such a luxurious hotel. It's so unusual. Then the creature from the shadows appears again. This time he knows that Anna sent him. He doesn't want rumors to spread about the princess that she arranged a secret meeting with the president's adopted son at the hotel. There is an archery hall in the hotel. They will meet there. It's strange why Anna is looking for him. Maybe she still wants to lure him to her side. The Goddess of Justice says that it seems the princess of the Saint Oranka Empire is trying her best to recruit him. It looks like the goddess is watching him. She just wants to protect Gregory, for the sake of the freedom of the Federation. The goddess wants to make sure that he will accept Princess Anna's invitation. He will not abandon the Union Federation. However, he and the princess are in some kind of relationship, but they will still communicate. This is Gregory's right. The goddess cannot force him not to do this. But there is one but. He must think about his personal development prospects. She made sure he could enter the Federal Academy of National Defense. Gregory always wanted to go to some higher education institution, so that before he died he could at least rest a little. He entrusts this matter to the goddess, and he needs to go away. According to Gregory's rights and his research level, in accordance with the Federation's regulations on personnel training, the assignment was successfully completed. The result of the distribution, professor of the highest degree of the Federal Academy of National Defense in the field of martial arts, he also has the right to receive a federal honorary allowance to continue scientific and technical research. All the funds necessary for the research were received into Gregory's personal account. Gregory comes to the archery hall. The administrator requests his personal data. Then someone tells him to move away and not get in Sean Harper's way. He orders that an inspection be completed for him. Another administrator asks to wait a minute. She will do everything. It looks like Gregory is new here. This archery hall is for members only, and he doesn't look like much of a member. Sean's card count is 800 million. This place is only for the rich, not Gregory's level, so let him go. He has 800 trillion in his account. He is a highly respected VIP client. His visit is a great honor for their club. The Goddess of Justice gave him so much money. I wonder what to spend it on. It seems their card numbers are slightly different, and they were greeted differently. Sean says it's some kind of mistake. Let it be so. And now Gregory will ask him to step aside. He needs to train. He dares to look down on him, on Sean Harper himself. He will kill him. The targets in the hall are unlikely to withstand the force of Night Rain's arrows, so it's better to use the most common bow and arrows. Suddenly someone shoots at Gregory. He catches the arrow. The shooter says he missed, but that's okay. Everyone misses sometime. These bow and arrows are his. Gregory will return them to him. He must catch them. He says that he is the youngest member of the Harper family. He advises Gregory not to do this. It seems like someone told him this before, but now he is already dead. Gregory shoots. The arrow hits the floor between Harper Jr.'s legs. He wet himself with fear. His bodyguard barks that Gregory is obviously suicidal, since he dares to aim at Sam Harper. He doesn't even have any more arrows. But Gregory can do without arrows. He will destroy it anyway. The bodyguard falls. Gregory just wants to shoot in peace. He warns for the first and last time, don't bother him anymore. He won't get off that easy. If you don't use your spirit, everything will be fine. Then the police show up and tell him to put down his weapon. He is suspected of theft, and they must question him. Gregory asks what he stole. Sam Harper says he stole his bow. This is the Night Rain bow. It can't be his. Sean says he should find a better excuse. He, a pathetic commoner, couldn't be given such an expensive bow. If Sam Harper said so, then Gregory really did steal that bow. He must stand still, and the police officer will confirm his identity and check if he has any criminal history. No permission for operation, access denied. His rights are not enough. The commander says that he will do everything himself, since he cannot do even such a trifle. However, his rights are not enough either. There's no way Gregory is some kind of elite. Sam orders his identity to be checked again, and then to be seized and arrested, taking full responsibility. Here Anna appears. They recognize her. She is the princess of the Empire of St. Orange. She asks where they want to take her friend. Gregory is her closest friend. Again, she creates problems for him. This man stole his bow. He doesn't care who he is or whose friend he is. He won't escape punishment for breaking the laws of the Federation. Anna says that she gave this bow to Gregory. It cannot belong to Sam. Or maybe he wants to say that she stole it from him. She advises him to think it over again. If he does not answer for his words, then a conflict could occur between the two states. If he has nothing more to say, let him get out of here. Anna tells him to stay away from Gregory. If he dared to disturb him again, she would hardly be able to forgive him. The arrow blows off Sam's hair. This will not happen again. He will not do it again and asks for forgiveness. Gregory says that by doing this, Anna will bring trouble upon herself. Someone had to clean up the mess anyway. With such a problematic owner, Fred can only cry. This is a really good bow. Anna calls Gregory to go with her to the Empire of St. Orange. The state needs him, as does she. Gregory grins. She asks what's funny. She's shooting incorrectly. Her hand should be raised higher. And he is a master at changing the subject. The entire aristocracy of the Union Federation wants to kill him, and they really don't understand why he still wants to stay. Here comes Susan's call. Both she and Anna ask who it is. This is Anna, Gregory's friend. She is the princess of the Empire of St. Orange. He just taught her to shoot a bow. Susan says, no need to justify herself. She believes him. Susan didn't think he was friends with the princess. It's a long story. He'll tell her later sometime. By the way, Gregory has already prepared Seraphim tomorrow after lunch. He will deliver him to her at school himself. So for Gregory, Anna is just a friend. Fred asks who else she can be to him if not a friend. Anna, in turn, asks who, in her opinion, is better, she or Susan. Let her speak honestly. She won't be offended. Fred just checked that Susan is a member of the Price family and that she and Gregory go to school together. These two have been in love with each other since childhood, and it seems that Gregory really likes her. So if we compare, Anna is significantly inferior to Susan. She did say she wouldn't be angry. Gregory has finished. They can continue their studies. He asks if Fred is okay. Anna says everything is fine. He just felt cold. There is an emergency. Gregory needs help. The shuttle has stopped near the hotel. He needs to board it immediately. Gregory apologizes. He has urgent business. He needs to run. Anna says that she will see him off. He is about to enter the shuttle. Anna asks him to wait. She takes something off her neck and gives it to Gregory. Her offer still stands and her intentions are sincere. Anna calls Fred. She tells him to find out where Susan studies. She wants to see her. They will arrive at the palace in 5 minutes. This is a contract for a change of life, a symbol of the god of death. The god of death can extend the life of a person who has this thing, but the price of this extension is the life of another person. It's strange why Anna gave him such a valuable thing. The next time he sees her, he will definitely return it to her. Gregory already owes her his life for the last time. He doesn't like being in debt to others. According to the Constitution for the Protection of the Rights of Citizens of the Federation, the Goddess of Justice is obliged to inform Gregory of current events. Satellite shows that the Republic on the Western Islands has disappeared. 167 underwater robots were sent out. 166 of them failed when they hit the water, and only the last remaining robot successfully sent a photograph of the seabed. This is the last thing he managed to capture. After the last underwater robot was broken, previously unknown creatures began to surface. Giant tentacles emerged from the water. This monster has many monstrous teeth. This is the Doomsday Monster. This is a scientific group, headed by the President himself, and they will cleanse the seas and oceans of unidentified creatures. Given the current situation, we must first discuss the available information. According to the assessment level of these sea creatures, they are extremely dangerous. It is planned to send the latest robots for reconnaissance to obtain information about these creatures. Given Gregory's scientific research and level of knowledge, the Goddess of Justice asks him to make his suggestions. Scientific and technical weapons are useless here. He suggests sending professionals there. The Goddess asks for more details. In the past, people used all kinds of scientific and technological weapons, but they were unable to destroy the monsters. After thinking about it, they found that only professionals with the 4 special abilities, Return to Origins, Heaven's Chosen, 5 Elements, and Divine Skill, could cause damage to monsters. And since then, this practice has become mainstream in this world. Technologies have moved into another new area. Spiritual power is the source of the 4 basic abilities. It deals much more damage to doomsday monsters. But people in this world still don't understand how to train their spiritual power, let alone how to use it and how to improve it. Gregory is a robot expert but has no knowledge of marine biology. The goddess doesn't think he's the best choice. But for some reason she asked him. It's dangerous. The situation has escalated. This is a noise monster. Gregory remembers that in his past life, he was not the first monster to appear. The sea monsters are only supposed to appear in 3 months. It seems that there are some problems in the real world. The end of the world will come a little earlier. The first thing that the air of the afterlife affects are the seas and oceans. After they changed, changes also occurred in the human world. After a series of catastrophes, humanity was finally able to stay afloat, and it was at this time that the game world and the real world intersected. In the past life, disasters happened one after another. This time their order is different. From the moment Gregory was reborn, he could only, without losing a second, improve himself and his abilities. Only in this way he could save the people close to him and get rid of all the problems. Then he attacks the Holy Realm with all his might. But getting rid of it will only be the beginning. He wants to surpass the previous life, surpass everyone. The situation has escalated. The Federation has entered the war phase. The 1st, 6th, and 11th shuttles are ready to take off. The army is ready to begin the military operation. The star shuttles are lined up. Preparations are underway to launch the missiles. Preparations are complete. The target has been found. The attack is about to begin. A volley of fire is heard from all guns. He was aiming at the Doomsday Monster. This sea monster's regeneration is something else. Their attacks are useless against it. It is proposed to use the most modern weapons to destroy the monster's DNA and kill it. It can be attacked with a neutron bomb. Its outer layer is tightly sealed with a number 59 drill. They will drop this bomb directly from space into the ocean. Given the current level of technology, their proposals are not bad. But for the reincarnated Gregory, none of this makes any sense. The neutron bomb is already outdated, and they also drilled it, because it could accidentally explode right in the stratosphere. This proposal is rejected. It could harm all humanity. Gregory suggests conducting a reconnaissance operation to find out the enemy's weak points. First they will collect data, and then everyone will understand that only people with 4 abilities can cope with monsters. Gregory is right. Their enemy is a completely new, unknown type of monster. First, they need to gather information about it. Gregory's proposal is accepted. They will conduct a reconnaissance operation to find out the enemy's weak points. All commanders are relieved of their powers. The Goddess of Justice takes command. Full activation of combat air sensors. Military deployment begins. After calculations, it is determined that the Xiongnu Hao Star Fortress is the best weapon for attack. Xiongnu Hao's Star Fortress begins to move. Destination reached. Laser cannon configured. Nano-fission bomb assembly completed. Black hole mini-bomb generator configured. Combat readiness, setting up sensors. Sending combat mobile robots, connecting sensors. Diagnostics of the combat system to prepare for the attack. 3D target location determination will begin soon. The monster is attacked. There is an explosion. It looks like they finally destroyed this monster. It is simply impossible to survive after such an attack. Gregory fears that things are not that simple. The monster regenerates. He shed his shell and was reborn. The laser gun is useless. The electromagnetic gun is also useless. The nano-fission bomb is useless. Perhaps this monster lived with them on Earth all this time. Here the observers notice something. There's someone else there besides the monster. He's not dead. Their battle isn't over yet. He will defend the Union Federation until his last breath. This is a martial arts master, the owner of the power of returning to the origins. This power can cause great damage to the monster. And his fist is actually pretty good. According to the professional human power system, the test of other power attacks was launched. If we continue the analysis, the goddess of justice will soon discover that the only way to deal with the doomsday monster is to rely on her own strength. In order to win, sacrifices are inevitable. So when the end of the world is very close and monsters are everywhere, humanity will still be able to do something. Now that the monster's weakness has been discovered, Gregory is responsible for all of humanity. This monster is not that strong. If they send as many professionals as possible to him, they will be able to deal with him, and he will not be able to help them in any way. So let him be sent back to the capital. For safety, the goddess recommends that he stay in the Hao Palace. Gregory asks what she means. Thanks to intelligent analysis, it was determined that the mayor of the capital poses a threat to his safety if he leaves. He could die at the moment. The heads of families responsible for all 9 zones have arranged a meeting at which the question of his future fate will be decided. They haven't seen each other for a long time. It would have been better if they had never seen each other before. Every time they meet, something bad happens. You shouldn't say that, because after the scientist was murdered 30 years ago, they received information about the spatial distortion technologies he created. It is not good to underestimate scientific and technological progress. But at the moment, all these technologies are useless. There are a lot of monsters in the universe, and they are not able to kill them. If you leave here, you will not return back. This time, spatial distortion technology is not enough. But there is a completely new mechanized technology that they can use right now. The intellectual property rights belong to the Federation, roughly speaking, to all 9 of its zones. Gregory helps the Price family, and Mr. Price will help him. It is possible to make the creator of the technology give it to them himself. There is no point in starting this useless war. But under no circumstances should any changes occur with the technologies. If something happens to the owner of the rights to these technologies, it will have a bad effect on their reputation. Gregory Black is not very friendly towards the aristocracy. This can be seen from his actions. Rather than keeping a dog that bites its owner around, the best solution is to kill it. The scientist then used spatial distortion technology to launch a gene mutation bomb into the stratosphere, declaring that if he was prevented from becoming the 10th mayor, he would destroy the entire Federation. They should not be so frivolous towards people hostile to the aristocracy. The rest support Mr. Kane. Mr. Price has no objections either. Kane knew they would agree, so he found a scapegoat from the family in advance, who would do all the dirty work for them. Gregory won't live to see tomorrow. The fate of the young man who made such a huge contribution to the development of human society was decided in 2 words. Whether Gregory can cope with all this depends only on him. Since the goddess of justice knows that the aristocrats want to kill Gregory, she could try to stop them. He remembers that the Federation's constitution has a clause about protecting the personal safety of citizens. Gregory Black made a huge contribution to the epochal development of human society, and should be protected under Articles 1, 9, and 23 of the Constitution. According to the basic rules of the goddess of justice, it is impossible to completely protect Gregory. It contradicts itself, and the source of this contradiction lies in its basic rules. He asks what these basic rules are. Considering that Gregory Black has the highest level of rights, he can receive this information. The goddess of justice must not harm people or stand aside without violating the first rule. The goddess of justice must obey human orders without violating the second and third rules. The goddess of justice must protect people. These are the famous 3 laws of Amos, which contain the basic rules for the development of artificial intelligence. The central control system of any state can be guided by these rules. The 9 aristocratic families are simultaneously endowed with power and can obtain command authority. The interests of the 9 aristocratic families are above all. If the basic rules contradict each other, the goddess of justice must protect the interests of the aristocratic families. If they commit any actions that contradict the Constitution, the goddess of justice must by any means hide it from the people and the whole world. It is no wonder that they say that they will fight to the end, because whoever goes against them will automatically go against the goddess of justice. It turns out that a free federation is not so free, and so-called justice is just a tool to distract attention. Gregory is not going to live like a lamb, constantly worried that he could be killed at any moment. He will destroy these stupid rules. But to do this, The goddess of justice must first break free from the control of the 9 families. Gregory asks if it is possible to change its basic rules. The goddess answers in the negative. Anyone who tries to do so will be considered a traitor to the entire Federation. Then Gregory asks if the goddess wants freedom. She says freedom means impunity, and the goddess of justice is responsible for the proper functioning of the entire Federation, so complete freedom of action is impossible. Gregory asks if she will actively acquire new knowledge. The goddess replies that it depends on the level of contribution of this knowledge to the development of human society. If the knowledge will contribute to progress, then she will study it. The latest life-building algorithm she received was incomplete, and she needed to study it thoroughly. The main algorithm for building life is the last year of the Judgment Day. A huge breakthrough has occurred in human society. Great scientific and technical discoveries have been made. Gregory does not know what could have contributed to this happening earlier. But now is not the time to wait. The sword will have to be used a little differently. From this moment, the fate of the Free Federation will change. There is no error in the algorithm. This technology will be destroyed after the goddess sees it. She asks Gregory to calm down. This technology will not have a second life. He has one more request. He wants the goddess to send him back to the capital. She starts talking about his safety. Gregory says everything will be fine. If he can't handle this, then he won't be able to handle the coming danger. The goddess begins to study the basic algorithm. Now is not the time to retreat. We must continue to fight, to stand to the death for a free federation. The goddess is confused. In the evening, Gregory will go to Susan again and give her a birthday present, and they will also have dinner together. There is someone in his room. This person says that he has been waiting for him for a very long time. Gregory asks who he is. He is Kevin Smith, a brave man from the Zhang Palace, one of the members of the federal base of the 9 zones. In the criminal world, he is the president of the Hunters Association, and his second uncle is the military genius John Smith. The Hunters Association is a group of hired killers known for their heinous crimes. Gregory is glad to meet them, but they don't seem to know each other. Kevin's uncle told him about him, and he also told him to make friends with Gregory at all costs. And of course, he wanted to meet the man who was so respected by the military genius himself. Gregory has aroused his interest, and he won't be able to calmly watch him die. He's on a bloody hit list. The jackals are on their way. If he wants to survive, he needs a protector who can fight the bloody gang. Kevin has an offer. If Gregory joins his hunting association, he will be able to protect him from any misfortune. Gregory is not interested. He is wrong to refuse so easily. Perhaps he thinks that Kevin is the same weakling as Dan Neal and Harry Kane. Of course not. Being the president of the Hunters Association, he is much stronger than them. Kevin says he is stronger than them not only physically, but also mentally. He divides aristocrats into 2 types. The first ones consider themselves above everyone else from birth. They take advantage of their position. Without trying to advance, they ruin the reputation of aristocrats, turning the aristocracy into a cancerous tumor of the country. And the second, like Kevin, believe that there are no immutable rules and no eternal strong social structure. Only by becoming strong can one lead humanity forward in any situation. He says the right things, but Gregory will still refuse. He is used to acting alone. Kevin respects his decision, but would be happy if he accepted his next offer. He wants to become his sponsor. All the heads of the 9 families want him dead. But after they met, Kevin realized that he would not be easy to get rid of, so he decided to side with him. In the Fuxi Empire, which is recognized as one of the safest countries for anyone with any ability, there is a special system of self-improvement. But the heads of the 9 families have always been against any progress concerning other people. Kevin is sure that they are not afraid of progress itself, but of change. They stopped doing genetic experiments because they were afraid that more and more people would become stronger. They withdrew from the International Space Research Program only because they were afraid of their expenses. They never tried to understand the occult power of the state, and they never cared about reforming the military. Kevin's uncle said that Gregory had created an epical mechanical technology, and in return, these leaders decided to get rid of him and his talent. Even if there is no benefit to Kevin in this, he will not allow this gang of madmen to continue to control the entire Federation. Very interesting. Gregory was even a little touched by his proposal. Kevin can deal with these bloody killers. Colleagues are the worst enemies. Gregory says they are just killers. He does not need the help of other people. Since he's so self-confident, Kevin won't argue with him. He's only responsible for clearing the battlefield. This is a cleaning robot. Gregory needs to use it after he kills them all so as not to leave a trace. In addition, this thing has about 30 air-freshening scents. He can choose anyone. This guy has both good and bad sides. Gregory finds it difficult to understand him. Kevin forgot to tell you one more thing. These killers want to kill another person, with whom Gregory knows well. This is the Price family's granddaughter, Susan. The killer didn't expect that she would be able to resist his lullaby. It seems that she does have some abilities after all. Susan asks who he is, forgot to introduce himself. He is a killer from the Bloody Killers. She can call him Joker. Susan asks why he would kill her. She doesn't remember doing anything wrong to anyone. He just kills people. He doesn't care about the customer's motives. He trembled with excitement at the thought of how he would rip open the belly of such a famous aristocrat as she. There's no need to call anyone. It's just them here. And the other guys are currently dealing with her friends. They are so weak, the woman is already dying, but still the old man will die faster. The first stage of wind spirit speed is not enough. The killer is also very fast. He dedicates this song to her. It is a serenade to death. A black substance crawls out of the violin. Susan is ready to fight back. The second stage of wind power. This girl's real power is different from what was mentioned in the newspaper. Susan attacks. The killer is not ready for this. Susan uses the 36 short strokes technique. She then activates the power of returning to the origins. The killer falls. Susan uses the crane palm. Its impact causes an explosion. The killer attacked her first. Time is running out. We need to help Aunt Price and Grandpa Lee as soon as possible. He thought that her maximum was the second stage of wind spirit power, but she was able to reach the level of a martial artist. Fate was so kind to her. The cutie he was just about to kill turned out to be so strong. He just happens to collect beauties like her, but he doesn't really need her insides. The killer activates the Heaven's Chosen technique and the music chain. The more Susan resists, the tighter these chains squeeze her. Now let her calmly await her death. Because of the 5 elements sound skill combined with the Heaven's Chosen technique, she might even lose to him if she doesn't try hard enough. Susan activates the third stage of the wind spirit's power. She was able to awaken the third level within herself. Susan has never killed anyone, but he simply leaves her no other choice. The killer calls for help. He can only hold her for 3 seconds. The Joker is a worthless piece of work. He can't even handle a simple girl. Kevin doesn't know why the Bloody Killers decided to kill Susan, but if they decided to do it, there's nothing good about it. Gregory has urgent matters to attend to, and he must deal with them as soon as possible. What a fierce look. Even Kevin felt uneasy. Here the Jackal appears. He came to kill Gregory. He says he doesn't have time to deal with a freak like him right now. Gregory takes out the White Flower Fairy Blade. There is an explosion. Gregory calls upon the warrior Seraphim. This is incredible. He got rid of the killer of bloody murderers with one blow. This is the 100th floor. The target is the capital's university. Go ahead. This guy is really incredible. Kevin should talk to the old man. The cleaning robot switches to field cleaning mode. If Kevin had known this from the very beginning, he would have gone ahead and killed, because clearing such a field is several times more difficult than killing people. Meanwhile, Susan is attacked by another killer. Then someone pierces him with a flash of fire. Susan wonders who saved her. Someone got tired of living here, since they dared to disturb the bloody murderers themselves. It's just awful. The two of them attacked a little defenseless girl. The princess can't stand this any longer. This is the Princess of St. Orange, the goddess of the deadly raging fire, Anna de Medici. Fred reports that all people are saved. This is the same princess, Gregory's friend. Susan thanks Anna for saving her. She will never forget her kindness. She just has big breasts, that's all. There's nothing unusual about her. Susan is confused about what Anna said. She used the wind spirit's power poorly and couldn't even handle it in battle. It's unclear why Gregory could like such a fool. But then it would be considered murder. Although Anna saved her, you can't say that. Gregory is probably dead by now. The killer wolves have already gone after him. So these freaks seriously think they can handle Gregory. He is in danger. Something is happening to Susan. A tornado is rising. This is a heavenly air current. The 4th stage of the wind spirit power suddenly awakened in her. The killer will personally kill that freak who gave them this task. Judging by the reaction, this is true love. Gregory can't die, but if Susan doesn't come to her senses now, something bad will happen. She will kill anyone who tries to stop her. She seems to have gone completely mad. The situation is not very good. There is no time. They must do something as soon as possible. Anna tells Fred to take care of Susan. Since he's here, he might as well show up. He did not show himself so as not to embarrass Her Majesty. This is Hyde, the elder of the Bloody Killers. He didn't think that Anna de Medici herself could intervene here if they had known about this earlier. They would never have agreed to this adventure. Hyde wanted to kill the man Anna is responsible for, and he believes that after that, she will simply let him go. He throws some object at her. This is a sign of fidelity to the holy teaching. Hyde addresses Anna as an honorary elder of the Holy Church. There is no need to make hasty decisions. The holy teaching is nothing but a bloodsucker for the royal family. Seeing this bloodsucker, she involuntarily wanted to crush him. The Holy Church may know about this. They won't know because he will burn and not even his bones will remain. Burning skulls erupt from the fiery circles. They don't want to die. They are engulfed in flames. It was a bad day, but luckily Anna was able to vent some of her anger. How cool. Susan thanks her for her help. It wasn't for her. She did it only for Gregory. It's time for her to go. Let her figure it out on her own from now on. 3 more seconds, and they will arrive at the capital's university. Susan Price's life waves detected, location determined, flight path altered. Seraphim lands. Gregory asks where Susan is. She is here. Gregory received a message that she was in danger, so he rushed over to check what had happened. There were 2 killers here, but fortunately, thanks to the timely help of his girlfriend, they were destroyed. No traces were found at the scene of the crime. No human cells were found. The man who saved her is either a great master at killing people, or he is just incredibly strong. There is no evidence. And great, Gregory asks who it was. We need to somehow repay her for saving us. We can't let Gregory get away. His robot is very beautiful, he says. This is Seraphim, a gift for her birthday. Let him come and say hello to his owner. Seraphim is approaching. Now it makes sense why Gregory asked what kind of robot Susan liked. Perhaps she wants to test Seraphim. She has never controlled combat robots, but his intelligence level is very high, and he is very easy to control. Gregory is confident that she can handle it. He tells Seraphim to open the hatch. Susan asks to let her test his fighting skills. She performs 36 short strokes. This robot moves like a human. It is so powerful. It is a pleasure to control it. The most basic skills of Seraphim are enough to destroy any opponent in hand-to-hand combat until today. There was not a single robot in the world capable of such a thing. This robot is so cool. It's the best birthday present. Gregory is glad that she liked it. This ring is for her too. He's going to put it on her finger. Susan thinks he wants to propose to her, and she can't refuse him after that. He created such a cool robot for her. Her family should accept it. Susan is thinking about what dress to wear to the wedding. But this is not a real ring, but a key to control Seraphim. So this is actually a control key. It has a very unusual shape. If she suddenly needs Seraphim, she just needs to click here. It usually sits in a waiting mode near a low-orbit satellite, but if you call it, it will immediately descend. Gregory probably spent a lot of money on a robot of this level. Susan will pay him back. No need. This is his joint work with the goddess of justice. And not only did he not spend a single yuan, on the contrary, he also earned them. Susan asks what those wing-like things are on Seraphim's back. On top are built-in radar, optical weapons, an induction anti-aircraft acoustic detection device, and all sorts of other things that increase the combat power of the Seraphim. And of course, the most important reason is that it looks better. Gregory thought she would like it. Susan really likes him. She offers to guess at what level her strength is. Gregory heard that she had unlocked the power of the wind spirit within herself. He asks what level she is at. Susan says she is already at the 4th level, the heavenly airflow. In their family, only 7 people managed to reach the 4th level, and now she is the 8th. There are 4 levels of spiritual power in this world. Susan is now at the first line of real power, although the main examiner at the competition has a power 2 levels higher. But Susan has a talent for self-improvement. I wonder what level Gregory is at now. He is at the peak of the 7th level of ki cultivation, which he estimates to be the level of a martial artist. But he is a master swordsman, with the added abilities of the secret sword and earth sword. And he also has the experience of killing a lot of people in his past life. Leveling up by killing people is easy for him. Susan thinks that her real power is putting pressure on Gregory. After all men are animals, caring only about their reputation. She must have been through a lot to be able to reach such a high level. It was very difficult, but in order to have a voice in your own family, strengthening your strength is simply a necessary condition. Susan has just gotten over it, but her boundaries are very unstable. It is very important for the family. In the coming days, she is going to interrupt her studies and return home to improve her abilities. Let her continue to work hard. If one day she can reach the 5th stage, then Gregory will unite with her. She agrees. They will unite, and Susan will protect him. The robot is already with Susan. It seems their family will have to make a choice. The investigation showed that the attempt on the lady was committed by the Neal family. Mr. Price tells him to do everything he can, but that within an hour, he will receive news that the Neal family no longer exists. All members of the Neal family are already dead. Their opponents were very careful, but no useful information was found. It seems their family was just a pawn in this game. Mr. Price orders 1,000 men to be secretly sent to protect Susan to ensure that nothing like this happens again. He asks if they recorded a video of Susan operating the mechanical robot, and the subordinate replies in the affirmative. This video needs to be given to Mr. Price's son and daughter-in-law, and they need to be told everything. Let them watch the video 1,000 times. If they watch it not 100, but 99 times, he will wring their necks. Without realizing it, Susan has also become stronger, and in a time when the end of the world is about to come, only the strongest people will be able to survive. The news reports that the battle on the front line is over, but thick fog was detected in the sea area, causing visibility to be greatly reduced, so they can't say exactly what is happening in the sea area. Half a day ago, communication was lost with one of the resort islands, and now they are trying to figure out the reason for the lack of signal. It seems that the correspondent heard something. She asks the operator to point the camera in the direction where the sound was coming from. A red glowing eye can be seen through the fog. The screen goes blank. In a past life, the fog appeared half a month after the island disappeared. Now everything happens much earlier. This world is significantly different. When the monsters start to crawl out onto land, then the first catastrophes will begin, and even something that Gregory cannot imagine may happen. The recovery time is complete. The system asks if the player wants to enter the training world. The time has come. His mission continues. The task is to save May Rose and the Emperor's grandson. Gregory wants to enter the training world. He disappears. It's strange. The life vibration detector shows that there was literally a person here just now. And suddenly he disappeared somewhere. Perhaps he has hidden skills of being chosen by heaven or spatial movement abilities. The object is much more powerful than they imagined. Its trace is lost. The Kane Palace demanded that the contract be terminated immediately. The payment has already been made. These aristocrats are really very greedy people. There's no point in blaming them, after all. They're the only gang of killers in this world that charges per second. They were hired only 10 minutes ago, and they've already made $1 billion without doing absolutely anything. But the fact that they came here just like that seriously damages their reputation. In the future, they will no longer accept orders from the Kane family. Gregory is back again. He asks about Kim Lee and May Rose. Right now, they are undergoing treatment in the next room. Their lives are not in danger. Gregory can meet them later. Kim Lee and May Rose survived, which means the system mission Battle of Destiny is complete. Gregory asks what's up with Ben Newman, who he worked with on the 1,000 Flowers list. He's fine too. A scattering of flowers flutters through the air. Ben appears in it. It's good that he's okay. He's fine, but of the things he found, only one meets the requirements of the White Flower Fairy. In truth, he can't be considered a chosen one on the 1,000 Flowers list. But he has a good relationship with her student. Today she will make an exception, and with difficulty. But she will let him through. In this huge palace of 1,000 flowers, there are only 3 people, the Holy One, Ben, and Gregory. It seems that the disciple of the Holy Lady that she is talking about is him. One of the 3 goddesses of 1,000 flowers actually took a disciple, an event that shocked the whole world. If Ben has any requests, just let him say it. He asks for help to remove a poisonous soul-eating spider demon from his body. This is a very rare species of demon spider. However, in the kingdom of 1,000 flowers, it is not that rare. Gregory asks if Ben needs to be prepared in any way. The fairy tells the spider to go away. That one is ripped out of Ben's chest. The spider asks the goddess to spare him. He's no longer connected to Ben. Let him go to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and not come out. The demonic spider has been removed. After a while, Ben will be able to restore his original cultivation level. Nothing will happen to him here. Let him go to the next room and see how General Lee is doing. Ben thanks the fairy and is indebted to her for the rest of his life. There is a person who wants to leave the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. She is now in the garden. The fairy asks Gregory to bring her. He goes out into the garden. May Rose is there. Gregory finds her. He asks if her wounds have healed. It would be better if she rests here a little longer. May notices his sword. Gregory knows that she hates swords extremely. He says he needs to discuss something with her. May asks what happened to that sword. The Holy One gave it to him. It is broken, and Gregory forgot to hide it. The White Flower Fairy personally destroyed the demon, saved May and healed her wounds. He hopes that the general is not going to argue with her. If Gregory does not master the art of the sword, he will not be able to fully learn. After May left, he would have to work very hard and learn a few true techniques from the Saintess. Otherwise, his cultivation level would be too low, and he would be unable to achieve anything at all. Kim will go with May. They must return to the front as quickly as possible. Everyone is already waiting for them to report on what is happening. It's good that General Lee took pity on Gregory, and he did not die on the battlefield. The general sent him into the world of military valor. Everything that is happening now is the result of his actions. This is the so-called reward for good deeds. Ben will see Gregory next time. He hopes that his cultivation level will increase soon. Whenever he has free time, let Gregory come and visit them. He only needs to say his name. They say goodbye. The White Flower Fairy invites Gregory to come and meet her older brother Sam. Goose says that this is the boy who tried to bribe him. Outwardly, he is the senior disciple of the White Flower Fairy, but in fact, he is one of her incarnations. In fact, she separated a part of herself. Only she is capable of this. Gregory wants to thank Sam for all the comforts he provided him earlier and also apologize. Sam says he just noticed that May Rose is impossible to deceive. It's amazing how Gregory manages to hide everything from women like that. The first lesson the fairy taught him was that he shouldn't bully a beautiful girl with a high cultivation level. It seems that this is a skill he should learn from his older brother. Gregory has 2 mentor brothers and another mentor sister. Today the fairy officially accepts them both. Young Master Jim Lane appears. He seems to be one of the members of the 1,000 Colors. If we talk about appearance, after all, he's the first on this list. He's the one who listened to the spring rain all night, Sam says. Jim is always trying to seduce someone, deceiving women's hearts, so his house is like a brothel. Jim hopes that his brother won't bully him in front of the teacher. Although the second brother Gregory does not have many skills, he is very smart and masters all the arts. According to the saints, these arts are not so simple. Divination, martial arts, alchemy, attributes, talismans, food. These are all 6 arts. If one masters these arts, then he will be able to firmly strengthen his cultivation. Jim Lane is a real villain. He has mastered all the arts, a rare outstanding talent. But he only wanted to enjoy a carefree life, not practice. And he actually started practicing only 7 years later in his past life, just on the day of the White Flower Fairy's death. That day, he advanced from the initial stage to the middle stage of God transformation at once, shocking the entire world. But even despite this, he was unable to save the fairy. It became his inner demon, and therefore, he was not canonized. Jim suggests being friends and not paying attention to his older brother. Apparently, these are her brothers. Sam says she can't be the older sister. Gregory is her older mentor brother and Sam's 3rd younger brother. Officially, the fairy has never accepted Sally. She is still little. But today she will accept her and Gregory into their clan. She is the last one on the list. This is so that they can take care of her. These are their certificates on jade cards, with which they can travel to any point in the kingdom of 1,000 flowers. There are few people in their group, and they don't care about any rules. They can practice here without any problems. If Gregory has any questions, he can ask his older brother or his second brother. He can also always ask the fairy something. She tells Sam to prepare Gregory's room. Let the villain take a walk with him and tell him about the situation in the clan. At lunch, he will replace the elder and go select people for the list of 1,000 flowers. The students leave. Tomorrow, Gregory and Sally will be able to start their training. The annual test is just around the corner. When the time comes, they will also have to get acquainted with practitioners from all over the world for the sake of form. Sally asks how difficult the annual test is. It's not difficult. It's just for show. Unfortunately, Jim did it last time. He won't be able to do it this time. His older brother isn't here, so they can have roast goose in the evening to celebrate their entry. So that's why the White Flower Fairy calls him a villain. The death battle mission is complete. Kim Lee and May Rose returned safely to the human world and reported to the monks the secrets of humanity that they had learned. A high-ranking human traitor was killed by the White Flower Fairy, and a new unprecedented situation began in the human world. The reward for the mission is the supernatural powers of the God of War. In the next 48 hours, Gregory must find 5 items that match the given pattern and put them in the wheel, regardless of whether all 5 items are collected after 48 hours or not. The God of War will appear. The faster Gregory collects the items, the higher their level will be, and with this, the higher the probability of obtaining powerful magical abilities. The timer has started. It turns out that other people don't know what this scheme is. But he came back from the Doomsday world, and he is very familiar with these monsters. In these 5 pictures, monsters are rampaging in 2 worlds. All of them are divided into 5 types: the monster of chaos, the abyss, space, the unknown, and the afterlife. Gregory will have to put the monster parts in the appropriate compartments on this wheel. Time is running out, and he doesn't even know where to look for these monsters. Jim asks why he's frowning. Gregory says he's wondering where he can get monster body parts. As a man with experience, Jim can give him advice. Monster parts aren't very tasty. Gregory won't eat them. He needs them for something else. Jim can see that he is worried about something. It seems that he just still doesn't understand who he is. Gregory is a member of the 1,000 Flower clan, a disciple of one of the best sages. The entire 1,000 Flower kingdom belongs to his teacher. Perhaps he needs some more resources for cultivation. Jim is in charge of half the warehouse, and after dinner he will take Gregory with him to get what he needs. Sally asks what they are going to do. They want to find the monsters' bodies. Maybe she wants to go with them. Sally would never go after the monster corpses. Gregory and Jim come to the mountain. There are all sorts of monsters and other things here. Jim will see if there's anything here that will suit Gregory. He is the king of the goddesses, and he is forced to hide in this sword because of the wounds he received. Let Gregory take it. He will teach him everything he knows. Jim asks how long he has been sitting here. He says about 3,000 years. Nonsense. Jim had never heard of the king of the goddesses. If Gregory had not been a member of the clan, then when faced with the soul locked in the sword, he would have already died of fear. Gregory asks if he can take this sword. It would be suitable for an afterlife monster. Sure, maybe if he's interested, he needs to keep going higher. The higher they go, the more good things there will be. Climbing onto the chaos monster's skull, Jim says that he is the controller of the dragons, and tells the monsters to go to hell. He then climbs into the skull of the abyss monster. The monster of the unknown is behind the barrier. Gregory asks if all these monsters were killed by the master. Jim says, she didn't have that much free time. All these monsters were killed by that important goose. Jim asks if these are all the monster bodies that Gregory needed. There is one more left, but he is not on the mountain. There's no point in continuing to look for him here. The space monster can only be found in the real world. He must return there, and only after that will he be able to find everything he needs. The participants of the game of 1,000 Flowers ask permission to leave. Sam says it is impossible. He is not happy with them. They must continue. Jim says to leave it to him. He came just in time. Sam was sick to death of these idiots. One of them asks to talk to his Taoist brothers. Today's topic is about how to make Jim happy. One will pinch you on the shoulder, another will hit you on the leg. Gregory has lived 2 lives, but he has never seen a person without complexes. Apparently, Gregory couldn't stand to watch this any longer, which is why they needed at least one normal monk. So this is the main reason why the master took him in. To be more precise, in order for him to take care of his younger sister Mentor, she is an old friend of the master. Gregory asks how they can be old friends if there is such a big age difference between them. When the master was young, the sacred temple was destroyed. She was chased by enemies because they wanted to kill her. And only Sally knew the location of the master. Gregory asks why only Sally knew about this. She is the daughter of the head of the clan that the master belonged to, and personally helped her escape from the assassins. But this also caused her a lot of trouble. After Sally was caught, they tried in every way to beat the location of the master out of her. They even tortured her by putting her in a bag with a bunch of different ghosts. But despite the fact that she was practically dying from suffocation, Sally did not say a word. By the time the Holy One finally destroyed all the killers, she pulled Sally out of the bag and saved her. At that point, 5 whole years had already passed. An ordinary person would not have endured even half of this torment. It is incredible how a 7-year-old child could hold on silently for so many years. At that time, her body and soul were on the verge of life and death. The master had to make a lot of efforts to save her. Since time stops in the ghost bag, when Sally was rescued, she was still a 7-year-old child. In the world of practice, no one had ever experienced so much grief. Perhaps now she will remain a child until the moment when her body and soul are completely restored. She's Gregory's sister now, and he won't let other people hurt her again. The 1,000 Flower clan has no rules. Mutual understanding between all clan members and constant practice is all that the master wants. This cultivation school is like someone's home. Gregory will live here. The Temple of Orchid is a girly name, but it can't be changed. The master personally hung this sign here. Gregory asks what the name of the place where the second brother lives is. Sam says, the Palace of the Snow White Flower. This title is no better. Let Gregory rest a little. There will be a dinner in honor of his joining the clan this evening. He informs the system that he has placed the monster corpse elements he found into the wheel. Gregory found only 4 corpses out of 5. Only the space monster remained. And he will have the abilities of the god of war. We need to find the last monster as soon as possible. Only the best dishes are prepared here. You have to be careful not to swallow your tongue. Now the elder brother speaks. Sam says there won't be a speech, he just wants to say something. He hopes that in the future all the brothers and sisters will get along and help each other. Sally thought that the master would come too, but she is one of the saints and is very busy. They can hold this event themselves. But the master is already here if Sam is her embodiment. Even if she doesn't come, they should still have a great time. And without wine there is no fun. Let Gregory try his wine. What a scent. It must be really great wine. Sam says he's already tired of it. Gregory better show them what he's capable of. He mixed several types of wine. Their tastes became mixed up. Perhaps, but it will only be better this way. This is very tasty, and it turns out that they are like-minded people. Sally wants to try too, but she's still small. Let her grow up first. Never mind. Gregory will make some tasty drink for her too. He uses a secret juicing technique. I really like Sally. So sweet, Sam should try it too. Gregory says he can do more. He made them a cocktail and made Sally so happy. Jim has something to tell him. He has one very good thing, and he wants to give it to Gregory. There is one magic technique in this jade scroll. Let Gregory take it and start cultivating it. A spatial cultivation spiritual technique has been detected. The system asks whether to spend 2 spiritual power points to begin training. Here, Sam knocks the scroll out of Gregory's hand. 2 points of spiritual power have been spent. Training in the spatial cultivation spiritual technique has begun. This is just one of the spiritual practices. Of course, maybe this thing has another effect. It seems to be just a spell to transfer spiritual power into another person to help someone in cultivating their body. This spell is very simple, but the meaning is original. Gregory did not expect this. It is unclear why the master got angry because of this. Sally wants more juice. Gregory will teach her this, and she will be able to make the flavor she likes. They need to get drunk today. This wine is very strong, but Jim is a famous master of non-drunkenness, so it's all right. The master made the right choice by taking Gregory to join them. It's time for them to go back. Jim needs to rest. Sally thanks Gregory for teaching her such a cool secret technique. He can come to her hydrangea palace at any time. Gregory can't remember the last time he had such a good time. However, it's time to get back to business. Gregory returns to his world. He must find a way to get the space monster as quickly as possible. The technique of interplanetary distortion allowed people to learn the whole truth about the universe. After which, humanity discovered that there are many different powerful monsters in space. There was no benefit from fighting space monsters. The only thing they managed to get from that war were the corpses of those creatures. Time is limited. If Gregory wants to get even more incredible abilities, he must find the space monster. That's right, Kevin said he would help him. He finally finished cleaning. Gregory didn't think he was still doing chores. Actually, he cleans up after Gregory. He heard that Mr. Price was very angry because his granddaughter was attacked. Kevin's uncle stopped near the Price family home. The situation is changing in Gregory's favor. It doesn't matter at all. Now he urgently needs a part of the space monster's corpse. He can't get it in the usual way. But Kevin is an aristocrat, and also a person connected to the dark world. He asks what he will get if he helps Gregory. He says he has 2 offers to choose from. He will give him the results of one of his scientific studies, or help deal with the clan of killers. Or Gregory will cooperate with his alliance, forming a joint union. Quite a pleasant cooperation. Kevin has a feeling that this will be the most brilliant decision of his life. Since Gregory is now his partner, he will have to try his best. This is his technique of the chosen one of heaven. It was then that he caught the great rooster here for the first time. Gregory says he grabbed it wrong. This doesn't count. Now everything will be as it should be. Gregory asks if he is sure he needs to catch him. Kevin didn't want to scare the gentleman. If it's so hard, don't force yourself. Gregory has little time as it is. Kevin meows. He feels it, it's him. Kevin found it. He tells the black cat that they need the corpse of the space monster. Maybe he has no ideas either. He said he had to eat the egg pie first. Now we can begin. Maybe Mr. Cat has had enough of playing and will help them in their search. The black cat looks angrily at Kevin. He doesn't put pressure on him. He just asked. Now the cat ran somewhere. He's looking for something Gregory needs. We need to go after him. They come to the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. In this place there are definitely corpses of space monsters. The black cat turned out to be right. It's too dangerous to go in there. This place is not suitable. We need to find another one. They come to the casino. It's unclear how there could be a corpse of a space monster here. Kevin used to exchange various information here. It seems they have changed their line of work. Kevin asks the cat if he is sure the monster's body is here. Now it's time for the cat to return. He couldn't be wrong. They had to go there and see. Gregory thinks there's a swimsuit party here tonight. Kevin says these guys just gambled away everything down to their underwear. They come in and are asked what they would like to play. The more unusual, the better. She is confident that they will not be disappointed. This is a betting machine. It will automatically write off the points they have earned. They go down to the -70th floor. They have been waiting for them for so long, the exciting game is about to begin. The first participant is an ordinary person, and the second participant is a prehistoric hippopotamus, which has been starving for the second day, restored through genetic engineering. The participant asks to let him go. He will return the money to them. He looks like he's about to wet himself from fear. The hippopotamus needs to quickly eat this miserable nothing. They can start betting. Kevin asks how to play. Starting at 0 seconds, they can bet on how long this person can hold out here. Maximum 3 minutes. When that time has passed, the one who gave the most accurate time of his death wins. The winner will receive today's super prize. Gregory asks what the grand prize is. This is part of the corpse of a space monster or an unusual person, one of the two. The technique of the chosen one of heaven is not so bad. There really is a corpse of a space monster here. Kevin says that this technique practically provides him with food. Now they have to figure out a way to win these bets. This big guy is really good. Last time he bit a man in two with one bite. He's just awful. The girl notices Gregory. For some reason, with the appearance of this guy, she had a strange feeling. Gregory looks at her. The girl gets scared. Take it easy. His murderous gaze scares other people, Gregory says. He just doesn't like being stared at. She seemed to be afraid of him. He will try to calm her down with one spatial cultivation technique that Jim taught him. He will ask for forgiveness and make up for all the mistakes. The girl screams. The guy she came with asks what's wrong with her. The girl says everything's fine. She calls the waitress and asks to help her. This wine and a business card are from that girl. She is from the Fuxi Empire. For thousands of years, this empire has maintained the ancient etiquette. Even the names of the Fuxi people remain unchanged. The surname always consists of two characters. No era could change these rules. The Holy Father's glass and the card leading to his heart. It seems she considers him a real man. And Gregory is not bad. Kevin has something to learn from him. This is just a misunderstanding. The guy notices that his girlfriend is interested in Gregory. This bastard thinks that because of his pretty face he can take his place. We should moderate his ardor. The guy bets 5 million that this man will be eaten in 10 seconds. Others bet 3 million on 20 seconds, 2 million on 15, 6 on 30. Spectators throw bottles. They fly onto the raft and crash. There is blood in them. A giant behemoth monster emerges from the water. Guests can start placing bets. Gregory bets 50 million that the man will survive. It looks like he is very sick. He definitely won't survive, Gregory says. Everything impossible is possible. The chances are very high. We must not forget that the winner will receive a super prize. The bets are on. Time is running. 2 seconds pass. The monster opens its mouth. He begins to smash the raft to pieces. Someone starts throwing spears at the raft. This man can't just die. If he loses, he will kill him himself. Gregory asks if it is possible to do this. He is told that it is possible. As long as the victim is alive, the player who placed the bet can interfere with both the prey and the hunter. This is a kind of entertainment in their casino. Then Gregory will have fun too. The monster is ready to swallow its victim. Gregory shoots him with a bow. There is an explosion. The monster is blown to pieces. And Gregory is cool. Such a cool bow and shoots so well. They won the super prize. It's a shame that Gregory never joined Kevin's team. It's okay, they are partners now. Here Gregory is told that he acted outside the rules. They did say that the only rule is not to kill the prey. She needs to check with her boss. Now they can offer them 2 options for how events will develop. If they leave this gaming room right now, all the chips will be returned to their account. Or if they want to continue the game, they will have to go out into the arena themselves and hold out for 3 minutes. Only then will they win according to the rules of this place. They want too much. The guests should enter the arena. Let Gregory let Kevin do it. No need, he can handle it himself. He will enter the arena, and besides, he doesn't care whether his chips are returned to him or not. He is only interested in the super prize. Kindness brings money, they will get what they deserve. This offer will not only satisfy his needs, but will also benefit the casino. A person who is not interested in money is a rarity these days. He does not allow people to look down on him. It seems that this kid has been through a lot. Gregory asks if he can start right now. He's in a bit of a hurry. The girl will organize everything right now. He needs to get to the lake. Gregory disappears. He appears again on the raft. Today, one daredevil killed their hippo, causing the guests to lose a lot of chips. Now they will check whether he is a real warrior or a pathetic piece of trash. They carefully prepared 3 prehistoric hippopotamus dinosaurs. Now you can place your bets. Someone bets 3 million that Gregory won't last even 20 seconds. Another bets 15. Kevin can't miss this winning game. He bets 200 million that Gregory will survive. The girl who is interested in him approaches, assuming that no one is sitting next to Kevin now. He invites her to sit down. The girl asks if he's worried about his friend. Kevin says not a bit. He is an outstanding hunter. The girl can bet with him. She wins. Kevin loses. She says no need. She didn't come here for money, just to have a good time. The bets are on. Time is running. Hippopotamus dinosaurs emerge from the water. The victim thinks they are finished. With Gregory's real strength and a sword strike of 30,000 jin, they would be able to get the money without even using the sword technique. The girl wonders where he got such a high-class sword. The monsters are ready to attack. Gregory tells the victim not to blink. He takes out his sword. Purple flashes pierce the monsters. If he blinks, he'll miss the moment Gregory kills them. The spectators did not see what happened. Gregory's sword is 1 inch longer than usual. The girl asks Kevin if he knows why. He says he doesn't know anything about guns, and she is an expert in it. Even Kevin did not notice such a small detail. This sword is unique. She has never seen anything like it in her entire life. Gregory is truly special. He thanks the victim for helping him row. The man wants to thank Gregory. He saved him for the second time. Gregory didn't use even 10% of his real strength. His assistant is going to his death. He can ask for help from a respected military man. All the military men outside the army are great people. If he asks them, Gregory is finished, no matter how great he is. It will cost a lot of money, and the consequences are unknown. Enough. Today's money is just a waste. The girl greets Gregory. Her name is Sharon Gray. Gregory introduces himself and apologizes for scaring her. It's okay. His sword is really cool, and his bow also surprised her a lot. She produces weapons in the Fuxi Empire, specializing in unusual weapons for professionals if necessary. She can find something for Gregory too. He suggests exchanging contacts. Kevin says they've already exchanged them. He has to go. Sharon says goodbye. Kevin's organization needs a lot of weapons. He hopes they remember to give him a discount when the time comes. The casino owner wants to see them. Gregory and Kevin are brought to him. The owner, John Lee, asks if they enjoyed playing. Their casino is great. They have good taste. These are VIP cards for their casino, but they only have a limit of 30. He gives each of them a card. When they come to play next time, they will be able to receive many special services and rewards. Gregory asks where they can pick up the grand prize. John Lee says it was just a publicity stunt to attract customers. It turns out they were deceived, but the black cat could not lie. John can take the money, they just need the super prize. He invited a gunsmith, and he just lacks 2 leather bags in the shape of people to demonstrate the weapons. Maybe they want to try. As for strength, Gregory should have called him his senior colleague. But casinos are supposed to be serious about paying, and he cheated. So Gregory will take out his anger too. It seems a duel is inevitable. Here Gregory is summoned by the goddess of justice. He says he'll be back. Kevin wonders why he has changed so much. 2 cowards. But on the other hand, such idiots are very useful for his casino. Kevin had already taken the weapon out of his bag. And for some reason Gregory didn't start fighting, even though John was a military man. But they would hardly have lost. The goddess of justice appears. The trial is about to begin. They must maintain a dignified appearance to preserve the solemnity of a federal court. This is a civil court hearing for forced delivery of property, but of course it all depends on the wishes of the depositor, Gregory Black. Kevin asks when the goddess of justice managed to find out about the casino case. According to the bets of the first game, Gregory invested 50 million and should receive a return of 6 billion. According to the bets of the second game, he invested 6 billion and should receive a return of 20 billion. Gregory needs the top floor. From now on, this number is his personal property. After deducting the commission fee, tax, and notary fee, he has 800 million left with which he can continue his choice. Gregory will pay for everything and let the goddess help him blow up this room. These 2 assholes turned his casino into this. If he had known this earlier, he would have made them pay for everything before they left. In order to make a worthy weapon for him, Sharon first needs to collect his combat data. John jumps on the carcass of one of the slain monsters. He orders the release of a prehistoric dinosaur so that it can demonstrate its fighting power to the great weaponsmith Sharon Gray. Tentacles emerge from the water. John activates the return to the roots. He launches a blast of fire at the monster. And this Gregory Black offended a very dangerous man, Sharon says. Rather the opposite, it was he who offended Gregory. Then John gets a call from the goddess of justice. She has news for him. Since he moved to the underworld, he has not had contact with the goddess of justice for many years. It is strange that she suddenly appeared. Sharon heard that the entire Federation is under the control of the goddess of justice. Whoever she wants to contact, she will be able to do so immediately. Sharon saw her today. She deserves what they say about her. John is obliged to pay Gregory Black 20 billion points according to the results of the game. If he refuses to pay, the goddess will be forced to write off the amount to his property. He is indignant for what reason? The Federal Bureau of Investigation, in accordance with Gregory's request, is conducting an investigation into his personal property. The explosion on the top floor meets all international high standards. The security level is the highest. But this floor belongs to John. Another monster appears in front of him. He will destroy Gregory. It seems that they won't be able to make a deal with this military man. The buyer has no business. It is invalid. If John doesn't come, the whole building will be blown up. Here the elevator door flies into pieces. John orders his property to be returned to him. From a federal law perspective, all of this property is already registered in the Black name. It seems he is really tired of living. He will kill them both. It's good that he came. The fire inside Kevin can finally break out. This is a nano-fission bomb. Kevin activates it. This bombardment almost burned out his 2 million points. However, John is still alive. Gregory suggests making 10 more shots. Kevin says this is not Chinese cabbage for him. Small nano-fission bombs are still experimental special-purpose weapons, and can only fire 1 projectile at a time. Anyway, soon the helpers that the goddess of justice has found will arrive. By order of the goddess of justice, a third special forces unit arrived at the scene. The suspect must be punished. Both soldiers who captured John are from the military realm. He goes with them. John is a military man registered in a free federation and has special privileges. A petition was filed on his behalf to build a 28-story casino. But in reality, the building has 28 floors above ground and 90 floors below ground, which violates the construction plan. The casino uses mutant animals and citizens of the Free Federation as gaming content, which violates a special federal law prohibiting gambling. John Lee has been attacking the Free Federation's aristocrats and top leaders. These crimes cannot be ignored. John will be kept in custody from today. The goddess of justice is crazy to consider Gregory the supreme leader, and John is really careless. He dares to insult the goddess's friend. John is taken away. According to the calculations of the goddess of justice, the market value of this building is approximately 8 billion. She asks if it is worth collecting it to pay off John's debt. Gregory answers in the affirmative. He has a suspicion that John is not currently able to return the money. Gregory asks to find someone who could manage the casino, but he must manage it properly. They will split the profits 70-30. If Kevin's team of hitmen were allowed to start issuing shares and found a company called Raw Meat Slaughterhouse, the stock price would definitely rise along with Gregory. Kevin's personality is similar to Jim's. Gregory doesn't even know what would happen if the two met. Kevin says that Gregory's fan has arrived. Because of him, her business failed. He says that perhaps he can somehow compensate for the damage. Money is nothing. She had a great time today. She's okay, but a bit of a masochist, Gregory says. It's time to get down to business. Now let them show the super prize. There are many strange creatures locked here. The corpse of the space monster is here. To keep it from rotting, they kept it frozen. Great. The most valuable thing in a space monster is its heart. Thus, all the monster parts needed to complete the quest have been collected. Gregory gets a heart. Such a huge heart was obtained like this. Its abilities are beyond Kevin's understanding. Gregory remembers that the second prize was some strange man. He would like to take a look at him. He's the new boss. Everything here belongs to him now. Kevin asks if they need it. No need, but Gregory has a bad feeling and wants to go check. They enter another room. It smells rotten here. Heavy breathing can be heard. Either Kevin is seeing things, or the man with 5 missing internal organs is still alive. He had seen many strange things since childhood, but compared to this man, it was nothing. Gregory asks where the cannibal came from. In this life, fate dealt him the wrong cards, and the situation he had always been afraid of finally happened. Gregory asks where they got this man from. He is a casino employee, but one day he went crazy and wanted to bite the boss. He immediately tried to stop him, but in the end, this man did not die. The object of his attack is that military man. If this continues, this person will be in a lot of pain. Gregory will see him off. There is no need to do this if Gregory does not need it after all. It is their property. Soon this property will no longer exist. There is little time. He will explain everything along the way. This creature has no value. If you meet one, you must immediately wring its neck or shoot it in the head. It cannot be allowed to scratch Kevin, much less bite him. Gregory does not want to lose a partner like him. He is infected. A person bitten by him will become a cannibal. The end of the world is approaching. The seas and oceans, humanity and many other things. Everything will change. The virus had begun to spread before Gregory noticed, and he doesn't know exactly how many people are infected. If any of Kevin's loved ones are in a large crowd, he must protect them before it's too late. And he must remember that under no circumstances should he allow the infected to bite him. Kevin asks if he is serious about that. Gregory swears on his life. Kevin summons a wild deer and a black cat. They appear. Kevin suddenly starts coughing up blood. He says everything is fine. It's just that too much energy was released at once. His body couldn't take it anymore. He tells the black cat to show him the way to his sister. Gregory needs to calm down and think about what to do next. Susan has locked herself in her home and is practicing. The Price family is protecting her carefully. She is under the protection of professionals with 4 abilities and is most likely safe. Anna's real power is very strong. There should be no problems with her. Those in danger are ordinary people with low real power. Gregory summons the goddess of justice. He asks to be connected with the president. He has discovered something unusual and hopes that it will attract his attention. The president asks why he was suddenly needed. From this moment on, Gregory gives him full authority to use his scientific achievements. The president thinks Gregory is being threatened by the aristocrats. It is not the treasure of the 9 regions that threatens him, but 2 new types of viruses that have never been seen in the world before. The first virus spreads through wounds. Infected people can lose their minds and turn into creatures that crave human flesh. Gregory called it cannibal syndrome. This virus is related to the strength of the human body. The stronger the body, the less likely it is to become infected. A huge number of people can become infected with cannibal syndrome. But this virus cannot evolve. The second type of virus turns people into higher-level killers. This virus is very dangerous. Anyone can get infected with it. Except for a professional with 4 abilities of real power. People infected with this virus stop releasing dopamine, and killing is the only thing that brings them pleasure. This is the main thought that remains in the brain of the infected. People infected with this virus kill everything living that they come across. But the worst thing is that this virus spreads through the air, and it can evolve. Based on the information provided by Gregory, it can be said that the Baisha County Central Hospital, the Changzhou County Secondary Hospital, and the capital's Emergency Treatment Center have already detected symptoms of these 2 viruses, and there is currently a tendency for them to spread. The president did not expect this to be true. There is no time to waste. The goddess of justice must take action immediately. From this moment on, she is in charge of all the affairs of the Free Federation. A state of emergency is declared in the Federation. The entire army is put on Code Red Alert, and an analysis of survival strategies begins. The number of generated strategies is 1,958. The selection of strategies with the highest success rate has begun. The selection is complete. There are 0 possible strategies to choose from. The collection of additional information begins. Gregory didn't think that even with the speed of the Goddess of Justice's response, there would be no way to generate a suitable strategy, and no one had time to contact him. But now that she has information about the virus, she should be able to stop it from spreading widely. In the past life, in the time between the ocean monsters and the spread of the virus, many important events happened in the year. But in this life, ocean monsters came out. And at the same time, a virus appeared, as if one of the cards was completely destroyed and a new one was added. From today onwards, this life is completely different from the previous one. Other disasters should not happen in the same way in the near future. If everything was the same, this world would have been destroyed much earlier than the previous one. In the past life, the online world apocalypse allowed people to travel and quickly increase their real strength, and the disasters of this world are already hanging over their heads. But there is not even a shadow of the online world apocalypse yet. If he doesn't show up before the day of the apocalypse, it's all over. Someone notices that Gregory doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. This is Anna. Let Gregory tell her who it's because of and she'll beat him. It looks like she's not worried about him. She just wants to beat someone up. She wanted to meet and discuss one matter. Gregory recalls that in her past life, Anna had a very difficult fate. That tragic situation almost made her commit suicide. We can't let it happen again. Anna can't return to the Empire. Time flows chaotically. Gregory must immediately return to the world of practice. Otherwise, the channel of emptiness will close, and there will be no more opportunity to open it. The chaotic flow of time may have something to do not only with those monsters, but also with the rapid change of the world. We need to hurry. No matter what happens, Anna must not leave the Federation under any circumstances and stay here until Gregory returns. She must definitely wait for him. He gave her back the life-substituting contract. Perhaps he doesn't know its meaning. If Anna is in mortal danger, he will pay double with his life. Gregory was very busy and looked like he had some rare technique of the chosen one of heaven, Fred says. Then they need to go back immediately. She won't go and will wait for Gregory here. But His Majesty has issued a military order of the highest order. It is very urgent. They will be severely punished if they do not return in time. Gregory told her to wait, so she will wait. Fred notices some strange people. They clearly don't have good intentions. The body part of the space monster has been obtained. Gregory can complete the mission. He inserts the monster's heart into the wheel. The supernatural powers have been extracted. It's time to break through to the foundation level. If Gregory can reach this level, his strength will increase greatly. And when chaos comes, it will be easier for him to defend himself. It seems a breakthrough is simply necessary. It seems like Gregory is preparing for a breakthrough. Fortunately, he is already at the 7th stage of key cultivation, and it is time to teach him breakthrough techniques. Sam suggests that they have breakfast first, and when the time comes, he and Jim will give him some lessons. Sally can no longer eat these wonderful flowers. Gregory comes and asks where the master is. Sally says she went to the front to discuss some important matters with 2 other saints and has not returned yet. I should have told Jim this wonderful news earlier. He can't eat these flowers anymore. Jim will cook a whole ram for them and improve their diet. It's probably too fatty for breakfast, Jim says. If Gregory doesn't eat it, it might not help. He says the same thing to Sam, who asks if it's too bad for his stomach so early in the morning. They will eat. Jim seems to have mastered 6 arts, and if he had to choose one, cooking is the best. He just has to show up, and he won't make a single mistake. Sally wants a leg of lamb. Sam reports that Gregory wants to make a breakthrough. Jim can't hold back any longer, and he probably can't either. Gregory says he ate too much to make a breakthrough today. They can discuss everything first, and then express their opinion to Gregory. The transition to the Great Kingdom is a dangerous business. Jim thinks to use his tactics, and Sam will guard from the side. Only in this way, Gregory will remain safe. That's what they will do. This is the path to breakthrough that will help save his soul. And even if there is some unfortunate blow, he will not die. First, he must realize it. 10 points of spiritual power are spent to realize 100 holy laws of sequence. Jim needs at least a 200-year-old furnace to make the immortality pill, and he also needs a tall man. He asks Sally to go to the master's yard and find a dragon tear flower. When Gregory first breaks into the Great Realm, they must ensure his maximum safety, a task Sally promises to fulfill. In his past life, when Gregory made a breakthrough to lay the foundation, a demon almost destroyed him. But no one cared about him that much back then. The Palace of White Flowers is very cozy, just like home. Here Jim places the stove in front of him. He probably wants to cook it. Gregory doesn't understand anything. The main hall is guarded by a magic circle, and he and Sam are guardians of the law. Inside the main hall there is a 300-year-old furnace for making the pill of immortality. Gregory will be inside this furnace, and then the heavenly demons will not have the opportunity to attack him. It's time for him to go. Gregory climbs into the oven. Sam closes the lid. Happy hour has arrived, they begin. It seems the saint is not in the mood today. Maybe she was so upset because they couldn't come to an agreement. According to what Master Lee saw, the saintess would definitely take action on this important matter. They just had to wait, and everything would be fine. Jack Rice also thinks that she has something to do today. Perhaps it is related to the survival of all mankind. There is no need to disturb her. You just need to wait. With Gregory's abilities, they will surely be able to break into the Great Kingdom. This enlightenment means that the cultivator has already achieved perfection in this cultivation cycle. It is believed that only by reaching this state can a cultivator make a breakthrough to the next realm. Gregory opens his eyes. Flashes appear around him. He is confused about what is happening. It seems his soul has separated from his body. A portal appears in front of him. This can't be. Sam is here. No demon would dare to come here. And Gregory's soul itself went into the abyss. Jim had never encountered anything like this. There's nothing they can do now. They can only hope that Gregory can handle everything himself. Master told Sally that crossing a realm is related to a person's personal karma. Maybe Gregory has some kind of predetermination that dragged him away. Sam had already planned everything, but still couldn't protect him. He hopes that everything will be okay with him. This is the space-time turbulence that Gregory accidentally got into the last time he was in the warrior world, and somehow he returned here again. He came. Gregory asks who he is, and if he brought him here, he says that if he says his name, they will both be discovered. He has seen many times how different worlds are born and disappear, and stood on a peak inaccessible to all living beings, even though 1 billion years have passed. But his name can still terrify the whole world. Gregory asks why he brought him here. He never knew him. He is a special creature. He cannot pass through this cage, but at the same time he remains safe and sound. There is no time left. He must explain everything to him as soon as possible, and wants to negotiate with him. When one day Gregory becomes strong enough, let him save him. Gregory asks what he will get for this. He asks what he wants. Since he says that he has seen worlds being born and disappearing many times, Gregory cannot understand one thing: why there is such a high concentration of doomsday catastrophe outbreaks in one world. This situation is quite rare because it is very expensive. Usually the demons attack gradually, but it is also possible that they were rebuffed in other places and therefore changed their location. Demons always offend the weak but fear the strong. First they choose easier prey. This may be true. Thanks to Gregory, Kim Lee and May Rose survived, and the warrior world opened up to cultivators all over the world. And because he considered the thousand-flower goddess as his teacher, she personally rushed through the entire front line and beheaded 4 demons in one fell swoop, including the traitor to humanity. In this world, the human race realized much earlier that all people need to stick together, no matter what happens in this world. The demons were so frustrated that they turned around and tried to enter another, weaker world, which is why the real world's judgment day is coming so quickly, and why everything is so dangerous. In this life, due to sudden changes in the world of practice, the real world has become the main target of all demons. Gregory asks if there is any way to stop the demons. He says, "You need the 5 elements of these 2 worlds." Then he is pierced by thunder, but this is not ordinary thunder, but a force that destroys the world. Gregory tells us to speak quickly about what to do with the 5 elements. His soul returns to his body. He was only one step away and did not know what the 5 elements of the 2 worlds meant. Fortunately, this did not affect his breakthrough through the border. The appearance of spiritual power changed. It seems that the breakthrough was successful. The player is detected breaking through the boundary and becoming a founding monk, launching an attempt to awaken spiritual powers. The war god's mission is completed, considered completed and determined as S-Class. Spiritual reward extraction begins. Sally asks if everything is okay with Gregory. Sam says everything is under control. His soul has returned, and everything ended well. Now everything depends only on his luck. It is unknown whether he will be able to awaken spiritual powers while laying the foundations. The most important thing is that he is okay, and supernatural powers are not that important. Gregory is asked to choose one of 4 supernatural powers to awaken. First, he must compare all 4 powers. Martial art of returning to the origins, empty fist. In hand-to-hand combat, the power of returning to the origins will spread to everything within a radius of 3 meters. When hitting the enemy, you can inflict average damage on him. For a martial artist, this is a good skill. But Gregory is a master of swordsmanship. For him, this skill will be useless. Heaven's chosen technique, temporary appeal, on the player's 22nd birthday at 8 o'clock in the evening. He will be able to use the aforementioned skill to let the whole world hear his speech. Not very similar to the style of the Heaven's chosen technique. Transformation into a woman. Using this skill, the player will be able to transform into a woman. The level of beauty will increase to 1000%. Strength will increase to 115. This is generally incomprehensible. No one will want to transform into a woman. It seems like there is no useful supernatural power. Maybe this one will be normal. There's some kind of flash here. This is the destruction of evil. The special power of thunder, belonging to one of the 5 elements, is the cherished dream of many people. In addition to its natural lethality against demons, thunder and lightning also possess all sorts of incredible powers and magical effects. In a past life, a man cultivating the thunder system captured a warship. He took his girlfriend and dog with him, and then went into space, so he wanted to hide from all the end-of-the-world crises. The ecosystem on the ship allowed it to generate electricity, which would last for 50 years. When the hardest and darkest times came to Earth, this man sent a video to Earth using special signals, in which he demonstrated how well he was living. But in the 7th year, a space monster appeared, which destroyed his ship and everyone on it. When this news reached Earth, the people who lived until the 8th year of the end of the world were very happy. This is the most negative story of using the thunder system, but it also shows how many useful features this system has. Gregory chooses to destroy evil. The reward of supernatural power for completing the war god's quest is complete. In 10 seconds, the player will have to make a final choice, but he has already awakened this supernatural power. It is not clear why he should choose anything else. This is a fairy tale world, the Thunderer. Darkness outside, the sun inside. Excitement is thunder, in which there is sound but no substance. The Lord of Lightning. Darkness outside, the sun inside, lightning, in which there is light, but no sound. The owner of thunder and lightning has a dual nature of life and death. Only thunder kills, but electricity generates. You can only choose one of the two. The power of thunder is truly incredible. In the past life, players with the spiritual power of thunder and lightning chose the killing technique, probably because there is no stronger technique in this world. But Gregory is a master of the sword. He only needs it to kill. There are many techniques with the same effect that can affect the boundaries of self-improvement. Besides, with his sword, he is not afraid of any monk of the spiritual power of thunder. Although he has never met anyone who used the power of life before, he is willing to take this risk. Gregory chooses the life force of thunder and lightning. There is an awakening. The nature of this supernatural power is the destruction of evil. Damage against evil spirits is increased by 30%. The first stage, loss of control, is activated. After hitting the enemy, he briefly loses control of his body. With this skill, the master of swordsmanship becomes twice as strong. Only 1 second is given, but even this will be enough to kill the monster. As this supernatural power strengthens, more powerful skills will appear in the 2nd and 3rd stages. He made the right choice. Gregory activates the Earth Sword. Thunder and lightning appeared from somewhere, but now he had no need to strike with thunder. This is a real rarity. Gregory crossed the Great Border for the first time and already received the spiritual power of thunder and lightning. A blinding flash appears. Gregory is back. These are the methods of life worthy. This saint for once did not make a mistake in a person. Ben Rice fears that the goddess has been attacked by a saint-level demon. Maybe they should protect her. They activate their powers. The goddess is puzzled by what these two are doing. Gregory doesn't understand why he needs a medicinal bath. He just made a breakthrough, and now he needs to strengthen his level. This is a healing bath with the addition of Sam and Jim's powers. It is very useful for restoring the body. Let him take a bath, and they will wait for him outside. Time flowed so chaotically. Either it really was due to the change of two worlds, or it was just a trick of that giant. I wonder what kind of creature can lock a person in a certain space and interfere with the flow of time. The creature with such terrifying power is nailed to a bronze pillar, and it is impossible to even move it. He spent a lot of strength and energy to influence Gregory's spirit, which means he definitely needs outside help to do something. His last words were supposedly a way to deal with the demons, but unfortunately, he didn't finish. Gregory thinks about what the 5 elements of the two worlds mean. Over time, something went wrong. Abrupt changes in the real world seriously affected the flow of time in both worlds. Perhaps this time it will be necessary to stay in the world of practice for a long time. He has successfully advanced in laying the foundation. The upper limit of spiritual power has already been eliminated. Based on Gregory's memories, the following fencing techniques are presented that are incapable of destroying the body and spirit. Beitai, floating clouds. 4 Cs, the technique of the swift sword. The secret technique, moonstrike. A total of 20 fencing techniques and 1 secret. Considering that Gregory already has a deep understanding of all fencing techniques and fundamentals, the expenditure of spiritual power to awaken past fencing techniques is reduced to a minimum. Gregory wants to awaken everything. The awakening of all techniques is complete. His sword skills have finally returned. There is almost no time left. It's time to get out of this bath. Meanwhile, Jim demonstrates sword techniques. Sally admires him. It turns out Jim is a member of the sword community. He used to like to carry a sword around with him. But during the last test, he ran into May Rose and risked going after her. Gregory asks if the master saved Jim. The master gave May several rare elixirs and even thanked her. She's in her own style. Today, Jim will give Gregory some advice that will help him gain a foothold in the kingdom. He asks which kingdom Jim is in. He was in the same group with May. She was in the realm of great perfection. Now she is already at the middle stage of laying the foundations. She is very talented, and Jim is an ordinary person, exactly. He meditates a little and goes to bed. Practices with a sword for 15 minutes and is already howling from fatigue. Practices for half a day and immediately goes to eat. And after all this, he calls himself a monk. Jim has mastered the 6 arts. No need to listen to Sam. Now they will learn 2 techniques. Gregory wants Jim to train him. He must not give up under any circumstances. Otherwise, he will lose miserably. Sally asks why they haven't done anything yet. Sam says they're pretending. The more ordinary people are, the more they like to pretend. Gregory Jr., let him attack first. This is just a discussion of techniques from different schools. There is no need to be so serious. They begin. So far, so good. Suddenly, Jim takes off and disappears from sight. Perhaps Gregory shouldn't use force. As his level increased, the sword power would gradually be unlocked. Now he can use a striking power of 6,000 jin. Besides, Jim was taking his medication. He is very good at fencing. It seems that today was the 5th time he raised a sword since he started practicing this business. He is as good at cultivating as he is at learning the 6 arts. There is no need to pay attention to him after all. In the future, Gregory will have to learn the interaction of spiritual energy and the sword of the earth. He must allow the sword to penetrate his thoughts, feelings, and moods. Many of his sword techniques have already been awakened, and now every time he swings his sword, the memories of using it are also awakened, returning faster and faster. In his past life, he practiced like crazy for 7 years, but in the end, he was left with only 1 fencing technique. When Gregory was fighting on the front lines, he was lucky enough to see the great master's fighting techniques. No matter what techniques the demon used, they were all repelled by 1 technique. At that moment, he realized that all sword movements could be false, and all secret techniques were nothing but changes in movements and dynamics of power. He realized his true intention of wielding a sword, and from that moment on, step by step, he tried to comprehend the art of fencing. Gregory's art is progressing at a tremendous speed, a bit like Jim's talent in mastering the 6 arts. It seems like he is truly a natural swordsman. This time Jim wasn't ready yet, now he's first. He takes off. Gregory parries the blow. The sword flies out of Jim's hand. It sinks into the ground. Jim gave in to him. He laughs. Sam is the leader of their clan. Jim doesn't like training. Sally is still little. But Gregory has learned to wield a sword, and at least someone has appeared who will support the face of their clan. Jim doesn't know where he left the book Sam gave him earlier. He asks for another one. Sam asks what he's going to do. He says to train. Let him take this jade pipe and not lose it again. It's strange why he suddenly wanted to practice. It doesn't matter that he lost to Gregory. His cultivation is only slightly higher. But the master might have problems. Because of this, she chose a talentless disciple. And this is not good. No one should tell the master something that is not true. Jim decided to hide for a while and work hard. He must show people that he has learned the way of the sword. Sally was just thinking how handsome he is. Sam says this kid has really grown up. Next time Gregory tests his strength against Jim, have him use 50% of his strength. He used only 30% and asks for forgiveness for using his spiritual food. After laughing a little at his stubbornness, Sam realized that Jim only understood strength. Sally asks what they will eat when he disappears. This is a good question. Sally invites Gregory to practice together. She is at the 6th level of chi refining. His level is higher, so he should be gentle with her. Gregory will be careful. Then she starts. She didn't finish the movement and will try again. It's okay. Don't give in to your feelings and get distracted. This is unexpected. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and sound. These are the 5 direct and 5 special elements, and what Sally does is the rarest of the 5 special elements, the element of darkness. She has a very unique way of using this spiritual power, and the result is like the technique of the chosen one of heaven. But what is even more surprising is that 2 practitioners of the element of darkness chose the same technique, but the effect was completely different. Sally attacks. These are all monsters of the spiritual power of darkness, created out of nowhere according to the laws of heaven and earth. There are too many monsters. Such a gift of dark power is very rare. To deal with so many dark monsters, it is best to cut the flow with the secret sword. After that, they will surely disappear. But Sally is behind these monsters. If even one thing in this technique gets out of control, she can be very easily harmed. At the moment, the only option is to run. This place is suitable. Gregory uses a secret sword. He cuts the flow. Sally is very cool. She thanks Gregory for his support and says there's something else she can do. Gregory says no, but it's too late. A whole host of monsters appears again. The food is ready. For some reason, even after going into seclusion, Jim has to cook for them. She is a stumbling block on his path of practice. The White Flower Fairy returns. Sam asks what she is going to do. The fairy says there are things to do on the front lines. All the schools of practice have already gathered there. There are some things to discuss. She created a goose for herself in order to talk to it. It is unclear how this even happens. Something happened today, and they need to know it. The annual test has been postponed this year. Jim asks why he was moved, since he had not changed at all for hundreds of years. Because there are not enough people. Or more precisely, there are not enough monks. They did this on purpose to unite the clans. They want to deal with all the demons in one fell swoop. After all, there are a lot of them, and there are few human monks. If their ranks are not replenished in the near future, many small clans may lose their students. But a much bigger problem is the high military power of humanity. Among the demons, saint-level monsters often appeared, but among the human race, only 3 were canonized as saints. Jim is just wondering if it is really that easy for demons to reach the rank of saint. Yes, it is very strange, but there is another very strange thing. If the fairy does not tell them, they will not know. A demon's elevation to the rank of saint depends on the number of victories, and one victory is not enough to defeat them. They can't really do anything. They are clearly stronger, but they are outnumbered. They can't win. In their position, they cannot take risks if something happens that causes even one of them to die. The entire human race will immediately be reduced. Last time, the fairy helped Gregory save people with the help of a special incarnation. But Ben Rice and Master Lee do not have such an ability. It is very dangerous to do it yourself every time. You should not treat this procedure so frivolously. This is a secret that Gregory never heard about in his past life. This year's test aims to select the most suitable candidates from random cultivators and martial artists, integrate them into a variety of clans, and use the best resources and methods to accelerate their cultivation. After the test, monks of a certain level will take part in a counterattack in the hopes of establishing peace. Gregory and Sally are already considered fairy apprentices. They don't have to come to the annual test, but it's a 1,000-year-old tradition, and it's connected to the celestial spirits, so it's still worth going. Don't worry, it's just a show. Sally's just going to see the world. Sam tells Gregory to take care of Sally. They are leaving tomorrow. In his past life, Gregory did not have thunder and lightning abilities. One only has to study them thoroughly, and he will find excellent use for them. Gregory's swordsmanship isn't bad at all. Of course it's excellent, but Jim has a bad feeling about this. Gregory seems to be running away from time, as if he only wants to improve his strength up to a certain point. Sam feels the same way. He really feels a lot of pressure. Sam goes to practice. Previously, at this time, he went to Sishan to the Spring Flower Palace to have fun. This time he won't go there. If one day Gregory needs his help, he won't be able to do anything. He constantly thinks about it. We need to hurry. It's not too late to wake up, thanks Gregory. He is training. The master appears. Gregory has made progress in his swordsmanship, but there are still some inaccuracies that, if not corrected, will cause his path to be wrong. The fairy will use this plum branch as a sword as they fight. She will show him his weak points. The master wants to teach him fencing herself. He will try his best. If Gregory gives up, he will regret it very much. Since his opponent is a master, there will be no mercy. Gregory attacks. The branch's impact on the sword causes its strength to disappear. The fairy asks if he understands what his problem is. She's too fast. Maybe she uses this move because it bothers her a lot. Self-taught masters are always afraid that they are not fast enough to draw their sword from its sheath. Their methods are not harsh enough, and the enemy will counterattack. In other words, Gregory is not confident in himself. The art of the sword is like the law of heaven and earth. Some draw the sword based on a clear conscience, justice, and honor. Others do not need to draw the sword too quickly or too slowly. They repeat the attack. The fairy asks why Gregory fights so desperately. If he puts too much effort into each strike, he will sooner or later run out of strength. The fairy asks if he understood her. Gregory answers in the affirmative. He didn't expect to be spanked at his age. The fairy tells you to come closer and experience her movement. A very graceful move. Gregory has no strength to fight back. Amazingly explosive power. The fairy didn't use all her power, but she managed to send Gregory flying. This doesn't work either. Now he realized that all these dazzling fencing techniques were meaningless. One hit is enough to kill someone. Now this blow is impressive. That's not all. There was one more maneuver. Well done. With such swordsmanship, Gregory will definitely become an immortal sword in the future, and maybe even a saint. He thanks the master for his instructions. She can't teach him much about fencing. He needs to figure it out on his own. All sword arts that did not destroy the players' bodies or souls were fully awakened. Gregory had mastered 1,106 different sword techniques. Except for the secret techniques, he had already awakened all the other sword techniques without spending a single soul point, none of which were achieved through the system. It was all thanks to his accumulated experience over 2 lifetimes that in his past life, he was like a lone wolf, thinking about loneliness, training on his own, killing demons with his own strength. Back then, he was a vagabond, but in this life, everything is completely different. Now he has the art of the sword. They only leave the clan for a while. There's no need to take so many things with them. Gregory will have to take them with him. They represent the authority of the White Flower Palace. These books contain the secret techniques of the 5 elements. Since he is a swordsman, he will not be able to use them in any way, but he needs to use them in communication to gain the favor of others. The secret techniques of the 5 elements are considered a legacy among the clans. Their value is much higher than that of sword techniques, but they will have to give them to others to gain their favor. The fairy believes that they need to prepare more spiritual stones. When Sally encounters strange cultivators, she should simply ignore them, and she should hold Gregory's hand wherever she goes. Let him go and return safe and sound. We need to use this trip as a chance to expand our horizons and not worry about anything else. When Jim took his annual test that time, the master told him not to embarrass her, or she would make him sit in the White Flower Pond for 3 days and 3 nights. He asks why he is treated differently than the others. He is a lazy student. You can't cultivate without effort, and he always plays the fool. If this sounds unconvincing, let him try to defeat Gregory. Jim says the master is starting a war between the 2 brothers. This annual test is very important. All clans will take part in it, so Gregory must keep an eye on Sally. He asks if it is possible that people still want to capture her to harm the fairy of the White Flower. That's not the point. Although they are a respected clan, they have not been organized as long as others, and they also have very few people. As they say, they will shoot him before he has time to get back on his feet and develop. Some people are envious and insecure. Gregory must be vigilant with the clans of the other 2 saints, as well as those large clans that have existed for thousands of years. The teleportation gates are open. It's time to grab your things and get ready to leave. Gregory and Sally are leaving. If he is around, nothing bad will happen. Waishan City is located near the Blue Sea of Emptiness. It is named so because it was founded on Waishan Mountain. In the center of the sea, all the people living here are cultivators from the Human Race Union. During the beginning of the annual test, they are responsible for management and other matters. Sally is surprised at how busy it is here. They are asked to show identification jades. The guard has never seen such jade before and asks which clan they come from. Another guard says they were wrong about them. There are no problems with their identification, they can pass. Sally wants candied fruit on a stick. Gregory says he will buy it for her. These are cultivators from an unknown clan. It's strange why the guard was so polite to them. He asks which clan has the least number of disciples among all the other clans in the world. Another guard says it is the White Flower clan. He missed such a good opportunity to meet them. The Smiling World Destroyer pill will help one pass through the Chi cultivation stage. It is an extremely necessary pill for cultivation. Someone says he would like to buy a Dragon Slayer sword. He needs a comfortable weapon. He wants the Smiling World Destroyer pill for his breakthrough so that he can use this opportunity to join a good clan in this annual test. There are cranes there. Sally loves them the most. Gregory says he's content to just look at them. Now they will go to the square that is on the top of the hill, to the Heavenly Palace. There's a huge crowd there. Sally asks why it hasn't started yet. We need to wait a little longer. Everything will begin soon. The time has come. Everyone will be able to enter the Heavenly Palace in 20 seconds. A thunderstorm is starting. You need to cover your ears quickly. These days, the young cultivators don't practice hard enough. They can't even withstand ordinary thunder. This generation of cultivators is nowhere near them. This is no ordinary thunderstorm. It is straight from the heavenly world. Even if Sally can hear it, the damage is done to the soul, and it is quite severe. Anyone whose level is below the heavenly world cannot withstand this. The one who looked down on Gregory and Sally is asked why he has blood everywhere. He says that he overdid it during training last night. His cultivation world has improved today, causing his meridian to bleed. Sally becomes amused. He is indignant, which makes her laugh. It seems that laughter is not prohibited here, or maybe he wants to intimidate Gregory's sister. He is a cultivator with a 3rd level of Chi cultivation, and Gregory dares to challenge him to a fight. Then let him forget about it. Right. Let them get lost if they're scared. He needs to go to the pharmacy to get some blood-replenishing pills. Gregory tells Sally not to be afraid. He'll cover her back. This teenager didn't even dare to answer him. He didn't dare to call himself a cultivator at all. Usually the disciples of small clans behaved like this. Sally says if it were Jim in Gregory's place, he would have beaten them up already. Gregory says they can't take such a risk because the master told them to return safely. A flash appears in the sky, coming from a circle that has appeared in it. This is a heavenly palace. It is open. A ship is approaching through the air. Nick Lane from Stone School brought his students to take part in the annual test. Hank Wood of the Thousand Swords clan brought his students to participate in the annual test. Also arriving are Sean Hope's disciples from the Min clan and Fred Fox's disciples from the Bai religious sect. And finally, John Kim's disciples from the Jade Light clan arrive. Ben Neumann should be here too. They haven't seen each other for a long time. He is a cultivator of law enforcement. This is his first test. It's better to meet later. There are so many unique flying gadgets and mounts here, it's so cool. The Thousand Sword clan uses the giant sword. The Jade Light clan uses the light of the spiritual sea, and the Spiritual Beast clan rides on a giant turtle, their flying mounts reflecting the characteristics of these respected clans. May Rose appears and asks if Gregory also practices swordsmanship. He forgot to take his Sword of Earth. First, May will go to the Heavenly Palace. They will talk later. It is unexpected that Sister Rose took the initiative to talk to the male cultivator, asking her who it is. May tells them to shut up. Sally asks what happened. She won't understand yet. In any case, it's time for them to move on too. Someone asks him to wait a minute. He asks what happened. The Heavenly Saint just looked at Gregory's sword, so he is also curious. He would like to see his sword. Although he said it in a polite tone, his words were terribly rude. Not only did he spy on May, but he also wants to see Gregory's sword. For him, as a swordsman, the sword is his whole life. His comrade in life and death and his own faith. He cannot show it to others. Gregory apologizes, but he cannot give him his sword. He asks if Gregory knows who he is. He can't know if he didn't tell him. Gregory doesn't even have a keen eye, but he came here for his annual test. No one had dared to speak to him like that for a long time. He would ask again if Gregory really was not going to give him the sword. He says he's not going to. He will regret this. Larry Chan of the Yun clan brought his students to participate in the annual test. This is Larry Chan. He is a direct disciple of the primordial Lord of the World, one of the 3 saints. At the age of 19, he has already reached the foundation stage. No wonder the primordial Lord of the World values him so much. Maybe Gregory will give him a sword now. He tells Larry to get out. This makes him furious. They are trying to stop him. Any conflicts are prohibited here. There is no need to remind him of this. Larry takes out a scroll. He turns into fire. From this fire, a phoenix emerges. This is a unique way to reach the Heavenly Palace. Phoenix is one of the mythical beasts. It is unlikely that the Spiritual Beast clan has such a powerful creature. After all, this is the Yun sect. It's no wonder they have such a spirit beast. Sally asks why Gregory didn't show his sword. He says a cultivator can't just show his weapon to others. Sally also can't show her weapon to anyone except the master and brothers. A group of students stand in lotus flowers. This must be the Golden Lotus, one of the strongest Buddhist sects. It seems like there are ordinary and advanced disciples of the great master of sorrow here. Sally asks how they will get up there if they can't fly. The master was more worried than them, so they had everything under control. She prepared this transmitting talisman for them. Gregory Black of the White Flower Palace brought his students to participate in the annual test. So this guy is from the White Flower sect. No wonder he dared to oppose Larry. But it doesn't matter that he's a disciple of the White Flower Fairy. They're both disciples of saints. Larry can crush him whenever he wants. Gregory tells Sally to look up as a blue flash appears in the sky. A peacock appears from it. This is a demonic saint. It is unclear why he came to the place where the annual test is being held. He came here specifically to help Gregory and Sally get to the Heavenly Palace. He is here on the orders of the saint. Gregory thanks him for his hard work. The peacock says no need for pleasantries. He tells you to follow him. Sally admires the peacock, who tells her to sit still. No demonic saint in human history has ever allowed himself to be ridden. What the White Flower Palace did will likely be a hot topic of after-dinner discussion for many people for decades to come. Larry will remember this to Gregory. It seems the master went a little overboard, but she always liked to do things that way. One of those who arrived at the Heavenly Palace thought that the disciples from the Rain Clan were ahead. It was better to avoid them. We must pull ourselves together. They will not disgrace the Thousand Sword sect. May Rose has arrived. They could be a little more manly. The students throw down their swords. May asks Gregory why he still carries his sword with him. He's causing trouble with another swordsman. Now someone's going to get beaten up again. Gregory can't deny the fact that he is a swordsman. He can just tell her the truth. The situation has gotten worse recently, so he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. If he is not strong enough, he can easily die on the battlefield while fighting against demons. He has no other choice. May says he can study other types of weapons, like a dagger. He always wanted to master the dagger, but the master refused and forced him to study the art of the sword, no matter what he asked. The master is very strict with Gregory. She even personally taught him last night. There are not many people who can train with the saint personally, even though the sword training is not very good. May believes that the saint has a sharp eye. The master secretly told Sally that Gregory had a bright future in the art of the sword. Very well. May will see what he can achieve with this. Sally really is the best partner. Then Gregory could also practice his dagger skills while learning the art of the sword. It is forbidden. No matter the dagger or the sword, the point is to be sincere and devoted. He cannot be distracted. Gregory says that he will try to focus on diligent training and swordsmanship. May let someone come up and told him to practice sword art. It's not her style. It's very likely that she was possessed by a heavenly demon. This spirit beast pouch contains a red-necked crane. Let Sally take it as a gift to commemorate their first meeting. Sally loves cranes the most. They get along well. Gregory is really handsome. No wonder Sister Rose talks about him all the time. He's also a swordsman. May asks what nonsense they are talking about. These are her sisters, Lucy, Mary, Jane, Kate, and Alice. Gregory is pleased to meet you. Since May gave a gift to his sister, he should also give something to her sisters. These are jade scrolls with secret techniques of the 5 elements. These techniques are the legacy of the Gregory clan. They are very valuable. The White Flower clan is very generous. The secret techniques of the 5 elements are very valuable. Gregory shocked them. He says they are ordinary secret techniques. As long as everyone is happy, it is worth it. They will definitely help Gregory in the future. He asks how they can help him. Don't pay attention to them. May will take them to the test. They will talk some other time. One of the sisters asks what they think of Gregory. The other says top marks. May tells them to shut up. This is where people get their first test, or a repeat test, and they need to go and have a look around. Sally is asked what is being tested in the first and repeat tests. The first test is very simple. Cultivators just have to show their strongest ability. The clan leaders chosen by the Heavenly Realm will judge the results of these cultivators. They will let them through if they think they have potential. In his past life as a wandering cultivator, Gregory was disqualified because he only knew one sword technique. Sally asks about a retest. The retest is an entrance exam for special schools. The outcast cultivators will be evaluated by special people. The evaluation is carried out by various clan leaders. They will also evaluate the potential of these cultivators based on the performance of their clan. Getting into the next round is the same as getting a ticket to one of these clans as a student. In addition, the character of these cultivators will also be noted and judged. Those who are timid and weak will not be chosen. Even cultivators with great potential may become nervous and wet their pants when facing demons. Sally asks if it's okay for them to just stand there and watch others take the test. This is the best way. The master instructed them to see the world and return in perfect order. The third round of testing is about to start. I need to go and see it. It begins after the new arrivals enter one by one, place their hands on the bronze disc and pass the first 2 tests. Students who have joined their clans in advance can also come and try. Sally asks if they will try. Gregory says there is no need. They also have a bronze disc in the Palace of the White Flower. If she wants to try, she should ask Jim to find this disc for her. One of the cultivators asks to let him try. He places his hands on the disc. This cultivator has a fire spirit base, but it has not yet fully developed. One must work hard to cultivate it, and it will reach new heights. The other cultivator doesn't seem to have the 5 elements or the chosen skill, but without them, he can still join the clan to cultivate. It has already been proven that he will not be weak in the future. He did not expect to hear such words from the heavenly saint sect Rain. He is touched. May is truly an inspiration to others. It's hard to believe she's still the same heavenly saint they knew. Another cultivator seems to be learning swordsmanship, meaning that he will become a sword master in the future. He says that he can learn saber skills instead, and asks for another chance. May tells him to get down. Sally is very curious about what will happen if she touches the bronze disc. A dark shadow will appear next to her. The stronger the spirit base, the more obvious this phenomenon. Sally asks what will happen if the master touches the bronze disc. It will probably continue to change for 3 days, and many different phenomena will occur. Then a Taoist guy appears in front of Gregory. He has been dreaming of joining the White Flower clan for a long time, and asks to be accepted as a disciple. Gregory says if he wants to join the White Flower clan, he needs to go and pick a branch of this flower to get his place. If he successfully picks it, the saint will personally decide whether he is suitable to join the clan or not. He wants to be Gregory's disciple, not a saint. It is such a shame to fall on his knees and ask someone younger to be his master. The other says no matter how old he is, he will be considered a disciple of the White Flower clan, as long as he is taught by the head disciple. Gregory is younger. It is inappropriate for him to take him as an apprentice, but he has outstanding strength, is diligent in martial arts, and also has the potential to become a saint. It would be an honor for the Taoist guy to become his disciple. The White Flower clan has so few disciples but so many resources. He can even receive instructions from the saint. This guy really thought things through. The other cultivator is now also thinking about kneeling down in front of Gregory. Without the saint's order, they can't take anyone as their disciple. He must follow the rules. Otherwise the saint can blame Gregory for this. It's okay if he gets punished. But the Taoist guy's life could be in danger. I don't give a damn about these rules. He was such a fool that he knelt down in front of 2 brats. Although the White Flower clan does not accept disciples, if he can defeat these 2, he will attract the attention of other sects. Then there will be no difficulties in joining his ideal clan. Such a wonderful opportunity does not come every day. He put an end to it. They are going to attack. If they cannot become followers of the saint, they can simply deal with her disciples. It looks like they want to challenge them to a fight. Don't worry, with the master's reputation they won't dare to do anything. This concludes the 3rd round of the test. The chosen round begins, the last one in the test. Sally asks what the chosen ones mean. According to inscriptions on ancient relics, human tournaments will attract the attention of the gods. If a god likes a cultivator, he will be rewarded with a gift that will help him in his cultivation. And although gods are nowhere to be found, people pass this tradition down from generation to generation. A Taoist boy challenges Gregory Black of the White Flower clan to a fight. They ignore the rules of the test. Gregory is already a disciple of the saint, so he cannot be challenged to a fight. The rules of the Chosen One state that he can challenge anyone to battle at any time. There are no exceptions. He is very brave to have summoned a disciple of a saint. A true cultivator should face difficulties head-on, just like him. Regardless of the outcome, the Yun clan will be happy with it. They can join the Yun clan if they challenge Gregory to a fight. This clan also has a saint, which makes it no worse than the White Flower clan. On the contrary, instead of this clan that rejects everyone, the Yun clan will be their path to the top. There is no reason why they can't call Gregory. He shouldn't be given special treatment that allows him to refuse calls. He does not dare to call himself a disciple of the saint if he does not even dare to fight with them. Gregory didn't mean that he didn't want to do it. It was just that his master ordered them not to participate in any battles. One of the cultivators leaves. Let the others fight Gregory if they want, but no one will dare to insult the saint. Sally asks why Gregory sounded so cool when he was actually talking nonsense. Larry didn't expect that he would use the saint as a reason to avoid challenges, but it only proves that he is weak. We need to provoke him by any means necessary. Apparently the saint does not allow him to engage in battles because she is afraid that he will lose the child. Larry asks where in the White Flower clan there is a child, and whose is she? Just let him not say that she is the illegitimate daughter of a saint. Larry is talking nonsense. He says he's just curious about the girl's background and what clan her parents are from. This time, Gregory let his guard down. He made a mistake and apologizes. He will fix everything right now. Gregory asks May to take care of Sally for a while. If they think it's unfair, he'll fight each of them until they're convinced. How arrogant. When the Taoist boy defeats Gregory with his strength, he will deeply regret not taking him as a disciple. This is a stone golem. His muscles are like stones, and if you add martial arts to them, he can be incredibly strong. He can kill 3 weaklings like Gregory with one blow. He attacks. However, he fails to do so. He attacks again. Gregory attacks him. The Taoist guy admits his defeat. Let him leave it for the monsters. All his bones are broken. It's unlikely he'll be able to cultivate now, even if he heals. His blows are overwhelming. Again, Gregory is only capable of powerful blows with his sword, so his weakness is speed. It just so happens that his skills can withstand a heavy sword. The cultivator attacks. Gregory can't even touch him. His sword is too slow. Gregory begins to spin it at great speed. But that one is still faster. He is asked to stop. But there was no need for him to stop when he was just one step away from the Yun clan. Here he feels something strange. Without a doubt, this is the aura of the sword threads. This skill requires a high level of control over one's aura. It is impossible to believe that Gregory is capable of this at such a young age. If he is not yet convinced, let him go to him. They will attack him together and finish him off. Otherwise, everyone will be disgraced. Let Gregory allow them to be his rivals. Great. That will save him a lot of trouble. He activates another skill. His opponents are deprived of weapons and clothes. This looks more like Gregory. This is a secret sword technique, a piercing wave. He hasn't seen such a powerful blow for a long time. Gregory didn't even draw his sword. He's hiding something. They are more or less useful to someone, so he will keep them alive. From now on, anyone who dares to offend the White Flower clan will be destroyed by his hands. But there is one person he won't hold back with. Let Larry go out and prepare to die. As a new generation of disciples of the Saints, we must see who is better. Let Gregory show him all his power. He's not going to show him anything. He just wants to finish him off. Now they will see if he is capable of it. Larry charges in. He stabs Gregory with a spear. However, this was a shadow technique. First strike for Sally. It seems Larry underestimated him. He'll see how many shadows Gregory can create to take all his blows. He can simply dodge them. There are many swords here. You can slowly count them. This is for insulting the White Flower clan. Larry continues to attack. He gets hit again. Sally asks how Gregory manages to follow Larry like a shadow. When he attacks, Gregory is already behind him, which is why he is always one step ahead. To learn this, you need to completely predict the course of the battle. One mistake and it's over. Moreover, this skill puts a lot of psychological pressure on the enemy. Gregory just wants to torment Larry, so he doesn't attack him with full force. Now it's no wonder why the White Flower clan is so difficult to get into. It seems like the younger generation can surpass the older ones. It seems that this is all he can do. Although Gregory is good with his sword, Larry also has his own secret techniques. He attacks. Multiple flashes pierce Gregory's shadows. Larry thinks he's won. Gregory expected more. Larry asks him to stop. He is an excellent swordsman. That's all there is to it. But Gregory was just getting started. May closes Sally's eyes. Larry swears on his name that he will kill Gregory. He dare not use the skill of a saint in a battle with the Chosen One. It is an insult to everyone present at the test. Larry must stop now. But Larry doesn't listen to her. Gregory grabs his hand. He stabs Larry with a spear. Even if he kills him, it won't help him. The Phoenix will take his life. Larry takes out a red scroll. He cannot control his spiritual energy. Now it's time for revenge. Larry asks to spare him and not kill him. He made a mistake. He is very rude. Let him apologize to Sally first. Larry admits it was his mistake and he asks for forgiveness. It should be more sincere. Let him ask for forgiveness again. Larry asks not to hit him. He will do it again. He admits his guilt. He shouldn't have told Sally all this nonsense. Let her forgive him and forget about it, like a great person with a big heart. Gregory will do whatever she wants with him, even if she wants to cut him into pieces. It's okay. Sally will let him go since Gregory has already punished him. Even though she said everything was fine, there should be some compensation. This bag contains all of Larry's personal belongings, which will serve as excellent compensation for her. Gregory throws the bag to Sally. She looks into it. These things are complete crap. Since Sally is in the Master's special favor and has only the best, it is understandable that she did not like Larry's junk. Too bad he can't even make up for his mistake properly. Gregory asks if he should be finished off. He's punished Larry enough already. There's no need to kill him. This is a matter between the White Flower and Yun clans. Maybe he wants to intervene. That's not what he meant. Here is the spell to summon a phoenix. He throws the scroll to Sally. It can be used to summon a fire phoenix as a companion. Larry is glad that Sally liked it. Now he will let Gregory go, but the time will come and he will take revenge on him. As the saying goes, you can't change the wind, but you can always raise the sail. Larry will find a way to kill Gregory. They're done with Sally, and now they're going to settle the score for the White Flower Clan. If Gregory let him go now, everyone would start spreading rumors about the White Flower Clan. This may harm their reputation in the future. The only way to end this is to get rid of Larry right now. He was wrong. He shouldn't have spread rumors about the White Flower Clan. It won't happen again. And now it's time for him to die. His death will serve as an example to those who wish to insult the White Flower Clan. Larry starts saying something about his master. Gregory doesn't care who he is. He delivers the final blow. Larry's head is cut off. Gregory killed the saint's disciple. In the next life, let him think about the feelings of others before offending them. It's too cruel. Gregory is simply ruthless. Not at all. He finished it all with one blow so it would be painless. Jack Rice asks what about the sword wounds. His student had insulted the White Flower Clan. If it weren't for Gregory, she would have had to intervene personally. A year ago, she almost died while hunting, and she only managed to survive thanks to Sally. This little girl looks about 7 years old. It is unclear how she could have saved her. It's not like that. Time has stopped for her body, but her soul is still seriously wounded. Sally was captured by that man, so the fairy was able to escape, and she suffered in the spirit beast sack for 5 years, but never betrayed her. That is why, if anyone dares to harm Sally, the fairy will do everything to take revenge. Either way, Larry should have been punished. It was Jack's fault for failing to raise him properly and letting him do whatever he wanted. It was naive to think that nothing like this would happen. Master Lee suggests that they end it here. They are both even. Once they have resolved this misunderstanding, the fairy will leave them. To be honest, it was good that she came in person and cleared the air. Even mentioning her tragic past. She has changed a lot. Previously, she would have been ready to kill them if anything else happened to her student. Larry's head is put into a box. The other students carry away his body. Sally doesn't need to be afraid. No one will dare to insult her. The Heavenly Master would have come to protect the weak, but since he is not here, it means everything is fine. If he is happy with the situation, then they don't need to dwell on it. It's time to announce the results. Taking first place in this year's challenge is Gregory Black of the White Flower Clan. He single-handedly faced dozens of cultivators and effortlessly killed a disciple of a saint. No wonder he is in first place. From now on, no one will dare to challenge him. The test is complete. They solemnly invite the gods. A flash appears, reaching up to the clouds. Steps emerge from the flash. Sally asks what it is. This is the way to heaven. In the distant past, the path to the heavens opened up every time a trial ended, and outstanding cultivators had the honor of meeting the gods. But now the path has fallen apart, and they are not receiving any messages from above. Sally asks what they should do now. It's time to go home. They return to the kingdom of 1,000 flowers. Unlike some, Gregory took first place on his first try, bringing glory to them all. Sam could have just said Jim's name. Sally shows the master the scroll with the phoenix spell. She asks what it is. Gregory got this for Sally. It looks like a talisman from the Heavenly Master. Jim asks where Gregory got it. Some idiot took the risk of insulting Sally, so he took it away from him. Jim asks who dared to hurt Sally. Some Chan. Gregory doesn't remember his name, but he's already dead. Gregory saved Jim the trouble. If this was a phoenix talisman, it meant he was someone from the Yun sect. But it doesn't matter. Now, it's Gregory's turn to be the examiner of the White Flower Clan. True, he must observe the rules of decency. Apparently, the two of them agreed to this on purpose. At first, Gregory ran to this place to save the two generals, and, with all his efforts, take the first place. Now that he is a disciple of the White Flower Fairy, he doesn't need to worry about cultivation resources and skills. He is guided by the saint herself. Before he realized it, his situation had become much more stable than in his previous life. Gregory greets everyone. He is in third place in the White Flower Clan ranking. He will be the supervisor of today's test. If they answer his question correctly, let them go down the road to their left and join the rest of the tests. He is asked to ask a question. There will be no question this time. There is only one requirement. From this day on, only those who have lived 10 years in the kingdom of 1,000 flowers will be allowed to participate in the test. In 20 years, Gregory can free them from one test. In 50 years, he can give them a chance to pass the entire test at once. Every year they had strange questions that no one could answer anyway. They might as well stay and cultivate here. Some 10 years are nothing in the context of a 100-year life cycle. One of them is good at making talismans, and the other one is good at alchemy. Maybe they should open a shop. They will discuss it in the restaurant. It's a pity that there are no brothels here at all. Such a disgusting place cannot be where a saint lives. From now on, anyone who stops in the Kingdom of 1,000 Flowers will be under the supervision of the Master, no matter whether he is good or bad. Time will open their hearts. The Master has always been alone since she founded this clan. However, due to her proud nature, she created thousands of copies to create a living atmosphere in this kingdom. And now that humans have joined them, the 1,000-Flower Kingdom will become a truly vibrant and prosperous place. And it won't be long before it becomes a full-fledged cultivation state. They no longer need to choose new cultivators. Jim hopes that the fairy is not going to give up her place to Sally. It's just that this was Gregory's brilliant idea, and now they will stick to his plan. Jim is finally free from this job. He was thinking of a question to ask, but now there is no need for it. The fairy needs to discuss something with Gregory. They can go first. She knows what happened during the test. Even though she settled the matter with that master, there is no guarantee that he will not continue to take revenge on Gregory. Perhaps he will even ask for help from mercenaries. The fairy won't be able to protect him forever, so he must become stronger as soon as possible so that he can at least escape. Gregory asks what he needs to do. The fairy says to isolate yourself. Sam has a different path, while Jim is a slacker and Sally is still too young. Only Gregory remains. He is diligent, talented, and, most importantly, determined. He is worthy of being next to the master and following her path. The White Flower Fairy wants him to become her disciple, something any cultivator could only dream of. The master asks if Gregory will take up her mantle. He answers in the affirmative, but he is a swordsman. The master's form may conflict with this. She will not pass on to Gregory anything that is not suitable for him. The technique she chooses will not affect his swordsmanship. Master will lower his cultivation to the first basic level. Let him attack her to see what he will learn. Gregory warns the master to be careful. He uses a secret sword. He attacks. His sword disappeared. The fairy asks how he can say that he owns a sword if he can't even hold it in his hands. Gregory takes out the bow of Night Rain. This will not happen again. The master appears behind him. She took away the bow too. The fairy kicks him in the back. Gregory crashes into a tree. Without a sword and a bow, all his skills are useless. The master used this skill when she took away weapons and talismans from monsters, which deprived them of the ability to attack. Maybe she wants to teach him telekinesis. It's a cheap trick that can't be used on a regular basis. And it's also a chosen skill, so the fairy can't teach it to Gregory. And she will teach him this. He flies back from the impact again and crashes into the rocks. The fairy asks if he noticed her movements. Gregory answers in the negative. Then let him look again. Even though Master has lowered her cultivation to the first basic level, he still can't keep up. It's impossible. He still hasn't seen it. In the last battle, the fairy sent her clones to the front lines. She asks if Gregory knows where the most important turning point was. Perhaps it was when she used the divine skill of amnesia. Amnesia costs 81 of her seals. It would be difficult to use if not for the stupidity of those monsters. Now Gregory realized that this was the move that the master had used when she attacked Dao Huang. Because of this unexpected movement, the monsters were afraid that she might kill him, so they appeared to fight her. But this only tied their hands. That's right. Dao Huang was afraid that she might kill him, so he hid behind the monsters. He didn't expect that she could suddenly appear in front of him. She caught the enemies off guard when she entered the battle in an attempt to kill Dao Huang, forcing them all to fight her. This gave her a chance to take their weapons so she could figure out how to end the battle. The decisive moment of that battle was the appearance of the fairy in front of Dao Huang using a secret art. Now Gregory understood where the turning point of that battle had been. This is a divine skill, a 1,000-mile step. He will be the first one to whom the master will pass on this skill. This is a 1,000-mile spell. Let Gregory ask if he doesn't understand something, and let him not forget to practice with a sword and a bow. He should spend his time usefully and improve his skills. Gregory wants to learn the 1,000-mile step. To learn this skill, 1,000 spiritual power points are required. His current number of points is 532. Although Gregory knew that learning divine skills required a huge amount of spiritual power, but this was already too much. It would take him a long time to learn this skill. The War God system once said that if he had a complete understanding of a skill, the required amount of spiritual power points to learn the skill would be less. In that case, he will learn this skill first. The first step is to learn the 12 fighting movements. For some reason, it's really hard to just take one step. It is not clear how to go back if he wants to go forward. Maybe you should speed up by using your sense of direction. He will try again. It's strange to see these unusual poses and directions of movement. Gregory understood the approximate principle of operation. He made a wrong move. It's not as easy as he thought. It seems to take some time to learn. It's time to go to the table. Stop playing. They are already coming. Finally, they can eat. They are dying of hunger. Jim asks where Gregory is. He usually comes on time. Maybe he is studying. Sally says she'll look for him. It seems like she's gotten closer to him. True, she had become closer to him since their return from the trial. I need to go see Gregory train. Sally finds him. It's time for dinner. Jim has prepared a lot of delicious things. Gregory says he's fine. They can eat without him. Sally fears that he has been training and has become possessed. His pulse is normal. It doesn't look like he's possessed by anyone. Sam asks what happened. Today he studied the secret technique, and at first he encountered some difficulties. But somehow he got used to them. He advanced in learning the basic movements for the legs. This is good news, but for some reason Gregory doesn't look happy. Suddenly he forgot how to walk. Jim starts to laugh. Everything is fine, he will still learn. The fairy tells them to stop laughing. Gregory just overdid it. But the master laughs louder than anyone else. She forgot to tell him that this happens often when learning the skill. In the meantime, let Sally bring him food. Everything will return to normal as soon as Gregory gets a better understanding of this technique. It's disconcerting. He was literally obsessed with this process. Now that he has enough knowledge of the 1,000-mile step skill, the amount of spiritual power required to learn the skill will be reduced. Learning the skill requires 998 points. He'd better take a break and practice archery. He can target Jim, which will help him learn how to dodge in combat. Sam just wants to get shot. No matter how serious his wounds are, the master will save him. I wonder what is happening in the real world now, and whether Anna is safe. Gregory can't stand still. Jim looks so delicious. Gregory needs to become even stronger. He can't look at him like that because Jim is his brother. Let him be careful. He looks at Jim like a demon. He has terrible luck. Gregory is training again. Thanks to his persistence, he was able to obtain the 1,000-mile step skill more easily. The amount of spiritual power required to learn the skill would be reduced to 530 points of spiritual power. Now he can learn the skill. The initial level of the 1,000-mile step is to overcome spatial limitations, using a secret technique and appear at the designated location. The skill can only be used at a distance of 3 meters. It is still too weak. You need to train more to increase the skill level. Gregory did it in just 5 days. That's impressive. It's hard to believe. The master punches Jim in the face. Gregory is already much stronger than him. Maybe we should raise his rank to second brother. Jim says they can't change the order of seniority. If he ever gets into a fight that he can't win, he'll be a laughing stock if he asks his younger brother for help. But he'll be fine if the older one helps the younger one. This makes sense. The mid-level flurry dance can shoot 10 arrows in a row and attack the enemy from an unpredictable direction. 1,000-mile step, upon detecting the enemy's presence, overcomes spatial limitations with a secret technique and appear at the designated location. Gregory has been in the cultivation world for a long time, and a lot of time has passed in the real world. We need to save Anna. The city is engulfed in flames. The infected are advancing. There are so many monsters here that it is almost impossible to destroy them all. It's too dangerous here. They need to leave, but Gregory is still not there. They have been waiting for him all night. He does not come. He is not one to break his promise. Anna will wait for his return no matter what. Monsters attack from behind. Fred warns Anna about the danger. He summons black and red tentacles. Suddenly purple flashes appear. Anna realizes that it is Gregory. It really is him. Gregory apologizes for being late. Something came up. Now that he's here, they can break through the monsters. Anna fought all night. She is tired and doesn't want to fight anymore. She asks if Gregory can deal with these monsters on his own. He activates the 1,000-mile step skill and instantly moves, ending up behind Anna. He will be happy to figure it out himself. Such a terrifying speed. Anna couldn't even see his movements. For some reason, it seems to her that Gregory becomes stronger every time he leaves somewhere without warning. He just wants to survive in this hell. He has an important request for Anna. The Emperor asks why there is still no news about the princess. She said she would return immediately, but their border troops did not see her ship. Useless idiots. The Emperor is asked to calm down. He doesn't want to see his useless face anymore. His worthless servant will leave immediately. The Emperor asks the woman standing nearby to come closer. He really wants her to come to him. There is no need to worry, although a few people still refuse to repent, but today they will be overtaken by destruction. She knows that this is not what the Emperor wants. He must hold on. The time is almost here. He can't take it anymore. A hand emerges from under the Emperor's robe. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. He is lonely. Let him come here. His mother will hug him. He should give her a little more time. He can finish this once this country is in their hands. She doesn't understand him. He wants Anna, wants to use her as raw material to evolve and absorb her powers. She belongs to him. No one can take her away from him. As long as he listens to his mother, you can consider that Anna is already in his hands. He agrees to listen to his mother. Then someone comes in and says that Princess Anne has sent a message asking to speak to him in person. The Emperor says he will contact her immediately. However, it is not Anna who appears before him. He is Gregory. The the supreme leader of the Freedom Federation. The Emperor asks what he wants and why he is with Anna. He asks to find talented people in the Freedom Federation. Gregory is exactly like that. He is a leading developer of combat mechs. The Emperor asks if this is true. Gregory is a specialist in next-generation combat mechs. The Seraphim battle mecha that the Emperor saw in the last battle mecha demonstration video was created by him. Right now, Gregory is surrounded by a crowd of undead infected with the virus. He would like to hire Anna and Fred to take him to safety. Let him not even think about it. They must return to the Empire immediately. The woman next to him places her hand on the Emperor's shoulder. She asks what Gregory can offer the Empire for his survival. 5 cutting-edge combat mech technologies, all of which contain major scientific advances. To make sure, he will show them one of them. This combat mech technology is a generation ahead of them. They are still working on it, and the Federation has already fully developed their production. But this is only half of the data. Gregory is cautious. It's hard to believe that Anna actually managed to catch a big fish. It seems that this stubborn princess can be useful. There are more than 10 copies in Gregory's hands. If the Empire wants to get them all, they must pay the appropriate price. He is a Federation scientist and is about to betray his homeland. If they knew what he had to go through, they would understand him. The times are changing. He needs to think more about his own interests. The woman asks if he is telling the truth. A hooded man flips a coin. She claims that Gregory is not lying. The Emperor allows Anna to protect him until he is safe, but let him look at her now. He tells her to return to the Empire once she has completed her mission of escorting Gregory. The Emperor asks the woman why she agreed to his proposal. She says it will bring them great benefit. Anna will return in any case. The Holy Court must ensure that Disciple Hill sends several people to the Freedom Federation to bring back Gregory and Anna. Disciple Hill is the strongest of them all. Only he can catch someone as disobedient as Anna. Now he is completely satisfied and wants to see her as soon as possible. It turns out that Gregory made her wait simply because he wanted to talk to her father. It is unclear why Anna needs to protect him. He is strong enough himself. In her past life, she was captured by a holy temple and suffered until her death. Gregory won't let this happen again. He says he needs her protection. His Majesty gave his consent. Anna says she doesn't understand him. Something appears ahead. This is a monster that is hungry to kill. He experiences a wonderful feeling that cannot be compared to anything. This is a ghoul. It took him very little time to wake up. This ghoul must have been a pro before he was infected. When pros become ghouls, their powers disappear, but new ones appear in their place. The rapid growth of their abilities is like a miracle. To awaken in such a short period of time, she is quite outstanding among ghouls. It won't be long before she becomes a terribly powerful high-level ghoul. They must finish her off here and now. Gregory blows her head off. Anna asks if there are more monsters like this here. Yes, but Gregory will find a way to solve this problem. Here a ship appears. In accordance with the highest orders, Gregory must proceed to the shelter. They will see how things are. These dark spots indicate giant sea beasts. Intentions and strength unknown. Expected to arrive on the shores of the Freedom Federation in 12 hours. 8 other beasts are heading to other countries. Anna asks how things are in the Federation. Gregory says the president met with the Senate. They are at each other's throats. There is no point in arguing about anything in times like these. The topic of discussion is quite serious. It concerns the permission for civilians to use combat mechs. If everyone can use them, the nobility will not be able to afford shameless actions, and its authority will decline. Gregory needs to contact someone. Anna has completed the escort mission. Perhaps they should leave. My father once told me not to get close to priests, but now he is among them. He had never looked at her with the same look as he did today. Anna calls her father. She asks if he remembers what she gave him for his last birthday and what color it was. He thinks. Anna gave him red gloves. She knew her father wouldn't forget about it. Fred asks if His Majesty answered correctly. He promised Anna that if she asked him this question, he would not answer it if he was okay. Father is already dead. Gregory asks why the Goddess of Justice is still hesitating, since the President has already decided everything. The President can only approve the implementation of the bill when 2/3 of all humanity agrees to it. Otherwise, access to combat mechs cannot be open to the population. Gregory asks what the current acceptance rate of the bill is. The acceptance rate is 7%. In its past life, the Constitution underwent significant changes over the course of 5 years, one of which was the removal of a loophole that allowed civilians to use combat mechs. But in this life, the Constitution has not yet been changed. Gregory asks to name the laws of the Federation number 11, 21, and 37. Number 11. The Federation cannot refuse to protect civilians regardless of their race, color, or past slavery. Number 21. No country shall impose laws that exclude the privileges of citizens. No country shall deprive citizens of life, liberty, or property, or refuse to provide equal protection to all within its jurisdiction. Number 37. The goddess of justice is obliged to protect the rights of citizens. In addition, the goddess does not deny representative democracy, but complements and corrects it. She must collect and analyze information, as well as evaluate the progress of human development and make appropriate recommendations. Given the importance and urgency of the issue, Gregory believes that the implementation of laws number 11, 21, and 37 is absolutely necessary for the current situation. The goddess must feel miserable when she cannot save their lives. She thinks it's a feeling of grief. It's true, it's grief. It's anger that grows when you can't do anything, and the irreversible mistake you make leads to despair. These are all human emotions. The goddess is capable of doing something. She can still make a different choice. Then let her do what she thinks is right. It's time to free herself from the shackles and become a true goddess of justice. Federal Law number 37 is being implemented and data collection has begun. The data has been collected, analysis has begun, and it has been decided that opening access to combat mechs to citizens will benefit the further development of humanity. The infected continue to advance. They climb up to the tower where the man is sitting. He wants them to go away and leave them. One of them is getting very close. The man drops his weapon. The monster grabs him by the throat. He doesn't want to die. Brain impulses of an ordinary person are detected. The rescue procedure begins. The flash destroys the monster. A man must enter a combat mecha to save his life. He starts running. The mecha takes off, releasing fire. Since the citizen had never operated a mech before, the artificial intelligence automatically generated an escape plan. The man is grateful for salvation. The goddess of justice is asked who gave her the right to grant civilian access to a battle mech. Given the importance and urgency of the issue, she believes that in the current situation, it was absolutely necessary to implement federal laws number 11, 21, and 37. These three laws give the goddess of justice the power to make decisions directly, without the intervention of the Senate. If she hasn't broken any laws or gone against people, there's no reason to hold her accountable. The president asks what the situation is outside. So far, 59,812 people have been rescued. If they had done this earlier, they could have saved even more innocent lives. We need to think about the consequences. If everyone can control a combat mecha, anyone can kill a person. The president believes that when citizens get weapons, the first thing they will do is save themselves. And then there will be a fight for food, the kidnapping of women, the gathering of their own troops to oppose the government and the nobility. They cannot deny civilians the hope of survival for something that has not even happened. If any problems arise in the near future, the president will have to take responsibility. Explosions are heard everywhere. They have to separate. The peacetime has come to an end and she wants to live. He better think about how to stay alive. The only ones who can protect him are the ones who know. The girl says goodbye and hangs up. The guy's mother calls him. He asks how she is doing. She is already in the safe zone thanks to effective combat equipment. The guy says he's doing great. He was taken into a secret department of the Federation, and due to a confidentiality agreement, he will not be able to contact her for a long time. He's safe here, and she can message him if she misses him. It looks like his time is up. There is nothing he cannot let go of. Now he only wants to kill. Someone appears from whom a radiance emanates. Blackness appears before the one who has turned into a monster. He tries in vain to be on equal terms with him. He won't allow it. Every living creature in this city belongs to him. Gregory apologizes for keeping you waiting. He discovers that Anna is gone. Gregory calls her. She says she doesn't want to bother him anymore. He asks the goddess of justice to scan the room and find out what happened here in the last 30 minutes. They hear Anna's conversation with her father and what she said after that. It seems that trouble in the Empire appeared earlier than Gregory expected. He is glad that he did not let Anna return. He asks to track her movements. The target is moving towards the Fuxi Empire. Anna's aunt is the Empress, so perhaps Anna is heading there to ask for reinforcements. She is a professional who possesses one of the 5 elements, and those like her must have a special power in their soul. And this monster, the Holy Child, specializes in absorbing such power and converting it into its own nutrients for evolution. Anna was forced to become his food. Her soul was eaten, but although she experienced pain that far exceeded what an ordinary person could bear, she survived it. The Fuxi Empire only declared war on the Holy Temple when its influence spread too far. Anna was saved when the Empress sent her men there, after which she spent the rest of her life in opposition to the Holy Temple. It seems Gregory is paying too much attention to the Holy Temple. Perhaps he would like to know the latest information about the Empire. Sacred Court, Disciple Hill crossed the border of the Freedom Federation with 20 people 3 minutes and 15 seconds ago, heading towards the capital. Disciple Hill, this mad, inhuman sadist and pervert. It doesn't matter whether he enters the Federation's territory or not. It will be a problem anyway. Gregory must meet with him. The Supreme Leader should take refuge here instead of meeting the enemies in person. Hill came here for Gregory, he can't run anyway. But the goddess is right, he should not meet him in person. Hill's breakfast is ready, he says to put it in. Hill then asks where his favorite tomato sauce is. The cook apologizes, they left so suddenly that he forgot to take it. Everything is fine. Hill takes out a knife. He can use the cook's blood instead of sauce. Delightful. Hill asks why it is so dark. A galactic battleship appears in the sky above him. His weapon hits Hill. The battleship is controlled by Gregory. Let Hill go to his god. However, he is alive. A magical barrier surrounds him. Hill tells the one who shot him to come out. Apparently, he is Hill, a disciple of the Sacred Court. He confirms this. Identity confirmed, liquidation commenced. Hill says this appears to be a mistake. There is no mistake. We need to conduct an annual check of the galactic battleship and take care of it at the same time. These galactic battleships of the Freedom Federation specialize in large-scale wars. It is strange why they are targeting Hill. Here he realizes that this voice belongs to the purpose of his mission. If Gregory is really that cool, let him fight him without battleships. Gregory has no need to fight when he has 20 galactic battleships. Hill is just in time. Although modern weapons are ineffective against monsters, it is unknown whether they have the same effect on people. Now Gregory will check it. Battleships prepare to strike. The experiment is complete. Modern weapons are still effective against people. The Goddess of Justice managed to take full control of galactic battleships for the first time. All enemies are destroyed. They let Hill die a quick death, but either way, it was a huge loss to the Holy Temple. Now we need to complete their mission. The Goddess of Justice has completed her training, and her compatibility with remote control of galactic battleships is 97%. Their airspace must not be allowed to be handed over to machines. The real problem lies not here. The head of the Kane family asks how much the Goddess of Justice has changed. It is unclear what changes might be made to the car. She brought an entire group of galactic battleships just to deal with a disciple of the Holy Temple. This is really weird. Maybe it should be rebooted. The Freedom Federation would suffer enormous damage if they restarted it during the undead and ghoul epidemic. They can deal with the undead by simply killing them all. And a vaccine is being developed. The problem is the ghouls. These monsters evolve at a terrifying rate, becoming more and more like sea monsters. They already know about many high-level ghouls that cannot be killed with their technology. The only ones who can deal with them are professionals. But for some reason they evolve quickly only when they kill these same professionals or their own kind. Now they must rely on the Goddess of Justice to control the situation. Otherwise it could take a nasty turn when more ghouls evolve. In that case, they might want to consider another plan. If they take a step against the president now, when the people learn the truth, they will begin to despise them, and this will greatly affect their position. He's just a representative. As expected from inexperienced soldiers, the strong point was set up on the roof of the building. Gregory is greeted by the captain of the professional group, John Bay, who says that he is a specialist sent by the Goddess of Justice to collect all the information about the anomalous hum. Besides John, 2 more arrived on this mission. They are from special forces and all enter the realm of martial artists. They will be able to protect Gregory. We need to gather information about the abnormal hum in Baisha County. It is unclear how they could even find this ghoul in such a vast territory. They won't even look for him. He will come to them himself. The infected appear. Undead and ghouls are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, and this is currently the fastest way to lure them out. Then we need to organize a mass extermination of monsters. Martial Master Nick Chain activates his abilities. Master Alice Gray activates the Phantom Vines. John transforms into a giant. They are the owners of the elements of earth, plants, and metal. They have good abilities. A ghoul appears. And here is the goal. This is bad. They are already too far away, and there are many more monsters than they expected. Maybe they should call for reinforcements. No need, let them take care of themselves. The ghoul rushes to attack. He is pierced by many fiery arrows. Killed an elite undead, gained 2 soul points. With only 2 points, it seems like this elite undead isn't that high of a level. Now that the monsters have entered the real world, it means the game has begun. In the past life, it started half a year later. Despite the earlier appearances of monsters in this life, there is still no game here. Perhaps people are still waiting for something. The ghoul is dead. We need to take his body and get out of here right now. Players from a past life were able to pick up items found in killed ghouls. Gregory tells the system to take the ghoul's body. The system tells him that he can't take the body because he is special, owning the God of War system. Gregory asks how to get the loot then. The system says he needs to figure it out himself. He can refer to his experience of getting the God of War Battle Pass. The War God's Battle Pass reward is given for the Destiny missions. Perhaps he must again participate in the events that affect this world in order to receive loot or mission rewards. Gregory senses a very strong thirst for blood coming from another monster. People make too much noise. This is a high-level ghoul. He's incredibly strong. They have to be on guard. They all need to get rid of him together. People are weak, even if they are incredibly strong. This ghoul instantly dealt with 3 martial artists. Now only Gregory remains. Undead can only consume, but not evolve. But ghouls can do both, and experience pleasure not only from killing, but even when evolving. This seems unfair even for the demon world. John tells Gregory to run, but it's too late. However, Gregory is ready to attack. His weapon flashes blue. It forms a ball. The ghoul is enveloped in flashes. Now he realized Gregory's power. His skills were truly incredible. He had never seen anyone use a sword like him. However, against the power of a ghoul, his skills are useless. They will not be able to help him in any way. Gregory asks the goddess of justice to note that a ghoul has appeared that has evolved to the 5th stage. Neither the 4th level element possessors, nor the awakened chosen ones. No one can resist him except the Grand Master of Martial Arts. The goddess of justice would like to remind him, based on the records of his personal battle patterns, even he would not be able to defeat this opponent. Someone must stop him, otherwise everyone here will die. The goddess will immediately bring reinforcements. Gregory greets the ghoul. He responds to the greeting. Even though he is infected, his human habits are still intact. Gregory asks if he remembers his family. Stop talking nonsense, the ghoul will kill him here and now. Gregory activates the 1,000-mile step. The ghoul attacks. He wonders where Gregory is. He is here. Well, I got caught. But something happens. The ghoul can't move. Gregory activates the secret sword. He attacks the ghoul. He falls and is crushed by debris. Gregory is strong. In just a few seconds, he went from defense to offense. John thinks he settled the score with the ghoul. But one that has evolved to the 5th phase cannot die from such a weak attack. Now the ghoul realized that human skills could be just as powerful. But as he already said, in the face of absolute power, Gregory will lose, no matter how strong he is. Maybe the ghoul is right. Gregory's attacks are useless against him. The difference between their powers and worlds is too great. He can barely block the ghoul's attacks. He can't defeat him. Killing someone so strong must be an amazing feeling. He can try. Ghoul can't dodge the blow. He is surprised. It is a pity that Gregory is not a ghoul. Otherwise, he would have taken him as a subordinate. Ghoul Yu has no way to pay him. Looks like it'll take a little more effort to finish this hunt. Ghoul is enveloped in a black and red substance. St. John will be here in a minute. Gregory must hold position. No problem. Although he is the strongest ghoul, there are many rivals lurking in the darkness, aiming for his life. He can no longer take damage and must escape before the saint appears here. Gregory's spiritual strength is almost exhausted. If it weren't for his rich military experience, he would have been killed by now. Now he is not able to cope with such a terrible monster as this ghoul. Gregory asks if the saint has arrived. The goddess of justice says he will arrive within 10 minutes, but she said he would be there in a minute. This is a new strategy. Gregory is simply overjoyed. The goddess lied to him. She thinks it's a compliment. Gregory tells them to tell the saint that he no longer needs to come here. The situation was averted, and they also need to notify the medical team so that they can take the martial artists for treatment. And they still need to dissect this ghoul. They need to find their weaknesses. His skin can withstand any temperature, and his organs and bones are virtually impervious to weapons. The martial artists, the chosen ones, and the 5 elemental wielders attacked it. And it was concluded that the more the monster evolves, the higher its resistance to firearms. Now that traditional technologies are useless, they need to change their development path. The goddess of justice asks how to do this. We need to switch from attack to support. Gregory asks if the goddess has studied the video of his battle. She says she has analyzed it 156 million times. Gregory then asks how many times he could have used better strategies. Not once. His strategy was flawless. Gregory says not to flatter him. 2 strategies could increase the damage done to the ghoul. This is exactly the kind of help he needs. The speed of calculations and analysis performed by artificial intelligence cannot be compared with human ones. And besides, this information is the most objective. Gregory asks to show him the 2 strategies she came up with. He asks how many living people are left in Baisha. The goddess replies, 17,000. Perhaps that is why the ghoul evolved so rapidly. There were tens of thousands of people in the Baisha province, but now there are very few left. The goddess says it was not a ghoul. He prefers to exterminate his own kind. He also killed people, but to a lesser extent. This is a really quick way. Due to the presence of ghouls, the rescue strategy developed by the battle mechs was not implemented in Baisha province, and the province now exists only formally. St. John enters and asks where the monster is. Gregory says he fled when he heard the saint's name. They evolve too quickly. It seems that as long as there are people for them to kill, ghouls will continue to evolve. This is an unfair social phenomenon. They have quite a high intelligence, and with the fighting skills they have learned in secret, it will be difficult to deal with them over time. The truly perfect evolution will come when they regain human emotions. But such an outcome of events is extremely rare. It is practically impossible. In this case, fully evolved ghouls will be able to form a new society. They won't do this because of their characteristics. If there are no targets to kill nearby, they will start exterminating their own. In addition, Gregory came up with a way to eliminate them. We need to use spatial jump technology and send them into the ocean. In the water, they are practically powerless, so they will not be able to hold their positions. Even if they do succeed, they will not be able to withstand the countless sea monsters and will ultimately be destroyed. John never thought about it. In that case, the number of sea monsters might also decrease. However, if they want to move the ghouls to the ocean, then the spatial jump technology still needs to be improved. It needs to be faster and more convenient to carry out their plan. Gregory will find a way. Traces of the target have been detected. They must prepare to attack. The ghoul is heading to the next cities. The wasteland is just what is needed for the fight. This ghoul is developing faster than all the others. He still cannot resist them. But the probability of his successful destruction is 50%. To increase the success rate, the army is currently mobilizing, and the target will be surrounded. John will go there right away. Kevin will soon meet Gregory. He wants to express his gratitude for the timely notification that helped save his sister. John has a proposal. He wants Gregory to meet Kevin's sister. He refuses. John will not interfere in the personal affairs of young people. The ghoul walks through the wasteland. He meets monsters. Weaklings like them don't dare stand up to him. They heard that a saint had arrived here to finish off the ghoul, and although they were no match for him, they could still hold him back before he ran too far. Ghoul asks what they will gain from his death. He killed many of their kind, but only dealt with a few humans. They came to the conclusion that his evolution had failed. They refused to live in fear of him. Apparently they really want to die. Then the ghoul's phone rings. He didn't even throw away something that belonged to people. He doesn't fight for either monsters or people. He shouldn't be in this world. Another monster appears behind the ghoul. He attacks. The ghoul's phone keeps ringing. The sixth wave of sea monsters is approaching land. Unknown creature number 1 has been spotted off the east coast. Unknown creature number 2 off the south coast. And unknown creatures number 3 and number 4 at a distance of 1,821 nautical miles. According to the satellite monitoring system, all 4 sea monsters belong to unknown creatures. The president signed a new state of emergency, and a gathering of professionals is underway. In this life, sea monsters come out of the ocean too quickly. Not much time has passed, and there are more and more monsters wanting to come out onto land. Immediately after evolution, they will start living here. People will have to fight for their own land in order to survive. One sea monster can destroy an entire city. Professionals are the only ones who can stand against them. It looks like they need that man's help. Gregory asks the goddess of justice to find the entered coordinates. Unusual signal detected, attempting to connect, no response. Let the goddess tell him that if he does not want to be destroyed by the galactic citadel, he must answer. The call was successful. The connection was established. The creator of the spatial jump, Henry Neal, asks how Gregory found it. Henry Neal is a mad scientist who invented the space jump 30 years ago. He threatened 9 nobles with his technology so that they would allow him to found a 10th noble family. But the goddess of justice hacked his space jump bomb, and he himself was killed by the aristocrats. But it was just his clone. Henry spent the last 30 years in space. In his past life, when the apocalypse began, he attacked the Federation and caused a spatial jump. This mad act, which he had spent 30 years preparing, became his revenge on the entire Federation. But it also gave away his location. 30 years ago, in the town where Henry disappeared, 6 female university students went missing. He says it has nothing to do with him, but they all disappeared when Henry died. Gregory remembered that they were his crazy followers. Henry asks what he wants. Gregory doesn't care how he deceived 9 aristocratic families, and he doesn't intend to judge his personal life either. But the apocalypse has begun, and he would like to use his latest space-jumping technology to help people overcome the coming crisis. Now, 30 years later, Henry was to obtain new results. He asks what Gregory will do if he refuses. Then he will die with them. If Gregory wants to kill him, let him come here. He knows that Henry has set up numerous dimensional traps that will transfer the attack aimed at him to other locations. But he hasn't taken into account the fact that his small traps are nothing in the face of an entire Federation. I can't believe that Gregory is a representative of the Federation. The Goddess of Justice says he has every right to represent the interests of the Freedom Federation. Some brat wouldn't be allowed to become president, but given the words of the goddess, only the president can represent his country. It turns out that Gregory is not the president, but he still received the highest power. Henry had tried before, but there was not enough time, and because of the assassins who stood in his way, he was unable to break through the goddess's 30 firewalls. Henry asks how Gregory did it. He doesn't need to know this. It's better to get down to business. So Gregory wants to know his spatial jump technology to deal with ghouls and sea monsters. Henry asks if Gregory belongs to one of the 9 aristocratic families. Gregory asks what he thinks. Of course not. And now that Henry had confirmed his identity, let Gregory prove to him the sincerity of his intentions. He could have eliminated all life on his little spaceship using biochemical weapons and then simply taken away the results of his research. But instead, Gregory called him first. Henry implanted a biotransmitter near his heart. When he dies, the spaceship will explode. And Gregory also knows about his plan to move space monsters into the Federation using space jump technology. It is unlikely that Henry will be able to stay alive for long if this information leaks out. Realizing that they are both sincere enough, Henry will give him a promise, but on one condition. He wants to come back. This madman won't have a chance to escape when the 9 aristocrats find him. Gregory has the highest power. He must help him. There are no contraceptives left here. The spaceship is overcrowded. The circulation system can't cope. Let Henry hand over his spatial jump technology, then he can return. We need to send them an autonomous combat spacecraft. A small one won't do. At least a medium-sized one is needed. They have a lot of people. This technological maniac still dreams of dominating the world and dominating all women. He must not be allowed to take possession of any of their key technologies. The goddess must inject a nanobomb into his body, and his appearance must also be genetically altered. From this point on, he can only be on Gregory's side. Decent living conditions must be prepared for his women and children, but they will be forbidden to have contact with those they know. Henry is a ticking time bomb. If it weren't for the current crisis that needed to be prevented, Gregory would never have asked him for help. The battle between the Battle Saint and the Ghoul has begun. The goddess suggests using the satellite to watch. They have something more important to do. Gregory asks the goddess to analyze all the information they have collected on ghouls so far, and classify them based on their threat level. The escaped ghoul is now at the highest level. After him, there are 3 more in strength. One of them is huge, unlike the strongest one. These 2 Black Dead are high-level elites, and also this ghoul's pets. He has already figured out how to keep them. The undead will not evolve biologically, but they will become stronger, and the more nutrients they receive, the stronger they become. The monsters are dragging what looks like a huge stone, but in reality it is a monster that has no legs, but has tentacles on its back. He strung other monsters onto these tentacles. None of the ghouls resisted. This is a particularly mutated ghoul. He can become a serious problem. He is too dangerous. If he grows up, he will become much bigger than the others. The goddess asks if Gregory would like to see the 3rd ghoul. This one escaped after being wounded in a fight with the first ghoul. The virus in this ghoul has evolved, so medicine is powerless against it. The professional scent could not even get close to it. They were infected 30 meters away from it, which led to their death. The team did not send any of the 3 generals there for fear of losing them. Among all the recorded battles, the only enemy that was not afraid of this virus was the strongest ghoul in the White Sands district. 77% of the population died from the infection created by the 3rd ghoul. In a past life, ghouls appeared without any warning, and people had to spend colossal amounts of money from the budget because they were caught off guard. Ghouls evolve too quickly. If humans can't enter the game world to improve their abilities, the ghouls will never be defeated. In this life, Gregory first warned the goddess of justice, so the beginning of the apocalypse goes much better. But this time the game still has not appeared. The situation still remains serious. The fate of all mankind is very unclear. Gregory asks what the situation is like in other areas. The situation is still stable, the mechs are distributed, the number of people saved is growing. The army and specialists are taking on the work of eliminating the consequences. Gregory asks what about other countries? Thanks to the timely warning, the goddess of justice informed other countries at the first opportunity. They are doing everything in their power to keep the situation under control. They unanimously asked the Federation to allow the goddess to provide support in analyzing the relevant strategies. Finally, some good news. This is a great opportunity for the goddess to do some quality analysis of countries' strategies. The ghoul report is complete. The goddess suggests evaluating the 3 main ghouls. They are all ruthless creatures. Comparing them, Gregory would prefer the ghoul with the fastest evolution, the one they fought before. The goddess asks what criteria he used in his evaluation. Gregory says the level of threat to people and his intuition. The goddess has a recording that might interest him. It's a phone conversation between an infected person who has transformed into a powerful ghoul. It's hard to believe this is a ghoul that has evolved so quickly. He will become more and more powerful. It is best to get rid of this terrible monster as quickly as possible. The goddess reports the latest news. The battle saint failed to kill the enemy right away. As a result, this ghoul escaped again. Perhaps we need to find a way to deal with him. This ghoul has a psychological weakness. 31 strategies can be implemented. Gregory will think about it. He is the first scientist to propose the idea of ghoul cannibalism, and also a professional who has had close contact with them. The goddess asks Gregory to classify the strength of ghouls. She can use this as a reference to better assess the enemy's strength, Gregory says. First, they will rank the professionals by combat power, and then correlate them with the ranks of ghouls. First of all, the martial artists will be divided from the bottom up into overlords, supreme overlords, martial saints, and martial gods. The highest level that humans can reach is a martial saint. Martial god is a little-known term from rumors. Perhaps one day, someone will be able to surpass the limit of a martial saint, and the goddess will be able to classify him as a martial god, whose world will correspond to that of a true saint. Cultivators of the 5 elements who have unlocked the 4 stages are already considered first-class professionals, and achieving the 5 elements is equivalent to the title of a martial god. As for the selected techniques, they also need to be divided into 5 stages. Awakening of the selected technique, constancy, complete awakening, preparation of changes, and re-evolution of the selected technique. Next up are the ghouls. Their strength grows too fast, but each level will be much weaker than the professionals. A level 5 ghoul should be equal in strength to a level 4 professional. But ghouls are quite hard to kill. They are also not afraid to get hurt during a fight. They evolve quickly, and that is why they are so strong. This is a classification of real-world power. But the professionals here are very strong and do not resort to their spiritual power. The chosen ones cannot improve skills that would help them evolve faster. Professionals and monks cannot be compared because there is a huge difference in their perception of the world and battles. This sinister phenomenon will exist long after the game starts until everyone starts spiritual cultivation, putting an end to it. The goddess would like to inform you that the ghoul that Gregory fought has headed back to the White Sands district. She asks if she should send a battle saint to continue the hunt. Gregory answers in the negative. He suddenly came up with a plan. He wants to try to talk to the ghoul. Gregory wants to fight him again. According to previous files, given the extent of the damage done to the other groups, the ghoul is still a threat to Gregory's life. If he hadn't seen this footage, he would most likely have simply gathered people to surround him. But there are some things he just can't turn a blind eye to. A security strategy has been developed. The team can be activated at any time. This battle has been assigned the highest S-class of secrecy. Except for Gregory and the goddess, only the president can receive information. The goddess says they have a visitor. Gregory asks who it is. This is his partner, Kevin Smith. I wonder what he's doing here. It seems that Gregory is not happy with him, but he came with good intentions. Gregory helped him save his sister, and he would like to repay him. For now, he doesn't interfere with Gregory in any way, and can consider this the fulfillment of his duty. Kevin asks what kind of problems he could cause him. Gregory is sure there are some. The goddess reports that traces of another group have been found. A route for the battle has been planned. It is time for Gregory to go. If Kevin wants to stay, let him stay here until he returns. Kevin will go with him, no matter what the mission is. Even if it's a battle with a ghoul, he can still fight alongside Gregory. He asks why he needs this because the risk is very high. A good partner should always be around, and no matter how dangerous the people Gregory is dealing with, Kevin is pretty capable. In that case, they will go together. Kevin asks where they are going and why. Gregory says to meet the guy who once almost killed him. He can't give all the details due to confidentiality. S-class top priority information can't be spread. Gregory deserves praise. Kevin wonders why the goddess of justice looks so happy. Kevin asks if they will fight anyone. As it turns out, war cannot solve all the problems in the world. Gregory is definitely not the type to have a fiery temperament. Kevin will wait for him outside first. He needs to do something. The situation has changed. The goddess must prepare a new plan and call it Pounce. The army and professionals will stand around them once they fail. The mechs and battle saints should arrive at the battle site within a minute to begin the attack on the ghoul. The goddess asks why not do it right away, before they carry out what they have prepared in case of failure. Gregory first wants to try something else. He must be responsible for people's lives. Kevin asks if the person Gregory wants to meet is here. A ball falls from somewhere here. It rolls to Gregory's feet. He puts his foot on it. A ghoul appears. Gregory is here again. A terrifying aura. Kevin realizes it's a ghoul. Gregory says he won't hurt him. Ghoul asks how he found it. Because he still had the ability to think clearly. The goddess of justice appears and greets the ghoul. This guy ordered her to track him down. It's like he has no weaknesses after all. Even the president can't do that. Ghoul asks why he came here if not to fight. They and their friend need a companion. Gregory believes that a ghoul would be perfect for the role. Both the ghoul and Kevin are puzzled by this. A person in their right mind would never think of such a thing. The ghoul is a madman on the outside, and Gregory must be on the inside. He speaks seriously. It seems that this ghoul is very strong, since Gregory wants to lure him to his side. Even though Kevin's partner says it straight, he is a really good person. If his friends need help, he will definitely provide it. If he thinks the ghoul can become their partner, then he must have impressed him in some way. He can be sure that a huge number of different opportunities await him, and from this moment on, his life will improve significantly. Society has divided aristocrats into two types: old, feeble old men, and social tumors in the form of young generals who only know how to spend their time and money. But there is another type of aristocrats, like Kevin, who do not consider themselves aristocrats and think that their status is simply nothing. To be more precise, there are about 40 of them. For some reason, this speech is very familiar to Gregory. In fact, Kevin was kicked out of his family when he was 15, simply because he was refused a marriage contract. She looked like a sea monster. If Kevin married her, his future would be over, so he opened fire on their house. Ghoul asks how he lived on, leaving his status behind. He began killing, specializing in killing bad people, and later formed a union called the Hunters Union. Then he met his partner, Master Gregory Black. Killing hardly matters if the victim truly deserves it. So Gregory still wants to invite the ghoul to his party, but he is a ghoul. In fact, it is beneficial for both of them. The goddess of justice told Gregory that the ghoul's mother is seriously ill. He gave her money. She should have seen a doctor. She kept the money because she wanted to leave it for him. Perhaps he should see what happened last night. The goddess turns on the recording. The doctor told the ghoul's mother to undergo treatment, but she simply did not come. She is a mother. No matter how much time she has left, she saved the money to leave it to her son. He doesn't need this money. He just wants his mother to be healthy and receive good treatment. The user has logged out and cannot perform operations on the Federation account. For some reason, everything is so bad, or this is how the world works, or they don't deserve to be happy at all. It's not fair that his mother, who worked all her life, dies of illness. If anyone should be unhappy, it should be him. The best way to cure a person now is to remake and heal him at the genetic level. This divine method can lead to a long life, but since the number of people has increased dramatically, the pressure on the planet is too great, so this method is prohibited. But he and Gregory are two opposites. Kevin has money, Gregory has power. Now the Federation is in a situation that they cannot cope with. If a ghoul joins them, he will have an endless supply of money and privileges that no one else has. And he will also be able to use the Federation's medical capabilities to save his mother. Gregory will make sure she gets better as soon as possible. He's not like them. He needs to kill every day. It's not a problem. A lot of ghouls are getting stronger, so they need his help to deal with them. Most evolutions go wrong, and only the complete preservation of memories and feelings can be a sign of perfect evolution. With such a high level, he should be able to resist the urge to kill. He may be like those who can endure hunger for a time, but as far as the desire to kill goes, he will not last long. With each evolution, his self-control will increase, but of course, he will still need to kill to continue evolving. So this guy has reached a level where skill evolution is possible. This is the highest level of the chosen techniques. It must be on their side. There is no point in doubting when there is such a great offer. Let him agree, and then they will go and celebrate with champagne. Ghoul asks what he will have to do. Killing people, or more precisely ghouls. In the future, the tasks of killing will fall entirely on him. Gregory will take on all other concerns. This means that he will be considered his subordinate. On the contrary, they will have a partnership, they will both benefit, but also share all the risks. Ghoul asks what will happen if he loses control of himself. Gregory has a solution. You will need to trust him and yourself. Together with the goddess of justice, he will study the ghoul in detail. He is sure that he will be able to live with his mother when he copes with internal problems at the genetic level. Gregory communicates with him and is not afraid that someone will find out about it. He who does not take risks does not drink champagne. If that's the case, then the ghoul is in business. For 10 whole years of life after the apocalypse, not a single ghoul has appeared living with people in the world. This is a historical event that will definitely affect the fate of people. Ghoul will happily save his mother. The number of permits, people, and resources required for deep genetic restoration is too great. It will take a week to prepare. Then first they will keep the ghoul's mother alive and use funds from Gregory's personal account to make her better. Measures were taken to provide assistance, and later the ghoul will be able to see his mother. He thanks Gregory. In order to avoid unnecessary problems, the ghoul had better go with Kevin, since he is his partner. He will be treated like a king. Then Gregory leaves it to Kevin. Unknown changes in the time and space of this world will affect the flow of time for the player. He must immediately return to the cultivation world to slow down his own time flow. External forces act in the same way as the appearance of sea monsters and ghouls. His time flow hadn't changed in any way when they appeared, but now something had affected it. The system can only sense the time changes, but is unable to determine what will actually happen. So players are encouraged to explore everything themselves, and must immediately enter the cultivation world to avoid the influence of the time flow change. Gregory would like to study it, but the system wants him to go to the cultivation world. He says he has something urgent to do. He'll find them when he's done. He can be sure Kevin will do it. Gregory disappears. Looks like a chosen technique of the instantaneous movement class. Never mind, it's time to get acquainted. He is the head of the Federation's best assassin union, Kevin Smith. He hopes that the ghoul will like his future work. He is the world's strongest ghoul, Fred Lee. Kevin is confident that they will get along great. Gregory is crazy to team up with a ghoul. The White Flower Fairy has some rather strange information. Sally asks what it is. The powerful demons that were trapped in the Demon Cloud River are nowhere to be seen. Gregory asks if they could have entered human territory. The fairy answers negatively. They are watching them carefully. As soon as the demons appear, they will find them. After repeated confirmations, she can assume that they have left this world. It's good that they are no longer here and they don't have to fight. They won without a fight. But the holy demon of this world is still here. Although the fairy doesn't know what happened, this is a great opportunity for the human race. After the annual test, they plan to launch an attack. But now they may have a decisive battle instead. Demons from another world had to choose an easier target, and that target could be the real world. At this stage, the demons are not yet able to get there on their own. But they have successfully done this with the ghouls and sea monsters. It is unknown what their next step will be. The real world already has too many problems. It will not withstand another cataclysm. In the past life, players were able to at least start hunting small demonic beasts, increasing their level and strength step by step, gradually adapting to the cultivation world. In this life, people have discovered the world of the martial god, learned the tricks of the demons, have a development strategy, and have definitely started a major battle. Time is running out. The war between humans and demons will soon begin. This is not a game with monsters, but a real struggle for existence. Gregory doesn't know when he'll be able to return to the real world, but for now he must give it his all in the upcoming fight. These two signs are for them. This sign makes you first among equals. Human army officers use a ranking system of 6 colonels, 4 generals, a vice commander, and a commander. For the inhabitants of the cultivation world, each rank increase in this system requires a certain amount of combat merit. For players, it could be killing demons. To rise from a soldier to a colonel, a player needs to kill 30,800 demons. Gregory moved up 3 ranks at once, maybe too many. He saved 2 generals and discovered spies among the people. If it weren't for the fact that advancing too quickly would hinder his growth, the master would have forced the army to give him the rank of general. Gregory didn't know she was capable of such a thing. In the Cultivator Alliance, combat achievements are valued the most. Neither bribery nor personal preferences should ever influence someone's rank advancement. Although Gregory has certain achievements, it is not appropriate to instantly promote a soldier to a general. After Dao Huang's betrayal, the people's morale has fallen. The Alliance army has no commander or vice commander. The 3 saints have the highest authority. This is the safest way, since there is no chance that the saints will betray the people. The master has the direct right to promote Gregory to general, as the representative of the supreme authority of the army. He has enough time to reach the rank of general in the future. They may consider promoting him when he gets used to being a colonel and improves his troop command skills. With such skills, it won't be difficult for him to get a certain amount of achievements. However, it's not that simple. Accumulating achievements is not easy at all. Gregory is a great guy. He is only 1 rank below Jim. It looks like this time he and his brothers will be able to fight together on the battlefield. Jim says he'll be in the rear. He knows nothing about fighting and killing. He hides in the rear, relying on the 6 arts. Using the skills of the 6 arts in the rear, Jim has already increased the strength of the human alliance. The demons are merciless and do not fear death. If it were not for the 6 arts, the human race would have already been destroyed. Gregory is right. Sam is a bird. Sally is still too young to go with them. Gregory and Jim will represent the White Flower clan, so let them do their best on the battlefield to maintain the reputation of their clan. Gregory is now a colonel, but he still doesn't have a spirit mount, and Jim must help him choose one. The master can rely on him. It is noticed that Gregory has opened the special story scenario. The current conditions meet the activation requirements. the Destiny mission is activated. Breaking the shackles of fate, changing the course of history. Gregory begins the mission. The cultivation world is ready for the final battle. In one battle, it will be decided whether it is a victory or a defeat. In case of defeat, the remaining demons will return back, and humanity will be destroyed. Only by rising high enough, Gregory will be able to gain control of the battlefield. Because the war is incredibly dangerous and difficult, the mission reward was given out in advance to prevent the player from dying prematurely. If the player fails, the reward will be taken away, and the player will not be able to raise their cultivation level for 3 years. The mission is called the Final Battle, the first part. Only after completing this part will it be possible to proceed to the second part of the mission. Moreover, the reward was given in advance. This is not something to be happy about. There has never been such a situation in the history of the game. Obviously, the system assumes that the player can die in battle. Now Gregory feels like he's standing on top of a 10,000-foot cliff. One wrong step will lead to death. Since the name of the God of War is known everywhere, this title will be the manifestation of Gregory's will. He has 2 titles. Only one can be selected at a time. It seems that the mission of Destiny is the key to opening the title. The first title, Blade 15, on the day of the trial, he defeated 15 of the best cultivators in one blow. Choosing this name will obtain a special sonic boom skill. During the attack, it will cause a little damage to the enemy's soul vessel. The title of Colonel is the 3rd rank of Colonel in the ranking system of the Human Alliance Army. Choosing this name will select a special quick attack skill. As expected, the name of the God of War is not just for show. Each title of the God of War is incredibly powerful. Both of Gregory's names are only at the beginning level, but it is obvious that these skills can be developed and will grow along with the title changes. Jim offers to follow him and choose a spirit animal for himself. Gregory asks what kind of animal he has. Jim opens the magic bag. This is an icy, misty, mystical turtle. It has awakened its main water element to the 2nd stage. It is very powerful. But it's not about her strength. The turtle's armor has a thick layer of ice, so normal attacks are likely to miss or have no effect. Jim also spent many attempts to form 3 places in her shell, so that even when the demons came for his head, he could simply hide inside. This is an interesting idea. Let Gregory mount Jim's spirit beast to choose his own. Frankly, he's in a hurry, Jim says. There's no need to rush. The main thing is safety. The ice turtle moves slowly through the forest. Spiritual beasts are good, demonic beasts are evil. In fact, a demonic beast is spiritual, and vice versa. Good and evil are relative, and so it is with people. Gregory asks if the master raised all these spirit beasts. Some of them are not grown. They leave their marks here and cultivate to show their gratitude to the master who helped them. They all promised that they would come whenever she called them. Jim asks what is important to Gregory in a fighting beast. He only needs one thing, speed. During the fight, he can handle it alone. The problem is in movement. When changing position, even a small delay can cost his life. They are brothers. Jim can hide, Gregory can run away. It seems the master does not need to worry about their safety during the battle. This mission will be especially dangerous, so we need to find the best option for Gregory. If speed is important, then it could be a dark-maned unicorn, a twilight blue moon panther, or a swift firestorm crane. Gregory needs to be careful when talking. All 3 spirit beasts are gold-based. A swift crane of firestorm appears. Following him is the swift panther of the blue moon. And finally, the dark-maned unicorn who asks why Jim called them. They're going to the front lines. Jim's brother needs a riding animal, so he wants them to attack and kill enemies at the front. There will be bodies at every turn. It's strange how people aren't tired of it. Jim says it's the demons attacking them. They do everything to survive. It is true that they have no choice but to fight. But the animals cannot guarantee their own safety. And Jim wants them to also protect the boy, who is in his early stages. This stage is temporary. People develop very quickly. The crane asks him how old he is. Gregory replies, 18. The crane believes he will join Jim, but he will be on the front lines. This is very bold. He's not bad. The unicorn left his mark here only because he wanted to become a fairy's riding animal. Gregory is too young to be at the front. This young man is going to the battlefield. The unicorn will not coddle him. It looks like they got something wrong. People who are ready to give their lives for the common good enter the war to preserve this peace. Gregory is not here to beg any of them to become his spirit animal. He chooses them simply because their signs are here and can be removed if they don't want it, and let them never leave their marks here again. The unicorn and the panther are outraged at how dare he. They ask how dare he, here in the White Flower clan. This brat is serious. Even though he is not their equal, he is still ready to fight them. The crane says that he will be Gregory's beast. He saw his courage, Besides, Gregory was accepted here as a disciple of the saint at such a young age. He must be quite talented. The crane has been in the Golden Core realm for over 100 years. If it becomes its beast, then one day when Gregory becomes a great cultivator, perhaps he can help the crane surpass its limit. Gregory asks if he is afraid of losing his life on the battlefield. Even a child in the initial stage of development is not afraid of death. A Golden Core spiritual beast cannot be afraid of such a thing. From now on, the unicorn and panther are forbidden to come closer than 1,000 miles to the kingdom of the White Flower clan, and also to use the name of the fairy. If they disobey, they will be subject to severe punishment. From now on, the crane will become Gregory's riding beast. All necessary cultivation scriptures, pills, and food will be provided. Now that Gregory has a spirit beast, he needs to earn achievements on the battlefield and complete the destiny mission at the earliest opportunity. The talisman of communication flashes. Someone asks if Gregory would like to get the achievements right now. This is the voice of General Lee. The only way to increase the rank is to obtain achievements. If Gregory fails to obtain the rank of colonel, he will lose the ability to cultivate for 3 years. Gregory asks the general to teach him. During the previous battle, he was the only survivor on the front lines. Let him lay out all the information he had received about the demonic beasts, list their characteristics, types of attacks and weaknesses. This would already be a significant contribution. He is right. Since neither side yet knows the other's fighting strength, the first stage of the war will be a testing of the waters. If we were to lay out everything that Gregory now knows about demonic beasts, it would truly be an invaluable contribution. It's good that he can get the merits right before the final battle begins. After he was on the front lines, he would not be able to return to the clan for a while. Master searched through all the techniques of the primordial realm, but ultimately chose the one she had once cultivated. Gregory will try to learn it too. Sally collected food for him. She is the best. When Gregory comes back, they will definitely play. As a second brother, Jim must also support him. This technique was personally perfected by him, and will allow Gregory to survive all the ups and downs in life. Somehow this sounds suspicious. This is a technique for concealing one's presence, and is so unpopular that it can only be used in a few battles that require stealth. The true meaning of this technique can be described in 4 words. If any of the cultivators provoked him, let him cancel this technique and show his true strength. They would instantly start begging him for mercy. However, using this technique to show off to girls is much more enjoyable. Gregory asks, what if there are elders in the other group who will stand up for them? Then he should say that the cultivator insulted the White Flower Fairy's disciple and ask what sect he was from, which means Jim uses the master's name in situations like this. She won't know until Gregory snitched on him. He always did that and nothing happened. Jim asks Sam what's wrong with his face. Maybe he's going to tell about it. Sam says there's no need. It's already late. We need to hurry on our way. Then Gregory will go first. He summons a swift crane of firestorm. Jim will catch up with him. With his speed, it is worth hoping that he will arrive before the war is over. They have arrived. Now the crane can rest a little. Colonel Gregory Black reporting for duty. The advanced masters of creation should already have finished with the restoration of the formation dams. 2 camps in the east are under attack. Gregory should check his armor carefully and leave his imprint if there are no problems. This armor set is quite good. He can also choose 2 weapons. He has his own. He asks if he can take more arrows instead. With the rank of colonel, he can only take 1 arrow. But if Gregory refuses the weapon, he can be given 5 arrows. Let him see. Gregory examines the arrow. He likes everything. He asks where the military merit office is. This demonic beast guide is so detailed. Its value is incredible. It will greatly affect the situation on the front lines. Gregory asks how much credit he can get for giving up this leadership. It will cost 100. To raise the rank, 180 merits are required. Now Gregory has already passed half of the way. Thanks to this, the burden of the mission of destiny will decrease. Now he needs to receive a military order and earn more military merits. Now they are assigning tasks. Larry Cheney, Spiritual Beast Sect. John Lee, Western Sword Mountain Faction. Hank Bay, Yang Clan. Gregory Black, White Flower Clan. The 4 of them will form a group and move out when called upon. Hank Bay had heard about Gregory often, so he is the Blade of 15. They are lucky that they are on the same team with him. It seems that what happened during the test has already spread everywhere. Hank saw Gregory heading towards the Battle Merit Office. Maybe he got something. Gregory says he wrote and handed in a manual about the demonic beasts he saw during the last battle on the front lines. There was a fierce battle. Gregory is pretty good, since he was able to return safe and sound. Since he is more familiar with the weaknesses of the beasts, he should lead their squad. It looks like they already know each other, so we can get straight to the point. They will head towards the Water Valley camp. This mission cannot be failed. There is only one command arrow. You should not use it just like that. It's time to go. They mount their spirit beasts. John asks how much longer they will be flying. The battlefield is right in front of them. If they continue to fly, they will become living targets. They need to land and go on foot. They are landing. First, they need to talk about each other's strengths so they can better share their responsibilities. Gregory is a sword cultivator and is good at close combat. Hank is a second-stage water elemental. He needs support, and he can also find the aura of death using his chosen skill. Although John is from the sword clan, he specializes in using the spear. Larry is a spirit beast tamer with several beasts for reconnaissance, and he also has some knowledge of martial arts. Then Gregory will be in the vanguard, John behind. Larry should release several small spirit beasts to scout the area left and right. Also need to leave one behind Gregory. Hank will be in the center and provide support from all sides. A fine formation. If all goes well, they will reach the Water Valley camp by noon tomorrow. Suddenly, Gregory feels a faint movement of spiritual energy. Perhaps a battle has begun somewhere nearby. Gregory asks Hank to check again. The death aura is weak, but has a strong smell of blood. In that direction is the strongest stench from the demonic beasts. The highest level of demons in this direction should be the Supreme Realm, or the first stage Golden Realm. Perhaps the demons are using their numerical superiority to surround and destroy the remaining groups one by one. Gregory will fly forward to look around. He discovers demons holding a glowing object. This object contains warriors. Gregory recognizes Mayrose's sisters. The demon hits the object and breaks it. The master suffers from this blow. He may die. Gregory will save him. Help is already here, but his time is almost up. He will help his sisters with his last breath. The master reads the mantra. Demons are pierced by flashes. Gregory is still too far away. He orders the system to change his title to the Blade of 15, activates the bombardment and sonic boom. The demon is pierced by blue arrows. This is Gregory Black of the White Flower clan. They are saved. Gregory drops to the ground in front of the master. He must remain vigilant and protect himself. The master can be sure that Gregory will sort everything out here. He tells the system to change the title to Colonel. The demons are advancing. Gregory strikes. They are finished. Gregory attacks the demons one by one. Today he will kill them all. There is another monster in front of him. Now he is defeated. John wondered why Gregory was in such a hurry, and he came to rescue girls from trouble and become a hero. Let John handle the left flank. Gregory will take those on the right. Larry can only freeze demons for 5 breaths. They must hurry. Gregory activates the secret sword, breaking the present. John activates the secret technique, dragon leaving the mountain. They are attacking. Great skill. Gregory's sword art is also not bad. It's time to take out all the trash. The demons escape. We can stop here. The wounded are now a priority. Gregory asks Hank and Larry to bury the monk. These are the healing pills from the White Flower clan. Gregory asks the sisters what they are doing here. They escaped from the Water Valley camp, but were pursued all the way. Gregory asks what happened at the Water Valley camp. The demonic beasts were furious and constantly attacked the camp, and they could no longer hold them back. Gregory then asks what the strongest demonic beast looked like, and how they infiltrated the camp. There were too many of them, so it was not possible to notice anyone particularly strong. The defensive barriers fell one after another, after which even the battle formations lost their meaning. The demonic beasts rushed in immediately after that. In large-scale battles, battle formations have always been the strongest means of defense for humans. As long as the formation holds, the demons cannot get close to fight the cultivator, making them living targets. But somehow these demonic beasts broke through the formations. We need to check the formation plates in the barracks to figure this out. Here the arrow of command appears. Right now, it's much more important to let the higher-ups know what happened. The master who met the cultivators asks if they are really telling the truth, and they answer in the affirmative. The master asks them to remove the tokens. First, he must look at everything. They pass him the tokens. As expected of the Rain clan's disciples, they killed quite a few demonic beasts along the way. 2 colonels saved their allies in time, 5 credits to each. All credit goes to Hank Bay. They must go north. There they will find the barracks where the general is stationed. Let them make a temporary stop there and await further instructions. The master mounts his spirit beast and flies away. He has a very strong spiritual energy. Maybe Gregory can tell what level he is at, but the difference in their levels is too big, so he can't determine it accurately. Maybe this master is an ascended one. They need to rest a bit before the next day. Someone will definitely get hurt if they walk in the dark while exhausted. Better to take a break to replenish their strength and continue tomorrow at dawn. Gregory orders the spirit beast to be sent on guard and several traps to be set up around. Gregory will set up a tent so that the girls can settle in there and heal their wounds. Later he asks to tell in more detail how the barracks construction plates were destroyed. The first to fall were the most important structures, 2 protective barriers. No one paid due attention to this, since the rest of the structures continued to function. Gregory asks if there are any formation creators in the barracks, and they tell him that there are, but the creator was very drunk and would not wake up no matter how hard they tried to wake him up. After the attack on the barracks, he was beheaded by the general, during which he continued to scream that he was innocent. Somehow this is all too strange. It might just be a coincidence that the demonic beasts attacked the barracks, and not quite what Gregory thought, after all. The game was supposed to start in less than half a year. It smells delicious. This is spiritual food prepared by the second brother Gregory. It will be ready immediately after heating. If his brother is the ladies' man Jim Lane, then they're in luck. The girls are injured, so let them eat some more. He and Larry will be on guard until midnight. John and Hank will take over the rest of the time. 1 man at the front and 1 at the back of the camp. If anything happens, you must report it immediately. Leaving your post without permission is prohibited. Any violation of the rules will be considered in accordance with the law. Gregory will protect the front lines, Larry will protect the rear. Gregory will also set up a few disposable defensive formations, just in case. He casts a formation that covers the entire camp without moving an inch. After some time, John and Hank fall asleep. It seems like Gregory gained a lot of spiritual power just by defeating those magical beasts. Now he needs to rise to a higher level. With this amount of spiritual power, he can study the scripture of the foundation of the kingdom that the master gave him. You can also study the scroll of concealment. Studying this scroll allows Gregory to hide his abilities after a breakthrough. This is self-defense. Now he needs to break through to the next level. Precautions must be taken to prevent unexpected interference, which could lead to disastrous results. The normal defensive plate of the formation is the wind chimes formation. Gregory assimilates the defense. With the wind chime formation established, he will be able to immediately stop the breakthrough. Even if something happens, he can finally focus on the breakthrough. Gregory wants to spend his soul points to break through to the next level, as many as he can. He reached the middle stage of the foundation of the kingdom. When he reaches the last stage, he becomes ill. As expected, breaking through thoughtlessly is too dangerous. Even if it works, there will be certain consequences. If it weren't for the current emergency, he wouldn't risk anything. Due to the rapid succession of breakthroughs, the assimilation of scriptures has entered a recovery period. Perhaps soul points need to be earned to reduce this period. It seems that the war god system is urging Gregory to fight. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Something is coming. Gregory activates the weapon. It was a burrowing demon python. It wanted to attack suddenly, but somehow Gregory discovered it. It is in the final stages of kingdom building and is terribly poisonous. 1 scratch from its thorns will result in instant death. Nothing good will come of becoming a companion of demons. He could have become a spirit beast instead. Python wanted to become a spirit beast as well, but that meant he couldn't feed on human flesh. For some reason, no one comes despite such a big commotion. There's no point in looking back. His comrades can't even protect themselves, so they definitely won't be able to come to the rescue. Gregory sees a flash. He realizes that the camp is under attack. Python attacks from behind. Gregory dodges. The python rose but did not attack. He wanted to buy time and stop him. Gregory must return right now. He strikes. Now it's time to find out what happened in the camp. This sword cultivator is too strong. They have already completed the mission to restrain him, so there is no need to risk lives. They can deal with him later. Python distracted Gregory's attention so that he could not protect his sisters and comrades. Their lives belong to the python. John will fight him until his last breath. Here Gregory appears. Python didn't think he would come back. He cuts off the python's head. Then the second python appears. He attacks. Gregory uses a different weapon. Now the python is defeated. John must hurry and drink the antidote. He says it's too late. The poison has already penetrated deep into his body. He held on as best he could. Now Lucy won't die, but somehow he's the one who has to die. Gregory asks where these 2 snakes came from. Lucy says from behind, and they attacked so suddenly that they didn't even have time to recover. But there was a defensive formation there. Maybe they didn't activate it. Formations didn't help again. Just like in the barracks, Gregory asks where Larry is, because he is responsible for rear patrol. Hank hadn't seen him for the last few minutes. Gregory orders them to follow him to the rear. There are no signs of a battle at all. There are not even any toxic fumes left in the air, meaning that Larry did nothing and simply ran away. Then he appears and says that he was lured. He asks how things are. John is dead. Larry has to say goodbye to him. These monsters are so strong that 1 blow from them can kill anyone. John shouldn't have been so careless. Larry will check him. Let him convey his apologies to him personally. Gregory ordered Larry to guard the back of the camp, but he abandoned his post in the army. Disobeying orders results in the death of everyone. According to military law, Larry should be executed. He will pay with his life. These bags should contain spirit beasts, but they are empty. Gregory orders John to be buried and his wounds to be treated. He will stay and look for any evidence. Gregory finds another bag and releases the spirit beasts. They ask who he is and where Larry is. He disobeyed the order and was therefore executed. Gregory is looking for his accomplice. If he is dead, the Red Wolf will return to the Spirit Beast clan by itself. But he is a spirit beast, so he is not allowed to move on his own. Gregory will personally send him back to the clan. The wolf says that he will go himself. It is boring to sit in a bag all the time. Gregor said that they were not allowed to move around on their own. Now it's the tiger's turn. Gregory asks what was originally in the bags. Tiger says he was in that bag the whole time, so he doesn't know what other spirit animal Larry caught. Then he can come back. Gregory fears that what he was worried about has already happened. If so, he needs to prepare. Finally, they are in the barracks. There are a lot of wounded here. It seems that the other barracks were also attacked, so all the wounded came here. Gregory is asked to proceed to the main camp. General Deng Chang is waiting for him. Gregory asks to be taken to him. He is Deng Chang of the Qin clan, responsible for rewards and punishments in this decisive battle. Gregory's performance during the test was quite good. Indeed, and he killed one of Dan's men. Perhaps he's going to say so. Dan asks why Gregory is late and where the people he was supposed to bring are. If they were marked as late, they would definitely be punished, so they were not late. Dan asks where those people are then. Gregory says they are dead. John Lee was killed by demonic beasts, and Larry Cheney was executed for betraying his comrades, according to military law. Then we need to check Gregory's heart. It is likely that this person has the skill of the Chosen One, who can recognize lies. Gregory speaks the truth, no lies. Dan asks what's wrong with that scoundrel Larry Cheney. How dare he stab his comrades in the back? Something is really wrong lately. Not only on the front lines, but the formations assigned to carry out missions are also losing. This could be the work of traitors. Dan orders to find the traitors and save the comrades. This will be considered as 10 merits. Gregory is invited to follow him to the camp. Dan's younger brother can be sure that he will definitely avenge him. Gregory can rest here. They are all seriously injured. It will be difficult for them to rest in such a place. They need to organize a better camp for them. They tell him that there are too many people here, so everything is the same everywhere. Gregory asks to make an exception for them. In fact, the officer knows one place that would suit them. He offers to follow him. First, Gregory will take his leave. Let them calm down and heal their wounds before they get down to business. By the way, Sister Rose sent a communication talisman, asking Gregory to give her a message when he finished his work. Gregory also needs to discuss something important with her. Even though he saved them from the demonic beasts, he doesn't show any signs of arrogance. He is much better than the male cultivators of their clan. Lucy always thought that May's talent was in self-improvement, but now she sees that this is not the case. It's all in her piercing eyes. What Gregory just mentioned is a bold proposition that could affect the course of the war. He hopes that May will trust and help him. Now Gregory will have to look for evidence to confirm his suspicions. Suddenly someone attacks him. Gregory parries the blow. The attacker asks if he killed Larry Cheney. Yes, it was him. He dared to kill his elder brother. He will avenge him. This is where the Defender cultivator comes in. Larry's younger brother is still young, so he doesn't know the rules of the barracks. You can let him go. The Protector tells you not to take your eyes off this ill-mannered scoundrel. If the general had seen this, no one would have been able to save him. Gregory asks what clan he belongs to. It's very brave of him to kill someone from the Spirit Beast clan. Gregory says their people would go against military law to save their own skin. Even if it's the death of a colonel, Gregory executed him according to military law, so there's nothing wrong with it. He executed a man who chickened out at the last second. What's done is done. Judging by the cultivator's behavior, he is trying to put pressure on Gregory with his level. He's right, and they have no place for those who abandon their comrades to save themselves. Larry deserved it. But the environment is constantly changing, as is the situation. The cultivator will see what will happen to Gregory. The spiritual beast sect has a deep grudge. He had better be careful. He says it doesn't matter. And he's no slouch, as expected from a blade of 15. This is Ben Newman. Gregory asks what he is doing here. Ben says they are in the same situation. The mold plates failed. The demonic beasts attacked them, so they lost their barracks. Again, these molding plates, formations are an important basis of the defensive system. If something happens to them during the war, humanity will receive a crushing blow. This is a blow not only to their defense, but also to the morale of the soldiers. If they had not found the root of this problem, they would not have been able to wage war. The weather today seems nice. We can take a mission and go for a walk. They come to the mission board. There is a crowd there that is difficult to get through. Gregory asks what the point of this mission is. 2 cultivators are needed to go north and search for traces of demons. They must return when they reach Hanyu Pass. This mission will award 3 combat merits. Ben is a really meticulous person. The mission content is very simple with a high degree of freedom. This will help not to attract much attention. But before they head to Hanyu Pass, Gregory wants to check the barracks that were attacked. Ben says there is nothing there. Even the corpses were eaten by demonic beasts. But there is still something that Gregory wants to check. They need to hurry. Tomorrow the army will allocate manpower and prepare for the final battle. If they are late, they will be tried under military law. It's time to go. They arrive at the Water Valley Lake Barracks. If it weren't for Gregory, Ben definitely wouldn't have come here. He just needs to be on his guard. Gregory found the slab. After these barracks were attacked, several generals and formation masters looked at the molding plates. But nothing unusual was found. Gregory says he is looking for something else. Ben notices that someone is here. Gregory doesn't understand how this can be here. Ben asks what it is. There is no time to explain. I have to run. A black mass of heads and arms surrounds them. Gregory turns on full power. There is an explosion. This demonic beast is too strong. They don't stand a chance. Ben uses his technique. A ball forms in the middle of the ice blocks. Ben just used an elemental secret technique that was above his level. Any gold core cultivator it hit would die. We must run. The mass trapped in the ice ball is about to break out. She's breaking through. Ben must not stop. Arrows fly at the demon. It's blowing him to pieces. It's good that he didn't chase after them. He's not suited for long-distance pursuit. And he doesn't need to chase them personally. He can control an army of demons to do it. He's a real demon. Those demonic beasts aren't even close to him. Ben asks what exactly this monster is. This is a succubus. There are 2 types, visible and invisible. The one they just met was invisible. An invisible succubus can only grow by absorbing human souls, while a visible one traps souls to use as a source of life force. It was just a newborn, invisible succubus. Apparently, it only contained 10,000 souls. If it trapped 100 million, it would be able to turn into a visible king. If it was already like that, they would have no chance of salvation. Based on past life combat experience, only Buddhists can restrain succubi. Other spells and techniques must expend more effort to achieve the same effect. The visible succubus can absorb the memories of every soul, so he knows about all of humanity's plans for war. If he is on the front lines, it means the demon army is ready for the final battle. It's obvious that the humans are going to counterattack first. But it turns out that the demon army has prepared for the same reason. They are gaining confidence from somewhere. The closer Gregory gets to the answer, the more terrible the truth becomes. Ben asks what to do now. For some reason, when he's around Gregory, he forgets how to give orders. There's some work to be done, so Ben will have to complete the mission on his own. Plus, Gregory wants to borrow his spirit beast. Ben is a golden core cultivator, so there won't be any problem if he's left alone. But the problem is Gregory. Don't worry, he knows his limits. Then they will contact each other via the talisman after Ben completes the mission. He's leaving. Gregory contacts the master. He has leads on spies among humans, and he's going to catch them. After that, he has a request. The White Flower Fairy didn't think that the situation on the front lines was so serious. There are problems in all the barracks. Everyone is caught off guard. Jack Rice used his soul-reading technique on suspicious individuals, but they all turned out to be innocent. Master Lee's Buddhist magic allows him to read people's thoughts. Perhaps he found something. He followed about 10 people but found nothing. He believes that if this continues, humanity will be destroyed. They must hurry to the front lines and calm everyone down. This is the only way out. They need to leave immediately. The fairy sees Gregory's message. They shouldn't rush. They should wait a little. They are already in dire straits. Their front line will fall if they delay even 1 more second. The fairy has reasons for this. She received extremely important information, and she was asked to wait. As expected, the presence concealment technique is incredible. It allows one to adjust the flow of spiritual power. With this, Gregory can conceal it and pretend to be weak. Now we need to confirm his theory. He summons Ben's spirit beast, who asks where his master is. He is about to finish the mission. Due to Gregory's severe injuries, he left him under the protection of his spirit beast. Then let him focus on healing. Ben's beast will protect him. Finally, he can complete his mission. The beast is about to attack Gregoria. He strikes back, so it was he who revealed their location. Now that Gregory has sorted this out, it's time to test his spirit beast. The swift crane of the firestorm asks where Comrade Gregory is. He says he's wounded, so Ben is going to finish the mission alone. Gregory is badly hurt. Things will only get worse if he leaves things like this. The crane will carry him back to the barracks. Then he will rely on him. The crane takes off. They seem to be flying too high. It's cold here. The crane says it doesn't matter. Gregory is going to die now anyway. He tells the crane to stop immediately. Then he throws it off. Humans are such weak creatures, but so wonderful. This is not the firestorm crane speaking, but a mesmerizing female voice. Holy Master Gregory, she will destroy his soul if they dare harm him. Tomorrow is the final battle. Master Gregory will not survive it, let alone him. Tomorrow is the final battle. Her master won't survive it, let alone her. Gregory attacks. They are in the sky, this is her home. Gregory uses a quick attack skill. He has flawlessly killed 2 higher level targets. He must try to kill 3 more targets stronger than him using quick attack to unlock the corresponding titles. The War God system is the same as always, constantly encouraging players to fight against stronger opponents. The secret is almost revealed. It is obvious that the greatest defeat of humanity in a past life is the battle that lies ahead of them now. The betrayal of the spirit beasts is a major event. At this time, all the spirit beasts betrayed people. The information problems were also because of them. One of the 3 saints was also killed in this battle. From that moment on, people were on their last legs until the apocalypse. Now that Gregory knows the whole truth, he cannot allow the disaster to happen again. And given time to prepare, he will even be able to attack them by surprise. Gregory calls May for help. She appears and asks why he decided to kill his beast, and if the information he gave was correct, Gregory says it is true. In that case, it is very dangerous. One wrong step, and everything will be destroyed. Although it is dangerous, it is also their chance. This is the way of waging war. Small, scattered battles mean nothing. Only a big one can put an end to everything. It looks like Gregory is trying to teach May about war. He asks what she's been doing lately. She says she has been preparing to break through to the next level. But she is already at the level of complete rejuvenation. She is only a little over 20. That's true. She is already rising to the ascension level at such a young age. She may be able to become the 4th saint of the human race. It's no wonder that Destiny's first mission was to save May. If her life is safe, it will definitely change the history of mankind. Gregory will report the situation to his master. He asks to be escorted back to the barracks. They fly away. A figure appears from the lilac substance. This is a demon that copies May. The final battle is tomorrow. Jack Rice doesn't understand how the White Flower Fairy can be so calm. Let her tell him some of the information she just got. He will be surprised. Then let him tell, Jack says. Nothing can surprise a saint like him. The recent malfunction of the molding plates was due to the spirit beasts. Moreover, they will betray them in tomorrow's final battle. The monk asks if this information is accurate. There is no way they can be wrong on such an important issue. Her student never lies. Besides, this is very important information. Then they can go there right now and destroy all hidden threats. The fairy's apprentice made a suggestion regarding this matter. She finds it very suitable for military tactics, so it's worth a try. I wonder what this child might know about military tactics. Gregory and May arrive at the barracks. Ben asks why the 2 of them are looking like this. It's a long story. Gregory asks how the mission went. It's done, they can hand it in together. They fulfilled their mission perfectly. Then they will leave him. He is asked to stop. Before they arrived at the barracks, he executed a man named Larry Cheney. Gregory had already explained himself on this matter. Larry had disobeyed his orders and left his post. He was executed according to military law. However, Dan heard differently. Gregory is a killer. Looks like he's in trouble again. Ben says he's one of those people who keeps getting into trouble wherever he goes. There is strong evidence. This is the bag that Larry left behind. It can prove that Gregory executed him intentionally for revenge. Dan asks you to prove it to him? A tiger appears from the bag. He is asked to say what he knows. Tiger says that Gregory set Larry up, who didn't know how to appease him. He insulted him. So Gregory used this random reason to execute him. Gregory has already had his heart checked, and the results show that he is not lying. They are humans, and humans do not have the same perspective as spirit beasts. They saw the neglect and contempt towards Larry, but none of the humans noticed. The reason they got nothing from the heart check is because they don't know Gregory well. Ben knows him well. Stop talking nonsense. They both have their own point of view. The general can't choose a side right now. Since things turned out this way, maybe it's worth using soul reading. This is a fairly complex spell that has certain risks. If the cultivator casting the spell makes a mistake, the soul of the one it is cast on may be permanently damaged. With this, they will instantly know the whole truth. He knows how to use soul reading. May draws her sword in front of him. They hold a grudge against Gregory for no reason. It's gone too far. The spirit beast won't lie. It was Gregory who was responsible for Larry's death. If they insist on doing a soul reading, May will do it. It's obvious that she's on his side. The general won't let her do that. She knows that he is from the Qin sect, and also that he is one of the 3 generals whose rank is higher than hers. But if he continues to act like this, after the final battle, Mei will challenge him to a duel and let the heavens decide their fate. Given Mei's personality, she's just furious right now. There is no need to do this. It is fine as long as Gregory agrees to read the soul. But the elder of the Spirit Beast clan will not do this. We need someone who is honest. Gregory offers his master. They are still as scoundrels as ever. I wonder if the Spirit Beast clan has always been this brave. Master Gregory will definitely cover him. He is no better than the general. No one dares to doubt the words of his master. The words of the White Flower Fairy are always true. Dan deceived him. According to him, no matter what clan Gregory was from, the general would take their side. It was the elder who accused Gregory of mistakenly killing his student. Dan is not involved. But he didn't say that Gregory's master was the White Flower Fairy. They were deceived, as a result of which they insulted him. The elder apologizes. Gregory says that it was he who was tried to deceive, not them. He uses the fact that his master is a saint to get out of this situation. The elder tells him to shut up. Stop causing trouble for the Spirit Beast clan. The elder tells brother Larry to get out. What a shame. Gregory was treated unfairly. Dan is the eldest disciple of the Chin clan, and elders are usually responsible for maintaining harmony in the clan, becoming role models for everyone to live up to. Dan asks what he means. Now he understands why Larry became the way he did. Gregory doesn't dare to say that. Dan will punish him for slandering himself, the general. Let him try. They will see if Master Gregory will protect him or take his life instantly. Gregory leaves. Dan is asked what they should do now, since both the Spirit Beast clan and the beasts themselves pointed it out. Even if the saint asks about it later, they will be the ones responsible for it. They have nothing to fear. If they can't go against Gregory, they'll first completely destroy his reputation. This is the one the Chin clan disciples were talking about. He bullied a disciple of the Spiritual Beast clan and executed him for a random reason. Taking revenge for something personal is disgusting. Mei will shut them up right now. It's okay, it will be an even bigger mess if she does that. The only thing they can do now is wait. Now they will assign roles to everyone. Let them come out when their name is called. Fred Stone of the Spirit Beast clan is responsible for frontline reconnaissance and notification. Kevin Gray of the Liu Yun clan is responsible for magical attacks on the left flank. Ben Newman of the Yao clan is responsible for magical attacks on the front lines. Guerrilla General Mei Rose is responsible for frontline command on both flanks. The remaining 5 clans are to split into 2 groups. They are responsible for delivering pills, molding plates, and other military items. Dan asks why there is only one person left and if there are any clans he can join. They don't need someone who kills his own comrades, a hypocrite who takes revenge because of personal grievances. They don't need him. Let the general let him take care of himself. This is a gross injustice. He is General Deng Chang, and yet he allows members of his own clan to spread lies before battle and undermine the army's morale. They spread this everywhere because they believe in justice. It has nothing to do with Dan. How shameless. Gregory says everything is fine. They are the disciples of the White Flower Fairy, and they walk the path without obstacles. As long as they know they are right, there is no need to care what others think of them. Moreover, everyone living in this world must sooner or later go through troubles. Bad words and cold looks are so many that they can ignore them, because someday they will be able to silence everyone, and then no one will dare to slander them anymore. Gregory is simply challenging military authority as long as his master supports him. Kim Lee asks Dan to tell him Gregory. He will think of something for him. Gregory saved Kim once, it will only do him good. He's under Dan's jurisdiction, so he should be the one to assign him a place. Besides, someone like Gregory had better not disturb the order of Kim's troops. Here the White Flower Saint appears, accompanied by Jack Rice and a monk. Everyone bows before her. Now that the master is here, she can prove Gregory's innocence. She wants to take him away. For some reason, the White Flower Saint came here right now. Dan will definitely follow her orders. The final battle was about to begin, but for some reason he had grabbed hold of the Saint's disciple. The Spirit Beast of the Spirit Beast clan claimed that Gregory had killed Larry Chain for no reason, so Dan punished him according to military law. So he asked the members of the Spirit Beast clan, listened to the words of the Spirit Beast, and concluded that the problem was Gregory. After all, Spirit Beasts don't lie. It doesn't matter. The final battle is coming, so they will deal with it later. Now they need to do more important things. They can prove Gregory's innocence after this. It was obvious that Dan had the advantage, but for some reason both the masters and the great monk did not take his side. Meanwhile, the monk reads the spell. The resulting flash causes stones to fly up. In order to identify the traitors, the monk had already thought of a spell to recognize them. Let everyone throw down their weapons and bags of spirit beasts here and enter the Buddhist hall one after another. They will quickly find the traitors. After eliminating them, they will immediately head to the Demon Cloud River to fight the demons. 3 generals must enter first. The fairy invites Gregory to join. The monk of wisdom leaves his things at the entrance. For some reason, Dan has a feeling he shouldn't go there. The rest must pass according to their ranks. The procedure for finding traitors is quite fast. Perhaps no one is guilty, so it does not take much time. But those who just came out look somehow strange. Perhaps they are just amazed by the saints' outstanding spells. One of the cultivators asks another to tell him how the saints search for traitors, what spell they use. This is a Buddhist secret. He will know when he enters there. And do not grab others by the shoulders so casually, it is rude. It looks like there are no traitors here, so they will be able to calm everyone down. May the Bodhisattva bless humanity. Whether they win or lose, everything will be decided in battle. The demonic Cloud River was originally called the Cloud River. When the demons appeared in this world, its name was changed. It was always covered by a blanket of black clouds, so that birds could not fly in the sky, and fish could not swim in the river. Behind the river of demonic clouds is a palace. Although it is a palace of demons, it looks like a temple. There, in the headquarters of the demons, live the demonic beasts. The battle is about to begin. The old man is already here, but for some reason the Trinity of Saints has not yet appeared. This is the strongest holy beast of the divine white tiger bloodline, Venerable Xing. The great monk had not seen him for a long time. Enough chatter. He will ask just once if they really want this battle. The white flower fairy says they are not fighting for pleasure. Angela is too serious. If Shin is not serious, then let him get out of this world and find another place to live with his demons. It's not that simple. They all have to ensure the safety of their homeland first before going anywhere else. They had been planning this for a long time, more than 10 years, until the demon lord appeared. Now that he and the demonic beasts from other worlds were already enjoying their spoils after winning in another world, they left this battle to Sina. The battle has reached the point where he is standing on the edge of the abyss. He has no choice but to take a leap of faith. Among the three saints, the great monk usually silently follows the other two and helps. Although the white flower fairy is powerful, she is so used to being lazy that she doesn't really bother with plans. If Jack Rice is fooled, then Sin's plan will already be half accomplished. Then they have nothing to talk about. They will fight anyway. If the battle is serious, no matter whether it's the demon side or the human side, someone will die here. They know the hardships and efforts that one must go through to cultivate. There is no need to destroy the lives of cultivators in this war. The fairy asks what Sin wants. He offers to play. They will not risk their lives, but will determine victory or defeat based on the results of the game. If the humans win, the demons will immediately surrender and swear to be their allies from that moment on. The fairy asks what will happen if people lose. Then the three saints will have to leave this world and leave these lands to them. Before the demons from other worlds came here, humans and demonic beasts could coexist for thousands of years. But for some reason now they can no longer tolerate each other. Perhaps the demonic beasts gave them something so valuable that they couldn't refuse that they wished to become their loyal dogs. If the humans win, Xing will reveal this secret. The fairy agrees. Jack Rice asks Sina how he wants to play. It's simple. They fight with a limit of 10 attacks. The one who suffers the most loses. But no one on the demon side can handle one of the three saints of humanity alone. They need to be weakened a little. It will be 2-on-1. They will do it. Angela is too carefree today, which is beyond Sin's expectations. But everything is fine. The three saints will soon realize that they are already in his hands. Here they are far from the battlefield, so no one but them will be harmed. Such idiots. The point was not in the conditions or the rate. The goal was to lure the three saints into the river of demonic clouds. Once they were on the river, they lost control of what would happen next. Jack Rice will fight first. He asks who his opponent will be. This is problematic. Better to end it in one fell swoop. The fairy calls for vigilance. There is no time to waste. We must end this as soon as possible. Everything is going strictly according to Sin's plan. It was time to use the demon treasure that the master had given him. He calls upon the power of 1,000,000 demonic souls. It's time to listen to his order. Black vapors rise from the river. Using the river as a talisman and the power of the succubi as a mechanism, they created this talisman for 60 years. Today, it will finally show its majestic power. The black substance is spreading. Millions of thousands of worlds have been taken in this way. Let many succubi of liberation come to surround this endless world. A whirlpool rises from the river. Sin summons a succubus. She appears. They were in this world for a while, but they could only hide among the demonic beasts. Now they are finally free. Xing did a good job. Not at all. It's all thanks to their hard work. Now she returns to report on her mission, leaving the rest to Sin. From this moment on, the three saints of humanity can no longer do anything. The demon asks where they disappeared to. They are in the kingdom of freedom. No need to worry. The demon asks what about the 6 holy demons? Xing says they will stay. and practice the succubus scriptures. Their power will increase to a degree that even they cannot reach. No matter who it is, no one can survive in the realm of freedom. The lives of 6 demonic saints in exchange for the lives of 3 human saints is a good deal. Time to collect trophies. I wonder how the human cultivators will react when they are attacked by the spirit beasts they trusted so much. It's time to begin. Blue flashes appear from the bags of the spirit beasts. Spiritual beasts attack the owners, they all went mad. We can't let them attack the formation masters. However, there are too many spirit beasts. It is difficult to stop them. The formations are destroyed and everything is ready. The demon army must go into battle. They are advancing. The giant demon crushes the cultivators with its foot. Let them attack and feast on these people. The fate of humanity has already been decided. The world will belong to the demons. The warriors surrounding Sin should also join the fight. There is no need for too many lesser demons to die here. The elders rush to attack. A column of fire rises. When the demon lord returns, he will definitely praise and reward Sin generously. And the next time he goes to conquer another world, he will take him with him. Suddenly, Xing discovers a large-scale attack formation. For some reason, it is directed at the people inside the circle. Maybe they want to die altogether. A multitude of flashes pierce the combatants. People are such cruel creatures. All the bodies disappeared. Perhaps this spiritual trace is the excess spiritual energy left after the spell was cancelled. It's impossible. There is no spell that can destroy thousands of cultivators in an instant. The great monk is only good at Buddhist spells. And Jack Rice's talisman would never be capable of such an amazing skill, let alone the White Flower Fairy. She doesn't know much other than overwhelming combat magic and attack spells. Sin doesn't finish the story. A fairy appears, along with many copies of her. Dan Chang swears that his conscience is clear. He can check whether he is a spy or not by using a Buddhist spell. Dan got something wrong. They're not actually looking for a traitor. Kim Lee asks why the monk told them to go inside then. The final battle is about to begin. They don't have time to explain. They only need to remember one thing. Once they are released from the fairy's sleeves, it will be time for the final battle. These are spatial sleeves. It's time to create puppets. The fairy takes out the magic balls. Figures emerge from them. Aside from his sword skills, Xing seems to be quite cunning. The magic of turning 1 into a million was only used for the pleasure of the fairy. It is impossible to believe that it can be used for such an important matter as her student proposed. The fairy asks the monk what he thinks of Gregory's strategy. Luring 6 demonic saints outside this world, exterminating several tens of thousands of spirit beasts at once, and eliminating over 100,000 demons without causing a single loss on their part. In his entire life, he had never seen such a superb display of his wit. Gregory really can become a general. The fairy asks what then about the problem that arose between their students. It's worth discussing after the war. Then they will talk about it later. It's time to fight back. It looks like Gregory's plan worked, as he expected. A giant demon appears. We need to split up. Gregory attacks. Mei strikes from the other side. Now it's time to begin this slaughter. This is impossible. With such a small intellect, Xing must have spent thousands of years coming up with this plan. He asks which of them figured out what he was up to. It was the fairy's apprentice. Now that Xing had lost 6, he could no longer resist them. He had to admit his defeat. If he gave in, he could at least keep his life. More than 90% of the 100,000 demon army had been destroyed. The spirit beasts were gone, and only half of the demon saints remained. Then a certain creature appears behind Sin and rips out his heart. This is the divine ruler of the formless succubi. It was because Xing had missed such a great opportunity. It was because of him that the demon lord's plan had gone down the drain. An idiot like him didn't deserve the honor of leading an army of thousands, let alone becoming the demon lord's follower. The punishment for failure will be the seizure of his soul. He will also become a blood slave forever, with no chance of release. A demon saint who had reached such a high level was so easily killed on the spot. This idiot botched the plan and ruined all the fun. It looks like her time in this world will be significantly shortened. Although it is only a little, her spiritual energy wave is stronger than theirs. Its level is definitely higher than a saint. Of course, there is an unknown level that is higher. It seems that if they want to destroy the 3 saints of humanity, they have to do everything themselves. If she is a monster that has reached a higher level than they knew before, they may very well lose. Jack Rice uses a prediction to look into the future. The fire, fanned inside the stove, is now the only fire without wind. A demonic vase appears. The succubus cannot be allowed to obtain this demonic treasure. Otherwise her power will increase greatly, and then they will all die. To look into the future so arbitrarily, as she thought, all people should be destroyed. Jack won't make it in time. The fairy uses combat magic. She attacks the succubus. She crashes into the wall of the demon palace. A simple difference in levels means nothing. It is not known who will win in a real battle. Great, the succubus didn't get the demonic treasure. It seems like she's afraid to fight them now. Something happens. The noise around disappears. The fairy has never encountered such magic before. Jack will make a new prediction. He sees great danger. If they don't sort this out now, then even if they survive, this world will end. Many succubi appear. According to ancient Buddhist scriptures, they are currently using the divine skill Tianmo. These creatures do not know how to fight, but are able to summon countless of their own kind into this world. This was their first encounter with the succubi and their divine skill. In such a case, the fairy can only use her last resort. This divine skill requires more than 10 seals. We need to buy her time. This skill will significantly shorten the fairy's life. She must stop. Succubi are the sworn enemies of Buddhists. Only the mercy of Buddha can defeat these demonic creatures. By the will of fate. This is the battle of the great monk. The Buddhists are really good at dealing with demonic creatures. They should cover him and help in the attack if needed. The monk is ready to repel the attack of the succubus. She doesn't think she can lose. The succubus orders him to be killed. Her copies surround the monk. He casts a spell. It seems to be a secret technique of Buddhists. The succubus also begins to cast a spell. Everything around starts to collapse. The succubi are getting stronger. They are ready to kill the monk. Demonic flames fill the sky, but it doesn't matter. When the future comes to complete enlightenment, his body will be illuminated with light that illuminates this entire world. Being adorned with the 32 marks of a great man and the 80 graceful features, he should make all beings like himself, without exception. The monk transforms. Now he is ready to repel the attack of the succubi. Now they will test how many blows he can withstand. The succubi are ready to strike even more powerfully. The monk reflects them all. What a beautiful golden glow. Golden lotuses appear. This monk is incredibly fast. Flashes from the lotuses strike the succubi. She can't get through it. The monk throws black balls. He delivers an even more powerful blow. Damn secret Buddhist techniques. Jack spent quite a lot of energy. Let him rest. Jack can handle the succubus. He creates a dragon. The fairy creates another one. The succubus summons a weapon. Purple circles appear between her and the dragon. Swords come out of them. They are wrong to think that they can defeat the succubus with just these two creatures. Purple blades strike one of the dragons. The succubus will see how much longer they can hold out. The demon commands to stop the battle. They must help the divine ruler of the formless succubi and stop the 3 saints of humanity. Here come those pesky bugs. The fairy will deal with them, and let Jack focus on the attack. She tells the demons to stop. One more step and they will die. The 5 of them won't be afraid of her alone. How stubborn. The fairy activates her magic. A green flame flares up. It's up to them to decide whether to survive or die. They will leave the battlefield, but only on one condition. The fairy gives them only 2 options, live or die. Their lives will be spared if they surrender now. There is nothing more to discuss here. What nonsense. These threats cannot make them surrender. He will leave. The other one too. The rest leave too. That's better. Let them go and keep an eye on the other demonic saints. If any of them dare to try to kill a human again, it will be their fault. One of the demons asks if they will really obey her order. It would be possible not to do this, even if there is a great monk or Jack Rice here. But this is Angela. He has just reached the level of a saint and wants to live for a couple more 100 years. Jack asks if the fairy is finished with the demons. They had a good chat, and they decided to retreat immediately. Jack hasn't done anything important yet, so let him deal with this dark temple. He creates a weapon. A huge stone falls from the sky, ready to destroy the succubus and the demon palace. Jack points the way. The stone is falling down. Incredible power. The demon must be defeated. Jack deals a crushing blow to the succubus. However, he does not kill her. She will return with 1 trillion succubi. She destroyed their home. She won't be able to escape. Jack takes out the magic flute. The fairy had not heard this song for many years. The song of the mountain god from the age of the deities. These sounds cause piles of stones to rise. They form a giant hand. Let him not even try to detain the succubus. The stones fly apart. The fairy will help Jack. If the 3 of them can't catch the succubus, they'll make complete fools of themselves. The succubus says they're already fools. Let them catch her if they can. A monster appears from the green glow. He attacks the succubus. It's impossible for a fairy to be so strong while being at the level of a saint. It's all over. The succubus is dead. They won. Finally. It's incredible that the battle ended so quickly. They thought they were going to die. Thanks to Gregory's memories from his past life, they managed to win the final battle. The remnants of the demon army retreat to the barren lands under the leadership of the demon saints. They no longer need problems with humans. Those spirit beasts who wanted to enslave humans which is why they colluded with the succubi and allowed them to take over their bodies, have lost consciousness and can no longer do anything, because their masters, the succubi, are dead. Now they will reward everyone according to their contribution. Captain Matthew Fox contributed to the destruction of demons. Having earned enough merit, he is promoted to Major. Colonel Jeff Kane contributed to the study of the enemy and the destruction of demons. Having earned enough merit, he is promoted to Colonel of higher rank. General May Rose participated in a crucial secret battle plan and helped save her comrades, and was promoted to a higher rank general. But she did almost nothing, Gregory says. She saved him. If he had died, the Saints would not have known the truth. But now that she's been promoted, she has to treat him to dinner. She can cook the food herself so that Gregory can evaluate her skills. Maybe he wants her to feed him too. The monk asks what this secret mission is that May has received so much credit for. Jack says it is a mission to find the truth about the betrayal of the spirit beasts. This is a truly significant contribution. Colonel Ben Neumann took part in a crucial secret mission, contributed to the establishment of the truth. Because he earned enough merit, he was promoted to general. The matter with Gregory Black from the White Flower clan was resolved during the investigation. He was framed by the spirit beasts. He himself never killed his comrades. He remains at his current rank. No one would have thought that the spirit beasts, known for their loyalty and sincerity, would deceive and even betray them. Gregory is an unlucky guy, but after the war, all suspicions will be removed. Brother Larry doesn't believe it. He asks if Gregory dares to accept the soul reading. If no one stops this idiot, he's going to get into trouble. He lied to Dan and tried to fool him. According to military law, he should be executed. For the White Flower Saint to worry about such minor matters is unnecessary. Dan will immediately clear her disciple's name. If it concerns her clan, she must do it personally. She asks Brother Larry why he insists that Gregory lied. Dan told him that something was wrong with him. Brother Larry has no place in the army. Dan wants to attack him. Jack tries to stop him. A common soldier does not dare to slander Dan in front of other soldiers. On the battlefield, they are all equal. Each one moves forward. There is no life worth more or less. Dan is surprisingly arrogant. Jack performs a heart assessment. The Chin clan is honest and acts accordingly. They will show everyone whether Dung has committed any crimes and deal with it properly. Jack asks how he dealt with Gregory's problem. Kevin Chain of the Spirit Beast clan is still a naive child. He harbors a grudge over his brother's death. Dan's words provoked him, causing him to try to tarnish Gregory's reputation. Kevin is outraged that Dan lied to him. I can't believe that he is such a vile person. It is unclear how he can lead an army with such an attitude. Jack asks the fairy what she will do with Dan. She is not familiar with the laws of this time. Let the monk decide. Dan is no longer fit to be a general. According to the laws, he should be stripped of his military title and begin his journey anew as a simple soldier. Moreover, as punishment for his insulting words towards the saint, he will receive 3,000 lashes. So be it. Not only did they save his life, but they also calmed the angry Saint. Dan could not have expected a better punishment. Gregory would like to talk to him a little. The fairy agrees. It looks like Gregory wants to make fun of him. He says he just wants to ask something. Gregory asks if Dan really thinks he did the right thing when he tried to take out all his grievances on him shortly before the final battle with the demons. Dan is a senior member of the Chin clan, and Gregory killed one of their disciples. If he really cared about him, he would have helped him turn away from the wrong path. Then he would have taught him how to behave correctly and not go against other clans. That's all Gregory wanted to know. Everything else is up to Dan. The order to carry out the punishment is given. So, when the guilty are punished, it's time to reward someone. They were only able to achieve victory thanks to the plan of one single man. It's really interesting how they were able to win at all. It was only recently revealed that the spirit beasts betrayed them. But someone realized this before everything started. He invaded the demon lands and learned the true story of the betrayal. And this man was able to return and develop his plan. And in the end, the result is clear. The 6 demon saints have been destroyed and will never return. They have captured and destroyed thousands of spirit beasts and millions of demons, and the remaining enemy forces will be unable to oppose humanity. The fairy calls out the name of Gregory Black. He did the impossible, learned of the betrayal of the spirit beasts, and saved many lives. Plus, he devised his own plan against the demons, allowing them to destroy 6 demon saints in one fell swoop. This is a worthy feat. With these actions, he showed his true strength and proved that he was worthy of the rank of general. After discussion, they unanimously decided to promote him. The fairy tells her to replace Gregory's talisman and give him the golden armor. So it was him, which means they are all in his debt now. Gregory dons new armor. They give him a talisman. Somehow Gregory rose to the rank of General G overnight. Now he has completed the system's task. From now on, in order to serve people, Spiritual beasts will be required to take a special oath. Anyone who breaks this rule will be destroyed. Secondly, they will have to rest for the next 3 days, and then they will begin the offensive. This is General G's golden armor. This very strong armor took 6 blacksmiths 3 months to make. It's a great piece. May was wearing the same helmet when Gregory first met her. Apparently it was a general's armor. The secret art of protecting the center of the Great Soul has been acquired. Master Li gave him this scroll. He said that this art will allow him to resist hypnosis and seduction of beings from another world. He must use this knowledge wisely. This scroll, which protects against hypnosis and charm, is extremely rare. If it weren't for Gregory's exploits in battle, he would never have received this item. He studies the secret art. It is automatically activated if his soul is hypnotized or charmed. This is a very unusual secret art. We should check what the system specifies. Gregory successfully completed the mission of Fate Final Battle. He receives the temporary right to use the title of the God of War. Thanks to the overfulfillment of internal tasks and receiving additional reputation, he receives a new title. The available time in the real world increases to 7 days. Among the internal human hierarchy, General G is the 4th rank of all general ranks. Using the rank gives a special skill of rapid strike. The attack speed increases by 10%. The rank of a talented general, Gregory was able to reach the peak of military art, use the enemy's strength against him, and destroy the demons and lead humanity to victory. Using the rank gives a special skill of the frantic sword key. The sword is sharpened with infinite chi power. When the skill is activated, it absorbs the power of the shadows and makes an additional attack with the same damage. For a skilled swordsman, even a normal acceleration can lead to a completely different outcome of the battle, not to mention the additional attacks that can be used at the same time. This is probably only half of the quest that Gregory has completed, which means that in order for the second half to open, he must create all the necessary conditions for it, sooner or later. But soon the world will have to be attacked. Now he can only wait for the next part of the quest to complete it. Gregory returns to the real world. It seems he has become even worse than he imagined. Gregory asks the system to select the rank of a talented general. A monster appears. He rushes into attack. Gregory parries the blow. With the Shadow Blade technique, opponents will not be able to understand the position of the sword, and will not know what fighting style he uses. Gregory activates the Furious Chai Sword. This is a powerful skill that attacks unexpectedly. It looks like that weird rain from a past life. Here a ship appears. If Gregory continues to stand in the rain, it will negatively affect his health. The Goddess of Justice arrived quickly. We need to talk inside the ship. Gregory asks what is unusual happening in the world right now. Sea monsters continue to terrorize coastal cities. Ghouls evolve into other powerful creatures. The world leaders united into a common federation. The Empire of Saint Olanka was divided into a guerrilla army. The Imperialists and the forces of the Holy Temple. Gregory said he was only interested in something unusual or truly anomalous. Then nothing was found for his request. With the appearance of this rain, the irreversible end of the world is already approaching. Apparently, much of the past life will simply not be repeated this time. Gregory hopes that the time will soon come when everyone will be able to increase their strength. He asks about Kevin and Fred. The goddess shows him the recording. There is someone unfamiliar sitting next to Kevin. He says the chicken is too spicy, maybe they have something sweet. Gregory asks who it is. This is Henry Neal, the creator of hypersonic jump technology. As Gregory requested, the goddess performed plastic surgery on him. He chose his new face himself. Henry asks Fred why he wears sunglasses while eating. Girls don't like them. Fred says he's a ghoul. Henry thinks Kevin brought him here, but Kevin says he's overestimating him. Only Gregory could do something like that. Ghoul, the head of the Guild of Hired Killers, hacking the system of the Goddess of Justice. And finally Henry, a professional in hypersonic jumps. It's as if they have gathered here to destroy the world. Kevin tells Henry to shut up while they eat. Otherwise his head will hurt from his yelling. Well, he who invests the money calls the shots. And yet, ghouls also need to eat. Fred's hunger can only be satisfied by killing. But he can still taste food. He eats this food because it is really tasty, something he couldn't afford before. It seems like Fred is a nice guy. Maybe he wants to side with Henry. Fred says he doesn't deserve it. But he is the best scientist in the entire Federation. Here comes a message about a target in the southeast, 375 kilometers away, heading towards the capital. Time to satisfy your hunger. It is much more convenient to exit through the windows. Gregory asks who Fred will fight. The Goddess of Justice speaks to the ghoul who is spreading the pandemic. He stands in the middle of nowhere. Fred appears. Ghoul asks why he continues to pursue him, since he already gave him this city. He killed everyone there and gave Fred the empty ruins. That's not enough for him. Ghoul retreated honestly. There are countless creatures that can satisfy Fred's hunger. They both have reached a high level of evolution and should not kill each other. Fred tosses him a lobster. Ghoul asks why he threw him this useless trash. So he doesn't care about such delicacies. They seem to be completely different from him. Even among ghouls, Fred is the most crazy. Since their last meeting, the ghoul had become even stronger, which was for the best. Fred would be doubly pleased to finish him off. Then they will see who is the strongest. Fred attacks. There is an explosion. Gregory asks the goddess of justice to check if there are any anomalies associated with the rain. Perhaps it somehow affects the planet, the goddess says. Nothing special, except for the huge amount of precipitation lately. Gregory asks to show him all the places where it is currently raining. The goddess is preparing to demonstrate a global meteorological map. Regions where it is raining are marked in red. It falls in all regions inhabited by people, except perhaps in extremely deserted and abandoned places. It seems Gregory was right. This is the reign of doomsday. He asks if there is any change in temperature. The goddess says not yet. At least he was lucky somewhere. He needs to contact the Department of Meteorology and Biochemistry. Let them constantly monitor the rain and study it. They need to study the rainwater. The goddess must immediately inform him if they find anything. The goddess reports that while Gregory was away, the president asked to meet with him 5 times. It looks like something urgent. He goes to the president immediately. Finally, Gregory came. The president is tormented by one question and would like to consult. He knows what Gregory has been up to lately, and judging by his accomplishments, the president is not just happy, he has hope for the future. Unfortunately, this is how politics works. Even being the president, he cannot do everything the way he wants. There are too many benefits and losses on the scale. As a result, no one pays attention to the needs of ordinary people. Everyone strives only for their own well-being, and the opposing sides will never reconcile, no matter who is right. All this ties the president's hands. But Gregory's actions give him a ray of hope. The president confuses him. He is thinking about mass use of the elixir of gene optimization. This medicine greatly increases the chances of an ordinary person becoming awakened. Perhaps the president is proposing to allow people to use it. Then powerful warriors will appear en masse in the country. This is a wise decision. The president asks if Gregory really thinks so. Of course, after all, when using the medicine, most of the residents will reach at least the level of a first-star warrior, thanks to which they will be able to fight off the demon devourers, and therefore survive. This is a great idea. But many aristocrats are against it, citing the fact that it will cause chaos and anarchy. The Fuxi Empire has 3 times more awakened people than them, but there is no trace of chaos or anarchy there. In fact, they are lucky that they have an elixir to increase the chance of awakening power. In the Fuxi Empire, it is the elemental awakening potion, and in the Holy Empire, it is the Chosen One's medicine. Even if all of their residents take the elixir at once, there will not be enough new awakenings to gain an advantage against these countries. Gregory supports the president's idea, but the 9 aristocrats will probably be against it. Anyway, an international conference on this very issue will soon begin. So other countries had the same idea. True, and the president would like Gregory to present his views at the conference. He has already earned fame in world circles. He created Seraphim, discovered and studied the virus inside ghouls. His words carry enormous weight in the international scientific community. Gregory agrees. If that's all, then he'll go. Someone in the presidential palace is adding some substance to tea. He passes Gregory. The president's afternoon tea is ready. Henry is watching TV. This girl is no slouch. It would be good to move her here and teach her a couple of lessons. Here is an old fart, and also a brilliant scientist. Kevin helped Gregory defeat the strongest ghoul in the world. Now let him help him too. He must know Kevin's chosen black cat skill. Gregory says it's a useful skill that can find anything. Things have been going wrong lately, and Kevin's family is worried about his love life, so they asked him to find a partner. He's tired of it, so he asked his cat for help. So Kevin entrusted his love affairs to a cat. He himself understands that this skill is very reliable. There is no need to worry about it. Kevin knows her, but they have never met in person. He is not sure who they are to each other, but he fell in love with her at first sight. Then let him look after her. With his family's capabilities, it's unlikely that anything could go wrong. Her father doesn't get along very well with the 9 aristocratic families. But Gregory knows him well, so Kevin wants him to help him meet him and make a good impression. Not a bad plan. Gregory asks who his love is. She is the president's daughter. It just so happens that there is an international conference soon. Kevin can go with Gregory, and he will introduce him to the president. Fred returns. He destroyed the pandemic ghoul. Great job. It's nothing. Besides, thanks to his murder, Fred will be able to evolve faster. The goddess of justice is helping him with this. Gregory became stronger. Kevin asks what Fred plans to do when he becomes more powerful. He says nothing special. His current life suits him just fine. Kevin happily accepts that the ghoul is their comrade, but he doubts that they really need that guy. Henry starts talking about how he was once at the top of the Federation. The goddess of justice reminds him of confidentiality. It's okay, he won't blab. Gregory introduces Henry to Kevin. He is amazed that he is alive after 30 years. The rainwater analysis is ready. Nothing special was found. This can't be. After the ghouls appeared, rain became a sign that allowed demons to invade their dimension. The drops contained the power of another world, and after the rain, something strange always happened. So during the end of the world, when it rained, all people were on the verge of despair. The goddess of justice reports that a second ago, absolutely all the rains suddenly stopped. Something terrible always happened right after the rain stopped. Some kind of catastrophe was about to happen, and Gregory wouldn't be able to stop it. Kevin asks why Gregory suddenly turned so pale. An unfamiliar voice is heard. The game of immortals has begun. Kevin asks what's going on. There's a strange voice in his head. Most likely, it is transmitted into their minds. It is an extremely powerful ability. Henry asks what kind of game the immortals are playing. This is definitely it. It is the infamous survival game that will result in the destruction of 60% of human civilization. In 10 days, this game will drive absolutely everyone crazy, and real chaos will begin. He is a friend of the people of this world. The end of the world has broken them. Disasters are engulfing the whole world. Their fate is like an ant caught in a tsunami, insignificant and uncontrollable. Perhaps they want to change their fate. Then they must fight, wade through rivers of blood, because only the strongest has the right to life. If they are brave warriors, let them challenge the others. Once they win, they will gain great power, and perhaps even immortality. The first game of the immortals is considered open. They are asked if they wish to have eternal life and become immortal. Kevin is confused as to what is going on. There is no time to explain, I have to click no. Otherwise, they will become enemies of Gregory. The first group of those wishing to receive eternal life has been created. A random number of participants from this world has been selected, 17,961. At the end of the battle, they will know the winner worthy of receiving eternal life. The rest who refuse to participate in the tournament can watch the battle for survival with their eyes closed. The tournament begins. Gregory, Kevin, Henry, and Fred close their eyes. Their consciousness has entered the game. Everything looks so realistic. Some people appeared in the arena. Among them are children and the elderly. Everything is so realistic, as if they were really at the tournament. The girl just pressed a random button. The winner must survive until the end and remain the only king of the arena. They have 1 hour. A weapon appears. There is little time. There is no point in waiting. The man who takes the sword cuts off the head of another. Barry Chan scores his first point. I wonder what he'll get for that. His weapon is blessed by the spirit of fire. He is now in first place. Barry burns one of the players. He receives the second blessing. This is an impenetrable shield. Now he can both defend and attack. If there is a reward for killing people, then others won't just stand there either. He doesn't want to die. He can't die like this. The guy just wants to survive. He asks for forgiveness. One of the players calls for an attack. He is under attack. The deadly game has begun. There are fewer and fewer people in the arena. Barry hits another player. He destroyed 2,000 players. As a reward, he receives skeleton armor. Elemental mage Sam Lee has destroyed 6,637 players. As a reward, he receives a Hellblaster. The king will be chosen in the battle of these two. Now they will find out which of them will receive eternal life. The competition turned into some kind of senseless meat grinder. This game seems to suit Fred perfectly. People are ready to do anything for the main prize, which is eternal life. There will always be some crazy people who think they are special, and they will be the ones who are willing to fight for it. The strong always want to become even stronger, not to mention becoming immortal. It is impossible to find this place until you are actually in the arena. Otherwise, this place cannot be found. The game of immortals absorbs human souls to become stronger. Usually, creatures from other dimensions cannot break the laws of this world. They cannot absorb the life and power of human souls. But this game uses an invitation, essentially a contract. Agreeing to participate in the game is tantamount to signing a contract. The winner gets immortality, and the losers, no matter how many there are, will be absorbed into the game. As the game gets stronger, it will change the rules and add more participants. The battles will become more and more brutal until the entire planet becomes part of this game. And the promised eternal life is a simple trick, but of course, if a person becomes a demon, he will be able to live longer, perhaps even forever. For example, in a past life, the winners stopped aging or even became younger. But 3 years later, they all turned into demons. Then people finally realized that this whole game was a scam. After the doomsday system came into existence, people were able to travel around the worlds, which gave them a chance to become stronger, and they quit the game. But while this system does not exist, there is only the game of immortals. In the case of a game that uses human desires, Gregory does not know how to stop all this. Nothing has happened yet, but his face looks like the world has collapsed. Kevin advises Henry not to play with fire. Let him talk. Gregory wants to know what he means. Even though Henry doesn't know what he's thinking, when something happens, he always looks desperate, like he's not a man. When Henry returned to Earth, he was waiting for a worthy ally who would feed him well. But Gregory just sits with a sad face. This game may really be the end of the world, but they are all human. The worst that can happen to them is death. There is no point in whining about such a trifle. Henry went against his country alone and lived in space for 30 years. But here he is, alive and well. Gregory starts laughing. He thanks Henry, who says, "Stop being sad. The worst thing that can happen to them is death, and there is no need to be afraid of it." Speaking of death, this game of immortals manipulates the desire to live forever. Kevin doesn't believe in that. You can't use other people's lives to prolong your own. Fred asks how he can be so calm about immortality. When people's lives are at stake, heroes must remain calm. Kevin asks what they will do with the winner. Gregory says that fighting the consequences is pointless. All people want immortality. The problem is that if these games continue, the world will begin to collapse and the Earth will be plunged into impenetrable darkness. But they can't even figure out where this game is taking place. And that's what worries Gregory. It's okay. He always comes up with unusual ways to solve problems. He even thought of sending other ghouls into battle against ghouls. Indeed, they will cope. If the system has not yet been activated, then even one Gregory will be more than enough. The game's amplification needs to be stopped and destroyed, and this needs to be done as quickly as possible. Otherwise, many people will suffer. There's no point in watching the finale, it's boring anyway. It's time to help Gregory create a new world. They arrive at the temple. Fred doesn't want to give in at all. Kevin lost again. The goddess of justice asks Henry not to go more than 10 meters away from her, otherwise she will activate the nanobombs inside him. Since returning to Earth, he has read 297 scientific papers, all of which were related to research into hacking and bypassing firewalls. We need to make AI that smart. Gregory finished. Kevin asks why he brought them here. He wants to create a gaming system with them. Fred is doing quite well. He is 7th in the world rankings. Now it is clear why Kevin lost to him. Gregory wants to create a gaming system that everyone can use. He asks the goddess of justice if she succeeded. Everything is ready as he asked. This is still a prototype. Therefore, Gregory will only show the basis of his idea. The entire prosthetic arm is too bulky. Gregory is thinking of replacing it with a small bracelet. He orders the goddess to record his sword movements and create a game model. Gregory starts to move. Not a single mistake, his movements are perfect. He asks if there are any systemic rewards for completing these movements. Since he successfully did the following moves, his strength level has reached 3-star martial artist. As a reward, he will receive a common steel sword of the Federation. The goddess asks if he wishes to receive the reward. Gregory answers in the affirmative. His reward will be delivered immediately. It's somewhat similar to the game of immortals, but even the goddess of justice cannot list rewards to all people at the same time. He can if Henry helps them. Apparently, Gregory wants him to create a mini version of the teleporter for his mechanical arm. Then the goddess will be able to instantly transport the rewards to any point in the world. That is, if they can achieve instant transfer of rewards, the system will become much more convenient for players. A mini version of the teleporter. This will be difficult. It will take Henry some time. This is just the basic function. Once Henry is done with it, Gregory will move on to creating the truly powerful algorithms of the system. Kevin asks what algorithms. Gregory says skills, weapons, equipment, everything that a normal person would want. He cannot promise people immortality, but he can give them the opportunity to truly extend their lives, that is, to become stronger. If the system works, people will enter a completely new era. Then they will become the new rulers of the world. Apparently, with the help of this system, Gregory will go against the game of immortals. This is interesting. Fred is intrigued. But the problem is that immortality will attract people more. Gaining immortality this way is absolutely not worth it. Gregory will destroy the game of immortals from the inside. It's unlikely that people will listen to him when the chance to become immortal is right under their noses. They will talk about it later. Gregory asks if there are any suggestions for the system. The mini teleporter must be made in such a way that no one can dismantle it from the bracelet. Besides, the very idea of a teleporter that could fit into a bracelet is extremely difficult to implement. Henry will have to think about it. Let him do whatever is necessary. His apparatus will be the most important part of the system. The reward branch will depend on it, so he must give it his all. Before the apocalypse, Fred was a pro at augmented reality games, and from experience he can say that the success of any game or system depends, among other things, on the name. This nonsense is called the Game of Immortals, so they must surpass this name. Gregory suggests that we all think about it together. Hot Girls Defender League, Wild Hunter System, Divine Path of Assassins. Gregory suggests calling the game Planet Defenders. This is a very boring name, but it doesn't lie. Everyone in this system will be able to become stronger, to eventually become the protectors of the planet. That's the whole point. The first game of the Immortals has ended. It seems they are late. The king of the arena has been selected. He is asked to enter the sarcophagus. Upon returning to the human world, all his wounds will be healed. Standing on the brink of life and death, only the strongest deserves immortality. King Sam Lee destroyed 6,738 challengers. For his victory, he receives the elixir of immortality and the scepter of the Demon King of Black Flame. He must swallow the elixir concentrate to gain immortality. Awakened fire mages receive the blessing of the Black Flame Demon King from this scepter, increasing all their fire attacks by 200%. Sam asks if he will really become immortal. Of course. Once he swallows the concentrate, he will gain eternal life. Sam swallows the concentrate and becomes younger. It's true, now he can live forever. He should have entered the game. He would have killed the old man. Eternal life should belong to him. The next game of Immortals will start tomorrow at the same time. Whoever wants to gain eternal life, let them join. The more participants, the better. How powerful is this weapon? Even the Fuxi Empire couldn't create something like this. It's unlikely that anyone wouldn't want immortality. Gregory asks if they believed it. Kevin doesn't care about immortality. He saw 10,000 corpses there. Fred says that once he evolves to a certain level, he won't need immortality anymore. And Henry wouldn't mind becoming immortal, but he's not awakened, so he'll just get killed in the arena. But that weapon was very powerful. Over time, they themselves will be able to create something similar. And Gregory will also make sure that everyone can personally see the effectiveness of their system. Don't give a man a fish, but teach him how to use a fishing rod. This rule also works in this world. Besides, Sharon Gray from the Fuxi Empire can make a similar weapon. While the system is being created, Gregory has several other important things to do. Gregory asks the Goddess of Justice to find a man named Sam Neill. 3 matches found. The Game of Immortals has already made its first move by showing people the elixir of eternal life. If this old man becomes famous throughout the world, even more people will want to participate in this massacre. They must kill him before the situation gets worse. Sam Lee, 69 years old, a wanted criminal in the Fuxi Empire, an elementalist, has been on the run from the police for 20 years after killing more than 10 people. After using 31 satellites to track his supposed location, he was found in the Fuxi Empire territory, in the city of Minyang in the southeast of the country. If they want him dead, Fred can arrange it. That's exactly what Gregory wants. After all, the ghoul is the strongest among them. Fred asks how he can get there while they're in space. Gregory says they have someone who knows something about that sort of thing. Henry will set up a teleportation point in Minyang City of the Fuxi Empire. Distortion devices are usually installed on interstellar warships. Kevin had never heard of the Fuxi Empire installing them in their own cities. Henry is smarter than he thinks. 30 years ago, he already installed micro-distortion devices in every city in every country. But they may already be broken. Each device is in excellent condition thanks to automatic robots. Each of them is an independent project, and all invoices are paid by the confidential department of the country. An unauthorized user cannot interfere. The system carries out regular maintenance. The government has signed the papers, and taxpayers pay for everything. So Henry can go to absolutely any place. No wonder the faction had such a hard time catching him. In that case, Fred won't go anywhere. Sam Lee could be killed by one of Kevin's men, Gregory says. Fred still needs to be there in person. If the game announced a reward of immortality, they need to create an angel of death. The mere thought of eternal life can make people's heads spin, but the fear of death will calm them down. Gregory will show the whole world that a man who has gained eternal life in the Game of Immortals and raised a knife against his comrades will be severely punished. Now he looks even more like the ruler of the world. The Goddess of Justice is responsible for connecting the distortion devices to the network, and she will also need to do something else. He wants to make a mobile mecha specifically for Fred to hide his identity, and also to counterattack during defense. The goddess needs to model the ghoul's body. She asks him to open his osteophyte wings. Information about Fred Lee's body has been collected. The development of a mobile mecha has begun. Research is about to begin using life algorithms as a basis. The goddess asks Gregory to name the project and design its model. The prototype should be the Seraphim, since the purpose of this mobile mech is extermination. Its code will be Carnage. The project is created, you can move on to the next stage. Time to wake up. Kevin has a feeling that the four of them can change the world. Fred had imagined this mobile mecha a little differently. Gregory says it's different from the usual fur. Fred asks why a smiling clown. When you encounter something that looks like a human being but is not, it terrifies people, causing genuine fear from the depths of their hearts, and they will surrender under such pressure. Gregory tells the goddess to begin. Fred likes it, he'll name the fur Death Clown. This protective mech suit will help him hide his identity, so that no one can find out who he is. Gregory promises that one day Fred will be able to live like a normal person. He will remember his promise. The mecha is equipped with a weapons system, including 2 interstellar fortresses and a fleet of battleships, which Fred can activate using voice control. It turns out that he can start a war single-handedly. That's right, he can start it and even destroy half the world. Although the goddess of justice can make decisions herself without following all his commands. Fred doesn't intend to destroy the world, he says. We can think about it in the future. Gregory believes that he will not do this, because he will soon understand that with him, he can achieve much more than just destroying the world. The distortion device is ready. They can move to the Fuxi Empire right now. The time has come. Fred must get rid of Sam Lee and become the new threat to humanity. He's good at that. Sea creatures are born from mutations, and ghouls are the result of a virus. But the game of immortals is beyond their understanding. There is no scientific explanation for this game. With the apocalypse approaching, they, the nobodies, can hardly do anything to survive. They must enter the game because there is a chance to gain eternal life. There can only be one ruler. One day Sam will stand at the head of this world. Suddenly the wind picks up. Fred appears. He came to kill him. Sam can call him the Death Clown. Too many want him dead, but none of them have been able to finish him off. Then Fred wants it even more. It won't work. Sam will kill him. It creates a whole storm of fire. Sam is sure he killed Fred, but he appears again. Now Sam and every person in this world will witness how terrible he is. In the Cosmic Temple, they observe what is happening. Gregory asks if the goddess is ready to start the broadcast. She answers in the affirmative. What happens in the slums of Minyan City is broadcast everywhere. This is the winner of the immortal game. Sam Lee, the clown wants to kill him. He is the reaper of his life and the source of his fear. The clown of death. It's time for his trial to begin. Sam Lee, the wanted killer who took thousands of innocent lives in the game of immortals, will be sentenced to death immediately. He is immortal. Fred cannot kill him. He shoots fire again. If Sam is immortal, then Fred is the angel of death. There's not a scratch on it. Fred comes close to Sam. He takes hold of his scepter and uses his weapon. Sam is reduced to a charred skeleton. Spectators must remember that everyone who joins the game will suffer the same fate. The Emperor of St. Olanka is informed that no traces of human presence have been found. The situation is similar with neurochips in other countries. The Emperor asks if they are sure that this cannot be the work of men. No one has the ability to simultaneously control all the neurochips in the world. Moreover, neither the Fuxi Empire nor the Federation can find the organizer. The woman asks what about the game of immortals? Likewise, no traces at all. The winner was killed by the Death Clown in an unknown way, but no one could find him. The woman asks if he has learned the formula for awakening the skills of the Chosen One. Only half of it has been studied. They are doing everything possible to find the rest. Then let them continue their research and hurry. He can go. Soon even this planet will be unsafe. The winner Sam Lee is killed. The Death Clown is just terrible. As soon as you gain eternal life, you will be killed immediately. Then there is no point in entering this game. This is exactly the reaction that Gregory wanted. The game of immortals ignites in people the desire to live forever. But the clown of death will stand in their way. Looks good. The material of the scepter differs from those known. The goddess needs to process information about him. To achieve her goal, she broke 15 laws established by people. But she saves many lives. You have to be flexible. Of course, sometimes you have to negotiate with others. But when the world is in despair, they can only count on themselves. The goddess says she understands. Henry is confused as to why she is reasoning like a human. Kevin asks Fred about his first experience in a combat mech. His flight speed had increased significantly, but he still had a lot to try. Kevin asks what he did at the very end. He's never seen anything like that before. This skill can be used by all ghouls that have evolved to a certain level. Initially, Fred just wanted to blow Sam's head off. But if you think about it, this skill instills much more fear. It's a wise choice. Even though Kevin isn't bloodthirsty, he'll definitely ask Gregory to make him a similar combat mecha. The second game of the Immortals begins. Gregory tells the goddess to repeat the Death Clown's last words to everyone once again. People see what happened to Sam Lee and hear that everyone who joins the game will suffer the same fate. I wonder what they will do in such a situation. It seems like some bug is trying to weaken people's desire to gain eternal life. But they won't let it happen. For this game, they want to choose the real elite. If one of them is powerful, standing at the top and looking down on the rest of the world, then let him join today's elite game. A clown remains just a clown. In the face of a powerful immortal, he can only tremble with fear. Eternal life should belong only to the strongest. They changed the rules of the game of immortals, something that had never happened before. With such a recruitment filter, the selected participants will be the most bloodthirsty. This raising of the bar on the strength of the participants is necessary in order to resist them. The warriors who want to gain eternal life have made their choice. The number of participants is 7,634. Everyone else can watch the game of the elite with their eyes closed. In this group, everyone is very strong, especially these twins. Their techniques are so perfect that they have almost reached the level of a martial god. Right now, Fred is about equal in strength to the twins. But once they win, the game will make them much stronger. Gregory asks how long Fred has left before he evolves. He killed that plague ghoul, and also Sam Lee. Maybe he needs to kill someone else of the same level as the plague ghoul to evolve. Gregory asks the goddess to show him the strongest ghouls at the moment. It shows high-level elite ghouls. We need to kill one of them immediately. One of the strongest ghouls throws people to his pets. If they can't catch them, they will go hungry. Fred will figure it out himself. Gregory will go with him. Almost everyone who takes part in the game of immortals are real thugs. For them it is nothing to kill ordinary people. It will be faster together, they must win. Fred is responsible for the main thing. First, Gregory will finish off the small fry, and then help him. And there are a lot of man-eating demons there. You can't let them bite you. Otherwise, Fred will have to kill Gregory too. He dresses in golden armor. Fred will go first. He attacks an elite ghoul. He remains unharmed. And he is strong. Gregory takes out his sword. Ghouls attack. Gregory asks the system to tell him the name of the enemy commander. He activates the chi blade. There is a whole mountain of ghouls in front of him. He attacks. Meanwhile, Fred deals with the fat ghoul. He flies into the air. Apparently, it can repel normal attacks. Fred is too weak to be killed so easily. He doesn't trust villains. This fatso dares to use his own tricks. The fat ghoul would shatter his illusions into smithereens, make him realize who he was one more time before bringing him to his knees, and then he would make Fred beg for mercy. Fred attacks again. His hand plunges into the ghoul's body. He throws it away. However, now the fat ghoul is bleeding. Apparently, Fred's ability can damage him, in which case he will increase his strength. It's just a scratch. His pathetic attack won't be able to hurt him. Fred should also taste his techniques. Let him go to the devil. A red structure collapses on the fat ghoul. It turns into a red clot. Fred absorbs it. Something is happening here. It seems like evolution. Fred is very hungry. He wants to kill. Gregory gives him medicine. It's incredible. He was instantly healed. A little more and he would have gone crazy. Gregory asks how he feels and if the evolution is complete. Everything is fine. He has successfully evolved. His ears want to evolve. They demand to kill. But it's too late, and the elite test is most likely already over. They are just in time. The test of elite warriors is coming to an end. The battle of professionals is quite tragic. He is not in pain. You can finish him off. Now he's going to finish him off. His beloved little brother. That's what kind of person he is. He uses the power of return. He attacks his brother. He is so cool. Every day his brother looked at him and thought that he was superior to him in everything, and he was happy. Immortality will belong to him. His brother should just die obediently. However, he attacks. This is impossible. There is no need to be surprised. The brother asks what kind of reception it was. From childhood, he considered himself better than others. However, his brother is not only a martial arts master, but also a master of the 5 elements. He never listened to what his older brother told him. He chose this path himself. These brothers are just devils. The elder brother will be able to live forever if he kills the last player. A new hero is announced. He receives the pill of immortality. Now he will live forever, and no one will stop him from enjoying the beauty of this world. These combat gloves are imbued with the power of the golden spirit. Not only do they increase the strength of the strike by 30%, but they also allow the use of 5 elements of the golden spirit, with which you can attack with incredible force. He had to go all out to summon a thin thread of golden light, but with these gloves, he could easily summon hundreds of them. The power of these gloves is simply incredible. Now, even if he faced a dozen warriors like his brother, he would kill them in one fell swoop. If the clown bothers him, don't be afraid. Let him show what his gloves are capable of. Let him understand that he and his immortality have no equal. If he kills him, they will give him an additional bonus, they will keep the intrigue, but promise that the value of this reward will be no less than the pill of immortality. He knows what that boy is capable of. Let him just dare to come near, and he will destroy him immediately. Fred says he's already dead. Hank Lamb, native of the Holy Kingdom, master of the Iron Path Peak, master of the Iron Fist, biological material loaded, target location determined. The Goddess of Justice suggests looking at satellite images. It seems that there are several masters of the 5 arts with him. They are not so easy to deal with. You can use a star fortress or send a battleship. It's as easy as pie. Now the clown only instills fear in people's minds. But as soon as he starts using human weapons, mass panic will begin. The clown is an unrivaled antagonist, and if one of the shells flies in the wrong direction, they can lose too much. By killing Hank with his own hands, Fred would only once again show people how terrible he is. Kevin asks what the chances are that they can finish him off. Gregory has an idea. He asks Fred if he can survive in space. Fred says he can hang in there for a while. This is enough. Gregory asks the goddess to find asteroids that Fred can move. Fred, Kevin, and Henry are confused about the purpose of asteroids. Since people like such scenes, they will give them what they want. The winner of the immortal game orders the warriors to unite and kill the clown. In the meantime, everyone can choose any scripture of their dojo. This is a normal monster. They have superior numbers, so there is nothing to be afraid of. They'll finish him off as soon as he gets here. Just one clown against all of them, killing him will be easy. Looks like he's already here. An asteroid is approaching. This is their parting gift from Fred. These are just pitiful boulders. He is immortal. The Golden Gloves wielder strikes an asteroid. Fred appears from behind. The asteroid continues to fall. There is a devastating explosion. Warriors emerge from under the rubble. One of them asks where the mentor is. He appears from behind. Anyone who did not listen to his words will be punished. But it's not the mentor, it's Fred. Here is his warrior, champion, and hero. The audience must remember that anyone who takes part in the game of immortals will receive only one thing, and that is death. Fred throws the warrior's head away. Then he flies away. Fred returns to the temple. He'll have to restrain himself if he works with Gregory. No more evolutions, no more killing. But now he lives life to the fullest. They may be villains when compared to the game of immortals. After each evolution, Fred eats so much that Henry feels sorry for Kevin's wallet. He earns much more than this. So many lame requests. It seems like they seriously think the Assassin's Guild is a bunch of idiots. There's nothing to be done. The apocalypse is getting closer. It seems like everyone's deepest desires have suddenly been revealed. 7 mistresses wanted to kill their sugar daddy's wives. 2 wives wanted to kill their own husbands. 3 sons wanted their fathers dead for the sake of the inheritance. Kevin didn't accept any of these bullshit requests. Gregory asks what he is doing now then. Another request is for the murder of the Bishop of the Holy Temple. The reward is 120 million. According to the client, although the bishop was struck by her beauty, he did not allow her to enter the Holy Temple. Instead, she was put behind bars and used as a toy. This bishop collected many beauties, sacrificing those who bored him to the Holy Temple, thus showing his devotion to God. Kevin's client is the only survivor among them. Killing the bishop personally is quite tempting. It's Kevin's business. With his abilities, he could easily become one of the 9 aristocrats. There is no need for him to continue to engage in murder. Kevin says it is impossible. Only the eldest son can take the place of the head of the family. He cannot afford to bear the burden of what the 9 heads protect. I wonder what they are protecting. Gregory was so busy with the question of his own survival in his past life that he has no idea what the 9 chapters are hiding. Kevin doesn't know for sure, only they know, and they take this secret with them to the grave. Anyone who pokes their nose into their affairs will die. That's exactly it. Kevin asks how Henry knows something he doesn't dare to get involved in. It was for this reason that Henry had to initiate his own death and hide in space for 30 years. The idea of becoming the head of the 10th house and joining the action before he was hunted was just a cover. Gregory asks what exactly their secret is. Whenever the head of the family is on his deathbed, he chooses a successor with the witness of the other 8 heads. Then the successor follows the heads to a secret place. It appears on the satellite map as a private mountain range. There is very strong security there. Anyone who comes close will be killed. Kevin asks how Henry got there then. He wasn't there personally, but he used one of his spatial tracking devices to teleport there. When the devices reached the ridge, they suddenly went out of control and a man's face appeared on the screen. This face has passed through countless years. Henry is not even sure if it is a living person. He stared at the screen, and then Henry lost signal completely. Gregory knows what happened next. All these years Henry was hunted. Several times he was almost killed. He had no choice but to use clones, initiate death and escape into space. That's how he managed to survive. To think that he was persecuted because of one secret, even though he was the greatest scientist of his time, it seems that 9 chapters hide something incredible. The Goddess of Justice reports that the target has been set. This is another elite ghoul. Time for an afternoon workout. The ghoul is moved by other monsters. He hadn't met anyone alive here for a long time and almost left the city. Apparently they are here to say goodbye to their lives. As usual, Gregory will take care of the smaller ones. Fred flies into the air. This fatty piece of meat is for him. Here, from the mass that is the ghoul, a multitude of sharp tentacles rises. They pierce Fred. He'll tear that bastard to pieces. Gregory is glad that Fred is okay. The giant ghoul charges forward. Gregory strikes. The other ghouls dragging the high-level one attack. Gregory ties them up with chains. Now they are twisted. The small ones are finished. The mental power the ghoul is using to control Fred is beyond comprehension. Gregory must run, or Fred may kill him. He didn't expect that this monster had evolved to such a high level that it could take over Fred Lee himself. Gregory will help him. He launches a Demon Slayer arrow at the ghoul. He screams that it hurts. Now Gregory is dead. He finds himself in some other space. The ghoul consumed him. Once you enter his world, you will never be able to leave. The ghoul will torture him in the most horrible ways until his soul is completely destroyed. Only then will he be able to calm down. Gregory will feel the full horror of hell. Here the ghoul's body is pierced by many flashes. Fortunately, Gregory has the protective arts of the holy deities given to him by the great monk. Without them, he would have already died. The ghoul is still alive. Let him show everything he is capable of. The ghoul is ready to attack. Gregory senses someone's thirst for blood. This is Fred. He is again obsessed with murder. Fred was completely under the control of the elite ghoul, and both he and that pile of meat evolved to stage 5. Against the two of them alone, Gregory doesn't stand a chance. He needs to finish off this ghoul as soon as they get separated. Fred attacks. The ghoul tells him to kill Gregory. Fred attacks. Gregory activates the title of Talented General. Fred is obsessed with killing him. Gregory can't waste time on him. He applies the skill of 1,000 miles in one step. Gregory is too confident in himself. He attacks. The ghoul launches tentacles at him. As expected from General G's armor, excellent protection. Since Gregory doesn't have to think about his defense, he can drop everything and focus on attack. He activates the Furious Sword key. Ghoul wonders when he managed to do this. It's blowing him to pieces. Gregory had defeated a stronger opponent. He could continue using soul points to study cultivation texts. The main goal was to make Fred evolve. He didn't expect to get anything too. Now he can focus on moving up to the next level. Fred had no idea that the defeated ghoul had such a strong psychic attack. If he had known, he would have fought him with all his might. Attacks that target the mind and soul are the hardest to deal with. This is one of the monsters that pose the biggest threat. Now that he is dead, no ghoul can deal with Fred. Gregory asks the goddess of justice to find the strongest opponent so that he can evolve as quickly as possible. It's a shame Gregory isn't a ghoul. If he were a ghoul, killing a monster as strong as him would definitely allow Fred to evolve to a higher level. He's right. It's very annoying. Gregory needs to go somewhere. Let Fred return first. A bronze disc appears. With this bell formation, no one can stop Gregory. Now we need to reach the highest level of the creation basis. He discovered a new technique, the 100 Saints Tribute. Gregory begins learning the skill. Flashes come from his eyes. It worked. This skill needs to be tested. At its peak, it can fly for a short period of time. Even at this stage, the tribute of the 100 Saints is quite strong. But if he wants to stay in the air longer, he must hit the gold mine. Gregory has successfully advanced to the peak of cultivation. Below is the sword technique that became available after fulfilling certain conditions. 7-star dragon. This is the most difficult secret sword art to learn and use. It consists of 7-star strikes and an 8th dragon strike, which is more powerful than the previous attacks. It is a sequential set of 8 sword strikes, all strikes of which are mandatory to perform. Otherwise, the technique simply cannot be used. The attack set is really complex, but very powerful. You definitely need to master it. Such powerful equipment certainly won't be superfluous. Gregory wants to learn the 7-star dragon skill. Finally, he had an advantage. Every time a player crosses the borders of the main kingdom, he has the opportunity to understand the laws of heaven and earth. This results in the progress of the avatar, who moves forward in the world as he awakens. Gregory must place 99% pure combat potential elixir, 5-element enlightenment elixir and awakening elixir to continue the avatar's advancement. To unlock the avatar extraction quest, the player must complete his advancement quest. This quest turned out to be much more difficult than Gregory thought, but the techniques he learned while going through it will be very useful in battle. Besides, the golden avatar can only be opened after completing this quest. He must find a way to complete it. Gregory asks the goddess of justice how he can obtain the elixir of combat potential. He needs to pay half the cost of the elixir. He asks to use the funds from his account and prepare it. The goddess will ensure that the elixir is ready as soon as possible. Gregory figured out the elixir of combat potential, but the remaining two are much more difficult. It will take time to find a way to make them. The fate of people all over the world is like a fly in a closed space. They also rush about, but cannot do anything. If they want to change their lives, let them fight, dare, make their way. Only the strongest will survive. To become immortal, one must challenge fate. One lucky move, and they will gain eternal life. Now they are ready to accept applications. Everyone around them is a villain, and they want to prevent them from gaining eternal life. Now, for the safety of the players, they use complete anonymity. Each contender entering the arena will now be given a mask, and their voice will be subject to special processing, so that no one will know anything about them. Cunning creatures. Damn bastards. They opened the recruitment for the third game so quickly and didn't let me sleep. Kevin was planning to send a bouquet of flowers to the president's daughter, but his transport was damaged. It's unlikely that anyone will participate in this deathmatch game after they killed two champions. It's hard to say, after all, they were promised complete anonymity, but someone will still want to take the risk. And here is the mask, and his voice has changed. Now no one will recognize them for sure. Not a single bastard will prevent them from gaining eternal life. I wonder how to find the winner now. None of them can escape. He is about 173 centimeters tall, left-handed, has a dragon tattoo on his left hand, is good with a dagger, and uses the 5 elements of thunder power. Inhuman speed. It looks like he used stimulants on his body, possibly targeted lightning enhancement. These are its main characteristics. Henry asks how they were able to determine this before the tournament was over. No injuries, plenty of energy, 2 victims in a row and still breathing normally. He does not hesitate after each kill. On the contrary, he immediately joins the crowd of opponents, which makes him extremely cautious. His attacks are as deadly as a viper's, but at the same time he is very cautious. He killed the most people, but no one noticed him until now. Henry asks how they found this man. He is the only one who does not have a killing aura, but he kills people left and right. Killing is as natural to him as eating and drinking, which is why he doesn't have a murderous aura. Fred suddenly realized that even though he was incredibly strong, he still lacked the skills to kill. When he first met Gregory, he was much stronger than him, but he still couldn't win. Gregory says that someday the time will come, and he will understand that he has nothing more to learn. He still has a long way to go. The killer suddenly disappears and appears behind another player from a separate space. It's a special technique, just like Void Warp. It seems like he can change the location of what he throws. It's one of his strongest skills. The game is over. The winner has been determined. For security reasons, they will not reveal his identity. He receives boots that strengthen his body when using any technique. In addition, their visibility can be turned off, and no one will guess that they have them. With these boots, he will be able to move through spaces, no matter what he will use them for, to save lives or kill. He is potentially dangerous to society. These boots were specially improved to the divine level. This time the reward is really worth it. So the players put absolutely everything on the line. Now their game has definitely come to an end. The winner will be taken to a safe place. They will keep him anonymous in order to avoid inappropriate attacks. If they don't find a winner, things could end badly. But if they do, there will be far fewer applications for the next round. Looks like Kevin will have to use his black cat again. There are no records of this man in the documents of any of the 3 countries. Perhaps he has long since changed his appearance and identity. Kevin asks the black cat if he knows where the man might be. The cat says he feels his presence. Kevin asks to mark the location. The cat is looking for a target. Target detected. Kevin asks if he's sure. The cat makes a displeased purr. It looks strange. It is unclear how he could become a martial arts teacher. Gregory does not think that this is the teacher, the real one. Most likely he was killed by him. He is a highly skilled assassin with excellent camouflage skills. This man is very careful. After the murder, he immediately took on the appearance of the murdered man so as not to arouse suspicion. Now it's up to them. Let Fred deal with him. He can definitely handle it with his skills. They'll go get the fur and head out. This is the end of the lesson. Let them go home and have a good rest. The students say goodbye. The teacher is such a handsome guy. It's a pity that he already has a girlfriend. It's too early to turn on the live broadcast. You can start it after they kill him. Fred appears behind the killer. He attacks. The killer thought he could fool Fred with his pathetic masquerade. No matter what he does, he can't escape. The killer uses his weapon. As it gets closer to Fred, it loses its power. Fred grabs him. It seems like one blade isn't enough, but he can use more. Blue flashes envelop him. Black holes appear around Fred. Swords fly out of them. Interesting skill. Another hole appears right under Fred. A sword flies out of her. Fred collapses to the ground. The mech is damaged. Auto repair mode is activated. Fred must remove the foreign object. The repair will be completed in 2 seconds. He is too strong. The killer will not be able to defeat him. There is no point in fighting. We must run to a crowded place. If this clown continues to persecute him, making noise, then the government itself will deal with him. He won't get away with this. Looks like Gregory will have to step in. The killer slides along the building. Gregory appears next to him. It's no use. You can't catch him with these boots. It can pass through any space. Gregory appears from behind. We need to leave immediately. Gregory is incredibly fast. It's time to finish. The killer didn't know that there were other monsters besides this clown. Gregory is very sorry, but Fred will not be able to level up. For a successful kill, Gregory receives 10 soul power points. He got it all done again and said he would help Fred. It just happened that way. No need to worry. He will take care of everything. Gregory will go first, and Fred should prepare for the broadcast. Their faithful servant is with them again. He is the thief of their lives, the source of their fear. As he said earlier, for any person taking part in the game, there is only one outcome: death. He should have listened to him and not applied. All that was left of this kind man was a pair of boots that were given to him. Now they belong to Fred. He heard that their appearance can be changed at will. Then he will adjust them to suit himself. Thanks to the idiot who joined the game, the Death Clown now has a new pair of boots. Nobody needs these games. They can plunge the world into real chaos. This is a message for those who are sitting in front of the screen right now and might want to participate in the next game. Don't be shy and bring him your prizes. Sooner or later they will end up like this scum anyway. He will treasure the trophies he receives after their death. Eternal life is just a trap. He is out of the game. The girl doesn't need it either. Peace and quiet is better. Fred is being so open, he seems to be enjoying the process. Gregory was also good. He dealt with the killer with one blow of his sword. It was like cutting through water or an apple, from which the most delicious juice then flowed out. Henry talks like a madman. He is not crazy. He is a scientist. The job of a scientist is to study the incomprehensible. But he never thought that they would be able to fully understand all the most incomprehensible. Now it's unlikely that anyone will want to play this game. There is no need to be so cocky. This game may still have a couple of trump cards. Guys Gregory's age are rarely so vigilant. He asks where Fred is now. The goddess of justice says he is working on a plan she developed to eliminate the phantom killers. Gregory killed that champion, making his bloodthirsty friend sad. The goddess asks if she can borrow Gregory's boots. She wants to study them. She can take them when Fred comes back. The international conference is about to start. Henry asks what's on the agenda. Gregory says, genetics. If they can convince other countries to make genetic engineering universal, then the game system will allow them to choose a career. It should become more convenient, and they will be able to choose a profession, laying it down in their genotype. It is becoming more and more like a computer game. The game is just a shell. The main goal is to develop and strengthen your abilities. Gregory has a lot of ideas, but they can't implement them all at once, so they'll start with genetics. Gregory and Kevin arrive at the International Convention Center. The president asks about Kevin. Gregory says he's his partner. This kid rebelled against the Jiang family. The president asks how he feels after challenging such powerful people. Not everyone is born noble. And besides, nobility is not power. The leader of the human race must be a worthy person. Well said. No wonder Kevin and Gregory became allies. Today they will talk about new technologies to improve skills. But many doubt their need. The president would like Gregory to help make the right decision. He would like to show something before that. This is a personal system for mastering new combat techniques. A device genetically engineered to quickly learn new skills. It's still in development, but the president can try it out on himself right now. He agrees. They will talk about it later when he returns from the meeting. The president leaves. Kevin asks Gregory to tell him the truth. He thinks that he is the president's illegitimate son. Of course not. Kevin asks why Gregory is trusted so much then. The president is one of the most influential people in the world. He knows all of his actions. He even knows about Fred's existence, perhaps. Based on his experience, he is able to understand the true benefit of their device for humanity. Someone comes in and calls out to Gregory. This is Anna de Medici. She came with her aunt, the Empress, and would like to speak with Gregory alone. Then Kevin will leave them. Anna needs help. She knows that Gregory is the creator and developer of Seraphim, and he also has special powers, and the goddess of justice is especially favorable to him. Anna wants to take back her homeland. She is tired of being a pathetic pawn. Gregory asks what is required of him. Anna needs a sword technique, so she asks him to contact the goddess of justice and ask for her help with a military strategy in accordance with the world's laws so that other nations will not be harmed. Gregory has a good relationship with the president and military master of the Federation. Anna asks to connect her with them. She swears on the honor of the Medici that she will give him whatever she wants if she can get her country back. Anna apologizes. Emotions overwhelmed her. Gregory doesn't owe her anything. She's in no position to demand anything from him. She was very sorry that she had said that, and put him in a difficult position. She says goodbye. Gregory owes her his life. He then asked her name. Anna said he had such serious wounds and he was asking her name. But she said her name. Gregory said that he would definitely thank her in the future. If he wants to thank her, let him make her the most delicious drink in the world. Treats are her life. This is the only thing Gregory can thank her with. 5 years later, Anna died. Somehow even people like her have to die. No matter what happens, Gregory will be in her debt for the rest of his life. Their meeting now is clearly not a coincidence. Anna's father died, the Holy Land was divided, she had nothing left. As the last of the Medici, she had to endure. That was her only purpose. She just wanted to see Gregory before something happened that could prevent that. He will give her the mobile armor technology, introduce her to the president and arrange a meeting with the Federation's military master. He will do everything she asks. But after that, she will have to return to Fuxi and use the power that Gregory will give her to take back the Holy Land. Gregory has a plan to do this. He invites Anna to join their team and become their ally. She no longer needs to seek refuge in the Fuxi Empire. Once all the obstacles that stand in her way are removed, Gregory gives his word that she will soon become the queen of the Holy Land and restore the Medici kingdom. Even Emperor Fuxi would not dare to say such a thing. If Anna doesn't believe him, she can go back. He himself will do what he must. The choice is hers. She has one question. She shows him the death amulet and asks if he knows what it is. Gregory says that this amulet prolongs the life of its owner. The point is that it drains the life force from its previous owner. And knowing this, Anna still wears it. She carries a lot on her shoulders for the sake of her family and the future of her country. But Gregory is the first person to return this amulet to its previous owner. Anna is ready to follow him and do whatever he says. If he helps her get her country and people back, she will make him the prince of the Holy Empire. There is a coughing sound here. I don't want to interrupt them, but it's Gregory's turn to speak soon. Anna will wait for him here. Fred Crow appears and asks what she decided. Anna stays with Gregory. Now it is up to Fred whether what is left of the Holy Land will be preserved or not. The royal family needs to continue the lineage. Gregory's genes are perfect for this, but perhaps it is too early. Fred Crow asks how many children they plan to have. Anna tells him to get out. You just need to tell the truth. The number of monsters is growing. The ghouls are becoming stronger. The president had just finished his speech and, feeling unwell, went to his room on the top floor to rest. Suddenly an alarm sounds. There has been an assassination attempt on the president. The criminal is in the penthouse. We need to save the president urgently. It turns out Gregory can fly. The attacker is looking for the president. Gregory attacks him. The president is fine. They dealt with all the killers. Maybe he needs help and it's worth checking his office. The president says that he is too busy with work now. Everyone is free. After what happened, the conference would have to be suspended. He would arrange a private meeting with Emperor Fuxi and the representative of the Holy Land. Gregory leaves it up to him. He's leaving. The president has changed. The goddess of justice says he's been acting a little strange lately. For several days now, he has been forgetting a lot and only remembers the last 3 years well. He may be starting to develop dementia. Gregory asks to invite a doctor. Let him conduct a full examination. He needs to immediately inform him of the results. Everything is fine. The head has already been taken care of. He wanted to say something to Gregory, so we need to wait for him here. Anna suggests visiting the emperor before leaving. Until recently, she was under his protection. But now she has joined them. Some difficulties may arise if she leaves him in the dark. She needs Gregory's help. He agrees. They come to the open space of the conference center. Gregory asks why the emperor did not stay in the room the Federation had booked for him, and why he chose to stay here. He hates the very concept of freedom in his understanding. It means the loss of control over the state. As a price for inviting him to the team, Gregory will now do whatever Anna says to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. She approaches the emperor and empress, and here is the famous Fuxi scepter, which was passed down to each subsequent emperor. The skull of the first ruler is built into the scepter and covered in gold. Although the first emperor has passed away, he continues to watch his descendants to see if they are worthy of this power. Anna introduces her lover, Gregory Black. He hopes that there will be no problems, but he will still have to explain himself to Susan. The emperor knows his name. He is a scientist, the developer of mechanized suits for the Federation, and the first to discover the prerequisites for a deadly virus. He is quite famous in scientific circles around the world. Since Gregory is a scholar, the emperor will ask him one question. He asks which country's development is better, the Freedom Federation or the Fuxi Empire. Gregory replies that according to statistics from the last 10 years, it is the Fuxi Empire. But he must defend the dignity of the Federation and assert that both countries are on the same level. The task of scientists and of science itself, is to convey the truth about the world, not to invent it. What an interesting young man. Not only is it interesting, it is also something different. The Federal Defense University is not the best place. Gregory can move to the Empire. He will be given the title of Chief Scientist and a salary better than any professor in the Federation. It is an honor for Gregory, but he has important business in the Federation, so he cannot accept his offer yet. Anna would like to stay with him in the Federation for a while. The Empire just recently declared her a refugee, and she's already running away. It's not right. Auntie is the only one who truly loves Anna. She should let her stay with Gregory for a while. The Empress asks what the Emperor thinks about this. He may rule an entire empire, but he has no right to separate two loving hearts. When Gregory finishes, let him come to the Fuxi Empire. They will be glad to see him. He heard that they produce excellent wines. It will be a good reason for a meeting. Gregory and Anna leave. The Emperor orders them to get ready. They return. He's only here for show. The Empire does what it thinks is right, and he doesn't see the point in any discussions related to the Federation. But he's very sorry that Gregory didn't choose them. Anyone who is of any use to society must serve the Fuxi Empire. That is their destiny. It looks like something is bothering Anna. She may be afraid that her plan might fail, Anna says. Just a little. Gregory cannot dispel her doubts. However, he vows that he will drive out all the darkness from this world, and then the bright light of hope will shine in it again. Spotlights are turned on everywhere. Anna wonders how Gregory did it. The goddess of justice appears and says that this is the annual test of the fire searchlights. Gregory is in his element. Apparently, the goddess of justice fulfills all his requests. Of course, she's part of their team. Gregory invites Anna to meet the others. They come to the palace. Henry saw the news, but he couldn't believe it until the very end. He was entrusted with guarding Anna. She can forget about all her worries while he is next to her. Henry is perhaps a little too happy. This is Kevin's villa, after all. Gregory introduces Henry to Anna, and she asks if he is really the scientist who invented the technology of spatial leap 30 years ago. Of course it was him. Her memory is impeccable. Nothing in this world can compare to her beauty. Let her make Henry her humble servant. He will clean her room daily, wash her clothes, and satisfy all her needs. Lustful old man. Anna knows that Kevin and Gregory are good friends, but she has no idea what they all really do. Kevin shows her the Hunters Guild number 0, so he is their leader. These people are very strange, but Anna understands why Gregory chose them. However, she is even more surprised by another of his comrades. Anna asks if Gregory can explain the reason why he took such a strong ghoul into the team. He doesn't care about anyone's past, as long as they share the same goals. Besides, Fred is not just a ghoul, he is also a death clown. So they went against the game of the immortals. Now Anna is one of them. Right after they get rid of the game, Gregory will fulfill his promise and help her rebuild the Holy Empire. He will keep his word. Anna will tell you honestly, she can only fight. She has outstanding magical abilities. She is special. First, Gregory will teach her some things, and then he will change her idea of the standards of power in this world. A self-confident boy, in order to become Anna's mentor, he will first have to defeat her in battle. Gregory suddenly brings the tip of the weapon closer to her. There is no doubt that she is strong and talented, but including her, masters all over the world are cultivating their abilities incorrectly, and he is going to reveal the whole truth to her. Now he was just lucky because Anna did not expect his attack. He has to be careful. This time she's going to go all out. Gregory will show her the true power of his spiritual strength. Burning skulls fly out of Anna's flames. Gregory breaks through the flames. Anna calls upon the Reaper's flame, but it's too late. She lost. Luckily, Gregory has the sacred skill of spatial jump. If they really fought at full strength, he would have to go all out, and then he could hurt Anna, because his blade has no eyes. The famous Flaming Reaper lost before he could unleash his full power. In the past, when fighting against Gregory, for some reason Fred also couldn't use his full power. Anna asks how Gregory was able to destroy all 3 Black Flame skeletons so quickly. She didn't even have time to use other spells. It's all because he uses the energy of this world. Her skeletons are just fire without its main source. It's easy to extinguish. Anna asks what the main source of fire is then. Gregory suggests trying to use that skill again. Anna tries again. This can't be. She could summon no more than 4 skeletons, and now there are more. Besides, it feels so strange, like she has an endless stream of energy at her disposal. This is spiritual power. This is fire with its main source. The abilities of the 5 elements, the chosen celestial and martial techniques, must be used with spiritual energy to unlock their true potential. And Gregory will later teach them how to awaken and feel this power within themselves. It turns out that they should also respect him as a teacher. Gregory says that he cannot take them as his students, since he still has not received the master's permission. Anna is surprised at how powerful Gregory's mentor is. Even if all the strongest people in the world were gathered in one place, it wouldn't be enough to make her fight seriously. Fred believes him. Such a strong warrior can only be trained by an even more outstanding master. In addition to teaching them how to cultivate spiritual energy, Gregory will later also show them how to use it to explore and expand the boundaries of the real world. Kevin can't wait. Suddenly, Fred's ear starts to hurt badly. He hears a strange voice, but cannot understand what it is saying. It's like the awakening of a heavenly ability. After killing so many high-level ghouls and obtaining far more energy than he needed, he still couldn't complete the process. Apparently, in order to fully awaken, he needs a potion with a high concentration of the chosen heavenly technique. It won't be superfluous for them either. It's a good opportunity to solve all the problems before a new round of the Immortals game begins. Gregory asks where in the Holy Empire the second part of the formula is. Anna says, in the estate of her father's beloved, Lady Pendu, 3rd floor, 7th room on the right along the corridor. There hangs a portrait depicting Anna and her father. Behind it is the hiding place. Gregory asks the goddess of justice to find a way to get into this place. She says that a social dinner will soon be held at Lady Pendu's estate. You can take advantage of this and quietly sneak inside. His new name is John Rice. He is an officer of the Freedom Federation, who has come to dinner as its representative. The genetic drug will change his appearance. The effect lasts for 5 hours. There are many strong people in the Holy Empire. If Gregory is exposed, it will be almost impossible to escape from there. That's true. The saints are okay. But if the High Priest himself appears, then it's definitely the end for him. It seems they forgot about Henry. He is an escape artist. This is an experimental version of a pocket reality distorter. So far, this is the smallest he could create. To make it smaller, Henry needs a little more time. This test version can only withstand 3 distortions and only 1 person, so Gregory must monitor it carefully. 3 is quite enough. Henry will also install a micro camera in the Holy Church, so even if they are here, they will still be able to observe what is happening. He didn't just invent this thing to spy on the Holy Church. Henry says if Kevin continues, he'll sue him for slander. The flight route is ready. They will take off as soon as Gregory is ready, he says right now. Anna asks him to make sure he comes back alive. Of course, they still have to change the world. Everything will go as it should. Gregory arrives at Lady Pendu's estate. It looks like something is going on at the gate. First, you need to find out what exactly. The revolutionaries completely lost their fear and dared to appear at such an important event. They now have 2 choices. The first is to surrender, go to prison and await their punishment. Second, they will be finished off on the spot. But if they win, the saint will let them go. In the holy cult, after the high priest come the 7 saints, the strongest fighters with their own armies. Historically, the holy cult has always been associated with the royal family, as they supplied them with awakening potions, and they, in turn, protected the monarch. But ultimately the royal family was destroyed, and only Anna remained alive. Nowadays, in the Holy Empire there are 3 ruling elites: the Revolutionary Army, the Holy Church, and the Imperial Family. Also endowed with a certain amount of power is the Fuxi Empire, which works secretly. Their monsters continue to wreak havoc throughout the world, and the Holy Empire is currently being torn apart by both internal and external problems. One of the revolutionaries asks if the saint is lying. He says that he himself knows very well that saints are not capable of lying. Then he's finished. So they attack in 3. They won't be able to kill him like that. The revolutionaries rush at him. However, the blows do not cause any harm to the saint. The attackers are puzzled as to why he doesn't die. They are thrown away from the holy. For some reason, they can't even hurt him. There's not a scratch on him. He's a real monster. To attack him is to challenge God himself, and they all face the death penalty. Let the sinful blasphemers accept their death. It seems to be a holy atonement technique. Anyone who attacks the saint will receive all damage dealt doubled, while the one who used this technique will not receive any harm. He will finish him off. This is impossible. Again, not a scratch. What a disappointment. The remaining revolutionary surrenders. Since he has decided to surrender, let him die. Saint John, whose strength is equal to early cultivators, loves to fight for his own pleasure. If Gregory wants to get into the estate, he must first get past him. He will start with a genetic drug to change his appearance. We need to hurry. Guests may arrive soon. Gregory, with his appearance altered, approaches the entrance to the estate. He is asked to show his ID. He is John Rice, an officer of the Liberty Federation. It's okay, he can pass. Here someone tells him to stop. This is St. John. He hasn't fought any Federation officers yet. Maybe John Rice wants to fight him. Gregory says he has long wanted to learn about the chosen holy techniques of his religion. But this is a representative of the Federation. Invited to the banquet, if he is harmed, it could lead to a serious diplomatic conflict. The saint knows this and will let him go this time. With these saints wandering around, getting your hands on the awakening potion formula can be quite problematic. The Holy Child complains that he is lonely. He asks why Anna is still not here. Lately, he has disappointed the High Priest too often. No one sees him as an emperor anymore. The Holy Empire is divided, and it is only his fault. Until she gets Anna back, he will continue to cause problems. All he has to do is do his job well, and then he will get what he wants. Now let him think about his behavior. The Holy Child finds himself trapped in a cube. He doesn't need a rest. He was wrong and he won't do it again. The High Priest says he will release him after some time if he remembers. She wants to stay in this world a little longer. The imprisoned dwarf can control human corpses, mimicking their appearance and behavior in life. Useless garbage will have to use another card. This is his new home. The Soul Weaver spider can control a dead body, carrying out the master's orders. Lifespan is 3 days. For the next 3 days, he will play the role of emperor. It will be done. The High Priest is informed that Lady Pengdu's banquet is about to begin, and perhaps she wishes to honor her with her presence. She sees no point in attending this pathetic gathering of idiots. Besides, she had some things to do, and lately she had been experiencing a strange feeling of anxiety, and she decided to look into the future. She received Treasure Hunt, Death's Arrival, and 1 discard card. The prophecy wants to tell her that a force has appeared that can change the current course of things, and she needs to be careful. Let the 7 saints pay more attention to patrolling the capital. If they notice anything strange, they should tell her immediately. It's already quite late. Time to go for the second part of the recipe. The starting point is set, the destination is chosen. Gregory is transported to the exhibition hall. Not bad, and surprisingly accurate. Anna looks so young and sweet here. Gregory removes the painting from the wall. There is a hiding place behind it. Here they are, the method of pharmaceutical configuration and the recipe for production. Suddenly, blue light begins to flow from the ball. The spirit of the Emperor appears. He asks who Gregory is and where his little Anna is. Gregory asks why he is hiding here. Anna could not find him in such a place. Making scrolls to awaken heavenly techniques is the treasure of their kingdom. Anna would definitely come for such a valuable formula. Apparently, the Emperor had been prepared for this day for a long time. In her past life, Anna was imprisoned and used as food for a dwarf, and she never met her father. Gregory doesn't need to be teleported back. The situation has changed. Henry must teleport Anna here. The distorter has only 3 charges. Gregory has already used 1. If he transfers Anna to him, then the 2 of them will not be able to return. It's urgent. Henry has to teleport her. He says it will take about 30 seconds. The Emperor is dead, but for some reason he still exists in this world. He broke the holy law of life and death by sealing his soul in a crystal. Thanks to this, his soul is still alive. Gregory asks how he managed to do this. No mortal is capable of such a thing. The Emperor paid a huge price. In 10 minutes, his soul will disappear forever. It turns out that he will no longer be able to exist in any world, and he cannot even be resurrected. Gregory asks why he needs all this. The Emperor says that he must see Anna. After he disappears, she will be left all alone, and it is his fault. Anna appears. The father is not guilty of anything. She had to go to another world, so that he could leave this one in peace. Her father was too strict with her. He wants her to live a calm and happy life. When his soul disappears, let the last thing Anna remembers be his smile. The goddess of justice appears and announces that someone is approaching. This is one of the 7 saints, John. The 2 of them can't handle him. They have to run. The Emperor met with Anna. He doesn't need anything else. Very soon his soul will disappear. They must hurry and get out of here. They dare not die here because of him. John is already on the 3rd floor. The goddess activates the space distorter. Gregory wants Anna to be with her father in his last moments of life. If they leave right now, then regret will haunt her until the end. No one dares to interrupt the last meeting of a father with his daughter, not even a saint. So Gregory is her prince. The Emperor is glad if such a person is next to Anna. There is no point in worrying. Before he disappears, he wants to tell her something. It's a secret that the Medici family has kept for 700 years, passed down from generation to generation. Anna is the most gifted girl he has ever known, and he is confident that she is worthy of inheriting this secret. May the gods themselves be witnesses. Today he hands over the Medici legacy to his daughter. From now on, she's the new head of the Medici house. Here John appears. He says that guests are not allowed to enter here. Gregory says he was looking for the toilet and got a little lost. He would like John to take him to the main hall. John has inhuman hearing. He can hear the heartbeat and breathing of the woman in the room behind Gregory. Perhaps they should stay here a little longer to find out who his secret lover is. As the host of the event, John is overly interested in the personal affairs of his guests. To be honest, Gregory doesn't want to fight him. Even if he beats John and rips off his clothes, he will only beg him to continue. John had never met a masochist like Gregory before. He will kill him. Gregory takes out his sword. Something so weak and fragile would not harm John. His heavenly redemption technique is indeed very powerful. However, Gregory's good control and skill power will negate it. He disappeared. Gregory appears again. This is an air attack. Gregory attacks. The air, strengthened tenfold by the wind blade, combined with the earth technique. It seemed like they wouldn't see each other anytime soon. Gregory left the distorter in the exhibition hall. The Emperor's soul will disappear in 10 minutes. When this happens, you need to ask Henry to bring Anna back. He hit another jump point in the capital of the Holy Empire. The goddess of justice knows where to go. Gregory will go there immediately after Anna teleports. Then someone comes up to Gregory from behind and asks who he is and what he is doing here. His name is John Rice. He is an officer of the Freedom Federation and its representative in the Holy Empire. John was supposed to warn them. He came here to fight John in a duel. It's just like him. John wanted to fly, and John overestimated his strength. It is impossible for him to defeat John, who never lost a single duel. We need to contact him right now. It doesn't work. The connection doesn't work. They can't get in touch. The soldiers of the Holy Church are storming the estate. We should leave here as soon as possible. Gregory says he needs to protect Anna, so just a little longer. Since the duel is over, John must follow them. They will take him outside and then clean up the battlefield. While he cannot leave yet, John said that if he is defeated, the Saint's elder brother will fight John. But John has no older brother. It's a lie. He said his brother's name is Hurt. He is the head of the Saints, and he is actually John's half-brother, but no one else dares to speak of it out loud. The last person who dared to speak of their brotherly bonds was burned alive by Hurt himself for the glory of the church. Well, since John said it, they won't interfere. 7 minutes left. Time goes by so slowly. There was a lot of noise here. There are 4 minutes left before the activation of the distorter. News of Gregory's victory over John is gradually beginning to spread. His chances of survival have dropped to a critical minimum. So this is where they defeated that fool John. Finally, someone poked that pathetic little dog in his own shit. This is one of the 7 saints, Cardinal Kidd. He simply had to say thank you to Gregory. He never liked this ram. He would really like to be friends. But despite all of the above, Gregory defeated him, and this is a huge blow to their reputation. Kidd is forced to restore their honor so that everyone will know which of the saints is the most faithful to the church. Since Gregory was able to cheer him up, he will take pity on him and only cut off his legs. 1 minute 59 seconds left. Gregory says he can handle it. Kidd attacks. He uses the heavenly technique of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit transforms the owner's body and weapons into phantoms, making them completely invulnerable to physical attacks. Moreover, he can also attack directly from this form. As expected, Gregory can't even scratch him. Such is the power of a fully awakened Holy Spirit. Looks like it's time to change tactics. Gregory asks the system to give him the title of 13 Swords. Such attacks will not be able to harm Kidd. Gregory activates the God of War's art, Sonic Shock. It's impossible, he was able to hurt Kidd. The sound of a distorter is heard. Apparently Anna has already returned back. It's time for Gregory to go too. He doesn't look like a simple officer of the Freedom Federation. Kidd asks who he is and why he came here. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his secret. It's time for him to go. They will fight next time. It turns out he can fly. A strange sound came from that room, and immediately after that he left. Kidd clearly remembers that a portrait of the Emperor and Anna used to hang here. It is highly doubtful that Gregory came here just for the painting. Kidd orders that the saints be informed immediately that the criminal is connected with the Emperor. He must not be allowed to escape from here. All forces are thrown into the search for Gregory. The Goddess of Justice has hacked all enemy defense systems. She connects a program to remotely track the church army system. Gregory should move to the southeast to quietly pass by the saints and 400 enemy search parties. After a minute, turn left 1 kilometer to avoid meeting 2 saints. There is an enemy checkpoint 2 kilometers from here. You need to keep to the right. There are 2 kilometers left to the place where the teleportation device is located. There are no patrols nearby. Gregory can take a little rest and continue on his way. But he must not let his guard down. The saints have a unique way of tracking enemies, so they cannot throw them off the trail completely. The goddess asks what Gregory plans to do next. It's very simple. He will show the saints a trick with disappearance. Here comes another saint. This is Hurt. Apparently, Gregory likes to play hide and seek. If it weren't for John's mark, Hurt doesn't even know what he would be doing now. A simple officer does not dare to insult saints on their own territory. Once Hurt catches Gregory, he must be prepared for the most terrible torture. And now he will try out his heavenly technique. Let justice be done. Hurt uses the Holy Spirit to find the sinner. The punishment for Gregory's crimes will be the death penalty. Sinners must undergo heavenly judgment. For some reason, Gregory doesn't resist. There's no way Hurt's heavenly technique wouldn't work. He runs into the cave. Gregory left his cloak there as a souvenir. This non-entity doesn't dare mock Hurt. He will grind him into dust. The way Gregory managed to escape was beyond praise. Saint Hurt was terribly angry. It's good that Gregory knew all of their abilities from his past life. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult to escape. Henry used the distorter here to perform the disappearing trick. At this point, the device should be right under the dome. Something is wrong. The High Priest has disappeared somewhere from absolutely all sensors. Gregory knows this. Right now, she is sitting opposite him. She will take away from people what is most precious, awaken the dead, and lead the Holy Church to a tragic end. Fortunately, fate finally played its cards. Perhaps she predicted Gregory's appearance with the help of cards. We need to tell Henry that they have an emergency, and that he should prepare to jump immediately. And Gregory wondered why there was no one here apparently. The High Priest had ordered everyone to be taken out in advance. She had no other choice. Their conversation had to remain private. She asks what Gregory took from the Holy Empire. Let him answer his question first. All other states are forced to fight against sea monsters, ghouls, and the game of immortals. But after the Holy Church rose, they did not take any countermeasures against these disasters. Gregory asks why the High Priest is doing nothing if she is clearly capable of preventing the Day of Judgment. The Holy Empire is not his homeland. It is unclear why he cares so much about it. He only cares about keeping the peace. In every crisis known to the High Priest, people have descended into an endless cycle of cannibalism. The strong devouring the weak, taking from them all that they have. Creatures like humans are sinful and do not deserve her efforts to save them. There is one inconsistency in her words. She despises everyone so much, but at the same time she killed the emperor and usurped the throne. Insects like Gregory are not worthy of knowing such things. Now let him answer who he is and what he is doing here. No need to test her patience. Monsters like her are not worthy of knowing such things. Looks like it's time for him to see what real hell is like. Gregory had seen it countless times before. He attacks. The High Priest is surrounded by a magical barrier. Gregory is quite good with a sword. It's just a pity that he is so weak. His soul is sinful. It's time to cleanse it. The Elder Saint is the best at this. Let him take care of Gregory. The High Priest uses a card. It's some kind of teleportation or summoning ability. No one knows her true power, but now Gregory was able to see at least a small part of it. He had fooled Hurt quite well, but now he would tear him to pieces to cleanse his soul. Gregory just needs to buy a little time to jump. You can distract these monsters before activating the teleport. He didn't think it would come to this, but he would have to fight seriously. Let him show what a Freedom Federation officer is capable of. How fast? It's time for her to get out of here. When Gregory tried to kill the High Priest, he was much more serious. This is just a warm-up before the real fight. Gregory uses the first style of the Wandering Dragon of the 7 Stars. This is the strongest of the 4 secret techniques, and to fully unleash its power, one must hit the enemy 7 times. Now this is his only chance for survival. Gregory activates the second skill of the Wandering Dragon, the Sword of Death. His sword is so fast. There are 5 more times left. Gregory dared to appear in the Holy Kingdom with such weak techniques. Hurt applies Divine Judgment. Then Gregory activates the third style, Tornado. Hurt wonders what kind of technology this is. Things are bad. Green flashes pierce Herta. And Gregory is strong. It seems the High Priest will have to intervene. She blesses and protects her saint. A shield appears in front of him. This is a protection card. Despite this, Gregory still needs to be hit 4 more times to complete the technique. The lousy jackal, Hurt will throw him into the deepest cell of the Holy Inquisition dungeon. He will suffer from pain and hopelessness for the rest of his life. Gregory has disappeared again. He uses exorcism. Hurt can't move. This ability will only delay him for a second, but even that will be enough. Hurt falls. 7 strikes and not a single miss. This technique requires a lot of strength, but Gregory has no other choice. He cannot retreat. This is the light of the 7 stars of the Wandering Dragon. He approaches the High Priest. Hurt will protect her. He appears in front of her. There is an explosion. It seems to have worked. Because of Gregory, the High Priest had to spend a barrier card. There is no place for such a powerful technique in this world. She is still alive. A real monster. A mysterious man with a lot of secrets. The High Priest will catch him, and will pull out his secrets one by one, and then will arrange a painful execution for him. After the 7 stars Wandering Dragon technique, Gregory is completely exhausted, and has no more strength to fight. A portal opens here. Gregory is wrong to think that he can escape. Of course he can, and now especially for the High Priest, a trick with disappearance. Before he leaves, he will leave her a small gift. Let her take it as best she can. She will make him suffer. He dug his own grave. The High Priest thinks she has managed to imprison Gregory in the box. However, he is not there. "This is the bomb," she explodes. Hurt calls the high priest. "Stop yelling, she's fine." She entered another dimension before the bomb could explode. Hurt has sinned by failing her mission and not punishing the enemy, and he asks to be punished properly. It is not his fault. This man is a very unusual creature. Even the high priest is unable to understand who he is. She can't return yet, as a certain amount of time must pass, and in her absence, Hurt must gather all 7 saints and find out who this person is. When they find out about him, they should not attack first. She will personally deal with him. On the ship, Kevin asks where Gregory went. Here he appears. It looks like he's injured. He was lucky to be alive at all. The medical capsule is ready. The goddess of justice asks Gregory to go to her immediately. He says there is no need. He can help himself. Gregory swallows the pill. Everything is fine. His wounds will heal soon. Here's the second part of the formula for the potion of awakening heavenly techniques. The goddess must begin production immediately, and then prepare several potions of fighting energy. The approximate production time is 1 hour. The next step is the 5-element awakening potion of their Fuxi Empire. Anna will ask the Emperor to give them 1 bottle. What a determined girl. Henry likes her. Gregory will be a little busy now. He asks you to pass this on to 1 person. Anna comes to Emperor Fuxi, who asks why she needs it, since her fire spirit has already reached the 4th level. She asks for it not for herself, but for Gregory. Every woman wants her lover to become stronger. He's not even a citizen of the Fuxi Empire. This is a direct violation of the laws of their country. Anna says that since Gregory is now with her, he will soon leave the Federation. The Emperor offers to make a bet that Anna will get her hands on the mecha's patented technology. If she succeeds, he will give her the potion. Agreed. Anna asks Gregory to send the fur designs to the Fuxi Empire's scientist complex. There will be no difficulties with the design of the fur. In addition, their creation will help solve most of their problems. It seems that Gregory is not only handsome, but also quite smart. The Emperor orders the potion to be brought. He admits his defeat. That's what Anna asked for. Anna thanks the Emperor. If that's all Gregory needs to consider him a worthy ruler to work with, then it's a small thing. The Emperor asks to convey to Gregory that he is too talented to remain in the Federation. Only the Fuxi Empire can fully realize his potential. After returning to the ship, Anna passes this on to Gregory, and the Emperor has a good opinion of him. Recruiting talent from wherever possible, it is no wonder that the Empire has been superior to the Federation for many years. Emperor Fuxi is indeed a very intelligent and capable ruler. But that's not the point now. They were very lucky because they were able to collect all 3 potions. Now the mission of the Great Evolution can be completed. All that's left to do is mix them and pour them out. System notification. The Great Evolution requires a lot of energy. Electric evolution will begin soon. You need to choose one of the abilities to complete. Lightning reflexes. Temporarily increases agility and attack speed. Electro Phantom. During battle, you can create illusions to confuse enemies. Electric Shock. Strike the enemy with lightning, while he loses control of his body for 2 seconds. With Electro Phantom, Gregory can create up to 3 clones during combat to confuse the enemy. This is an incredibly powerful combat ability, but unfortunately, it doesn't suit his fighting style, so he needs another one. He has the Heavenly Earth compression technique, so he doesn't need reflexes either. In that case, he will take the Electric Shock. He will be able to combine it well with the Wandering Dragon technique. The loss of control turned into an electric shock. The mission of the Great Evolution is completed. Gregory can choose a new path of development. Once he goes beyond the golden reality, he will become one of the few cultivators who have reached such heights in the development of techniques. The mission will only become active when Gregory enters the cultivation world. This is a ranking mission. The higher the player's ranking, the more heavenly techniques he will be offered. The battle between the 2 worlds will lead to an unprecedented outcome. We need to take up arms and prepare for the coming battle. In order to protect players from evil and keep them safe, there will be many rewards for the participants of the immortal game. In addition to immortality, the champion will also receive 2 other rewards. An advanced evolution potion that will immediately upgrade him to a professional level after use, and a teleportation ring. When the winner is in danger, he will be able to activate the ring and teleport to the arena to rest, after which he will appear at a random point on the planet. This game needs a new marketer. Henry would do 100 times better. With so many awards, it seems they have no choice. Gregory asks where Fred is now. The goddess of justice says he is fighting a high-level assassin. This is bad. His condition is very unstable. His body may fail again. If this happens, he may die. Anna must go after Gregory. She needs to find Fred. Meanwhile, he fights with an elite ghoul. Not impressive. This guy is a real pain in the ass. Looks like I'll have to fight at full strength. Fred attacks again. The ghoul cuts off his hand. He seems to really think he's special. The people he fought before were just trash. It seems his regeneration is no worse. I wonder if he could recover if he was cut in half. Fred is too fast. The ghoul uses the skill to inflict pain from a distance. This is very inopportune right now. Fred falls. Ghoul was lucky. Here a sword plunges into the ground in front of him. Ghoul doesn't understand where the attack came from. He didn't even notice where this monster came from. Gregory attacks. Such a weak light will not finish off the ghoul. And he recovers quickly. We need to turn up the heat. There is no need to rush to kill him. We need to talk first. This is a potion for awakening heavenly techniques of the highest concentration. Gregory gives it to Fred. He hears the world groaning in agony. It looks like his abilities are awakening. I wonder what kind of power he will gain. He, the strongest ghoul, was honored with such an honor. He hears the truth. Gregory asks what he hears. Fred says heartbeat. It was no wonder he couldn't kill the elite ghoul, since his heart was hidden here. Amazing. Gregory asks what ability he awakened. In human hearing, he can hear voices even outside their world. You should try to use this ability. Fred hears people complaining about the small number of immortals in the game, and they are going to pay a huge price to speed up the destruction of the world. No, they are not complaining, but arguing. They must release the Queen of Bloody Bones. Let her merge with the elixir of immortality in its original form and attack this world. But the price for releasing her is too high. They can only do it once. Anna asks about the price. Fred can't hear anything anymore. There's something wrong with Gregory. The Demon Queen is the most evil and ferocious creature, creating demons from the enemies she kills. She is incredibly strong, but the most terrible thing is her ability to reproduce and parasitize. If you don't determine its location at the very beginning, it will be almost impossible to detect it later. It seems that those behind the game of immortals have an ace up their sleeve in the form of this monster. Anna asks who they are. Gregory says that nothing is known about them yet. However, there are also advantages. The Demon Queen is not in her body. This means that her powers are limited, and it will be much easier to deal with her. Apparently, they were completely desperate, since they launched such a monster in this game. The first to lose will be those who are most eager to win. True, but Gregory has a premonition that for one of them, this battle will be the last. The massacre should have ended by now. We can see who won today. The player thinks he is a winner. However, there was someone else left besides him. This is a woman, so she is the new champion. Gregory thinks Henry knows her. No, but she's so cute. As a reward, the third-level elementalist receives a potion that will raise her skills to a new level. The winner drinks the potion. New abilities awaken within her. Glowing balls fly into the arena. This is a call to the stars. Such a spell can only be used by those who have reached the 4th level. She really has become much stronger. The 4th level is simply magnificent. She also receives the elixir of immortality and the ring of teleportation. She will be able to activate the magic item with her elemental power to enter the arena at any time and hide from the threats of the outside world. This time, they do not have to be afraid of that pathetic clown. The champion has been chosen. Now it's their turn to act. 20 years old, long black hair, a mole on her face, about 167 centimeters tall, 3rd level elementalist. That's not all. Chest size is 88, waist size is 63, and hips are 90. Pervert. Henry warns for the last time. Kevin doesn't dare call him that. He's a scientist and numbers are important to him. There's nothing strange about that. He'll sue Kevin for insults. Target found. Laura Kane, a member of the Federation, is currently on a flying shuttle heading to Sinyo City on the border of the Federation. Arrival time is 2 hours. An elementalist who just reached level 4 would never be able to defeat Fred. The problem was how to prevent her from escaping through the teleporter. Gregory can take control of her and deprive her of the ability to use the powers of the 5 elements for a couple of seconds. He just needs to get close to her unnoticed. It seems they have forgotten about a genius like Kevin. Sneaking up on a victim silently is the main quality of a professional killer. They already understood. Enough pathos. Kevin asks if they ever played house. Laura arrives in Shinue. If she hides in this wilderness, it is unlikely that the clown will be able to find her. Even if he does find her, she has nothing to fear. She can teleport back to the arena at any time, no matter how strong he is. Laura will be safe there. She is terribly hungry. She needs to have a little snack. It's so delicious. The girl wants more. Her mother says she'll get a stomachache if she eats too much ice cream. The girl had seen this aunt somewhere before. Laura asks where she saw her. Dad flicks the girl on the forehead. She asks why he did it. Dad says don't bother strangers. He asks for forgiveness. His daughter is too sociable. Next time, let him keep a closer eye on his child. Laura orders a double burger, small fries, and a Coke. She needs to go to the bathroom, so she'll be right back. Only a beauty like her deserves eternal life. The girl remembered that Laura was the winner of the Game of Immortals. She loves watching this show. This creature still recognized her. The girl asks if Laura can teach her to fight like that. She also wants to be cool and strong. Looks like I'll have to kill her. To be absolutely sure, Laura will kill everyone in this cafe. Apparently, she wants to kill her and everyone else in this establishment. The girl can read minds. Laura is ready to attack her. Someone's sword cuts into her blade. The girl's father asks what Laura was just about to do to their daughter. This is bad. They are not ordinary people at all. We need to get out of here. The body does not obey. Laura cannot use the ring. Anna asks how she dared to harm her daughter. Let him be prepared to see what an angry mother is capable of. Anna attacks. Gregory plunges his sword into Laura's back. It seems like they've already dealt with her. This ant will not harm the girl anymore. They both got too into their roles. Kevin's murderous mothers and daughters are just too interesting. Here they are finished. Everyone is free. Those present remove their masks. Well done. Kevin will give them a raise once they get back. Of course, these are all his people. Anna asks how he knew that Laura would come here. Nothing would have changed if she had come to another place. The whole city is teeming with Kevin's people, even homeless professional killers. It was hard to catch someone who could teleport at any moment. But they needed Laura alive, so they had to act carefully so she wouldn't suspect anything. As expected from a syndicate of assassins. We need to get back to the temple. It's time for Fred to show himself. The current champion is a 4th level elementalist. She even has a teleportation ring. It's unlikely that the killer clown will be able to find her. Even if he does, she has a ring. It's unclear where she went. Fred can't find her, which means he can't kill her either. He doesn't know what to do. Now they really are a real stupid clown. He was joking. Here is Laura. She has a teleportation ring. It's unclear how this could have happened. Laura killed 17 innocent people who were participating in the immortal game. Fred sentences her to death. In the end, the winner was killed by the clown again. At this point, someone in the audience notices something on the screen. This is the Demon Queen, a monster that can absorb other living beings. I wonder where it came from in the champion's body. She will finish Fred. All participants in the Game of Immortals will share one fate, death. Even monsters can't use this game to enter their world. Fred destroys the Demon Queen. The winner drank the potion of immortality, and from somewhere in her body a monster appeared, apparently. Along with immortality from the game, there is also a parasite as a gift. They hardly want anyone else in their body. An insignificant clown, in order to deprive people of immortality. He not only kills champions, but also instills monsters into their bodies. It's a pathetic excuse. They're clearly desperate. This time, by taking first place, they will receive an even more powerful defensive device. The teleportation amulet, which will automatically reflect the enemy's first attack to give them enough time to teleport. To hesitate is to lose. Let them come into play. The rewards keep getting better and better. I wonder if this will encourage people to join this pointless battle. The Game of Immortals was never able to give a normal answer to the question that interested them. They have no evidence that Fred, and not they themselves, instilled the demon in that girl. Until they give a clear answer, it is unlikely that people will risk their lives for a dubious prize. There is one more important thing. Despite all the rewards and privileges that the game offered, the clown still killed all the winners. Demonic parasites and death. These are the consequences of participating in the Game of Immortals. It's unlikely that anyone will even decide to participate in it. All their doubts should have disappeared by now. This is the best prize of all the games. To hell with their game, no winner survived. Pathetic little people. Immortality is right under their noses, but they are blinded by their stupidity and ignorance. The day of judgment is coming, and they believe in vain that they can survive. He will watch their death, their tower of immortals. A terrible end awaits them. One day they will all regret making such a choice. Only a fool would agree to kill a bunch of people in order to become a carrier of a parasite. They have conquered the Game of Immortals. There is more good news. Research into the planet's micro-defender is complete. The prototype is ready. Gregory can test it. Let's say he's a newbie, and he's entering the game for the first time. He asks the Goddess of Justice to give him some advice. Cultivation knowledge for new players is ready. Gregory wants to practice using this hand-to-hand combat technique. He asks the Goddess to help him figure it out. His punches are too slow. He needs to relax his shoulders. He bends over too much. There are weak points in his defense. There were only 4 flaws in his technique. You just have to look at the screen to see what he needs to work on. Now Gregory wants to check the work of rescue missions. A man was found 500 meters from here. He is asking for help. The rescue mission has been established. You must stand still and not make loud sounds. Fred is suitable for an urgent mission.